Charlotte, North Carolina. Enter this fall Festival of Speed at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, which commences with 300 miles of Busch Grand National Racing. It's the Bumper to Bumper 300 live on TBS. 43 drivers at the ready for today's race, and here are some of the exciting headline stories in today's event.
I'm Alan Bestwick. The championship story is the top of the day. Randy LaJoie leads Todd Bodine by 231 points with just 4 races remaining in the season. LaJoie has 2 options today. He can go all out for the win, a Charlotte win he very badly wants, or he can play it kind of conservative and try and protect as much of that lead as possible. Randy starting 29th on the grid. Randy, what's the strategy today? All out for the win or protect the point lead?
Well, if we got a good race car, I go to the front. And the crew's worked awfully hard to get me a good race car. If it's a good car, I'm going to the front. If not,
yeah, you're probably right. But he had also like worked forever and ever and ever.
World 500cc motorcycle
champion. You know, in racing it, he was kind of in the waning point of his career at this point.
His first Busch race ever, and he's qualified his car.
He had already done all the
Kevin
big
says
winning.
He has no pretense about running up front with the leaders. He wants to hang around, be there when this race is over, get some seat time. He wants a career in this Busch series. Now to Steve Burns.
And it's been an up-and-down weekend for Todd Bodine, Mike. As you heard Alan Bestwick say, he trails Randy LaJoie by 231
A lot of the
points.
drivers planned for the future, knowing that, you know, they're losing their edge a little as they get older, your reaction time and all that. Plus, they're watching back in late 90s, early 2000s, you know, we lost a lot of drivers, and drivers that had drove for years said, man, you know, I got family now, I got kids, how much do I want to risk, you know? I know that's what happened with the Bouchards. You know, they lost. After Dale passed, a lot of drivers dropped out and said, is it worth it, you know? Raced short tracks instead, or got plans for the future, like had their own team.
He won this race in May.
Lots of them have that now, even behind the scenes.
With sadness. Memories of his brother John, killed a few weeks before.
Like the 87 there, they I think Joe runs stuff to do with classic cars. You see him running on Stapleton 42. It's a good channel. And they have see, Stapleton 42 covers a lot of these teams now, and covers some of that classic racing where they took the old Cup cars and they race them in several places. I know in Virginia and VIR, they're racing them on the road course, stuff like that. Stapleton 42 has some really great coverage of that part of motorsports as well. I think it's the one if you look up Aaron Brown, or the Classic Weekend where Lake was driving. Stuff like that.
Running well here. They'll put their heart in it here today at Charlotte.
Okay, this morning looked like a fishing expedition down there in the garage area, Darrell. Nobody seemed to be able to figure out how to get hooked up and grab the big one.
Well, it seems as when the sun goes over the speedway and it shines on this fourth turn, it creates a phenomenon very similar to what I would call the Bermuda Triangle. Gauges go crazy, drivers get disoriented, and they have crashes. And that's what these guys
Charlotte turn 4 is treacherous.
All right, we're getting down to race time, so get out the pickled okra.
If the car's set up properly there, you're a tiny bit loose in turn 4, and it doesn't take much to loop it when you're riding that close to the edge, you know.
The All-Pro Bumper to Bumper 300
Boy, those
TBS
sausages look good.
By Smooth Busch Beer and easy drinking Busch Light. Busch, the official beer of
I'm
NASCAR.
gonna grill
by
hamburgers
Econo Lodge.
outside
Spend the night
today.
out of Fortune at Econo Lodge.
Just for the
Volvo
charcoal
Motor Oil,
and
changing
all
oil
that
for
good
over 125 years.
black taste.
And by Volvo Bumper to Bumper Auto Parts stores.
I live in a campground and I smell charcoal sometimes, and it's just the most wonderful thing.
Back live at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, the Econo Lodge starting grid. Nemechek and Dick Trickle for row 1.
Cooking in the
Defending
morning.
champion Mark Martin and Jimmy Spencer are going to go in row 2. Row 3, Jeff Burton and Jimmy Bow. It's Gary Layton and Dale Jarrett, two-time winner on this track for row 4. Row 5, the world motorcycle champion Kevin Schwantz and Tracy Leslie. In row 6, it's Bobby Lamonti and Joe Bessie, who just won at Dover last time out. Tony Stewart's in row 7 with Mike Tony. Row 8, Buckshot Jones and Ricky Craven. In row 9, you've got Stevie Reeves and Elliott Sadler. Row 10, Steve Park, three-time winner this year, and Nathan Butke. Mike Magic Shoes McLaughlin and Elton Sawyer ready to roll.
Steve Park, I've watched his dad race. His name was Bob Park. He raced at Riverside Park, actually. The 45 Jeff Fuller, we're familiar with his family. We're going up for a reunion, and all the 3 Fuller brothers are going to be there in Massachusetts in October. Dad will work with the 33 Feedawa the following year. Dad worked with Greg Sachs back at the Dingman Brothers, late 80s. They had a Valvoline car. I think it was car number 50.
Then comes row 21, Dennis
Greg Sachs drove. The 43 there of Setzer. My dad helped a few races that year, in the beginning of the year.
All right, let's go racing.
Talladega and such.
Now that row 3 got bounced back. Jeff Burton and Jimmy Bound both crashed after qualifying.
Green flag is out. Mark's got the pole. Looks like Gordon not.
On the other hand, the Bound car, he said he's not quite that good. Boy, this is when your heart's pounding right here. The first few
Got 87 of Joe. I
got
got Spencer in the 20, and Dick Trickle in the 64.
Dick Trickle take the lead as they start off turn 4 there. You see Nemechek fighting back on the outside with Spencer pushing him.
Oh, Nemechek already got a tire mark on the left side of that car as they go into turn number 1.
Yes, sir. And Jimmy Spencer's probably helping him get that tire mark on all he can.
Dicing it up. 3 cars for the lead. Nemechek back on the point. Spencer into second. Dick Trickle lies third.
Well, that's a pretty clean first lap. Trickle looks like his car's shoving up the racetrack a little bit on him.
Yeah, he dropped back about 3 car lengths getting into turn 3 there. You can see him turn the steering wheel and the car would not turn it.
Oh, we got trouble right here. Charlie.
2 cars off in the grass trying to get it back. The number 38 in trouble is Elton Sawyer, and going with him there was Jeff Fuller. No caution on the track. That at the end of lap 2 in the main straightaway.
Jeff Fuller has a lot of damage to the right front corner of that car, though. It'll take a little while. They'll have to work on it to pit.
We should be bringing it in for some pit work. Here we come, completing lap number 3.
You know, yesterday in the qualifying race and in practice, too, they were just having an awful lot of trouble off of turn 4 here. Saw some big wrecks here yesterday in the qualifying race.
Ken, look at this. We're looking back at Dale Jarrett out of the back of Dick Trickle's car. You can see how the cars move around as they start through the corner. Down the straightaway here, they maintain about 185 miles an hour going down in the corners.
150 laps the distance today down to the inside. Jimmy Spencer going for that lead up there in the triangle.
This was a really hard year for the 87 team, personally and professionally. This was the year that John Nemechek, Joe's little brother, passed away in a wreck at Homestead. I've still not watched the wreck. I know it's online. I pass it over when I see it because that's a real painful part of our history, both myself and my son were quite involved with helping that team. My son would work on the car with John. So it's one of them really sucky things that happened to them, and it was totally undeserved for such a great family. Not that any death is deserved, you know, but if there's such thing as grace, you know, they say things can happen that make it go full circle. Well, Andrea had a little baby boy, and they named him John Hunter after Uncle John. So sadly, John didn't get to meet John Hunter, but he was around knowing, you know, there was a baby coming. Yeah, it was quite a year. There is a magazine, a Winston Cup Scene out there that has Joe on the front cover holding John Hunter as a baby. And in 97, you get to see John Hunter in the pits quite a bit with Joe. It's kind of cool to see. I mean, like, this was a homegrown team from Florida, from Lakeland, Florida, and Dad started working with them in 1991. Met them at Volusia when Kenny Wallace had his win with the Cox lumber car. My dad was helping Bertie with the Cox lumber car. My dad being from Florida, and Bertie had traveled down, and they qualified 16th and wanted to go just a little faster. So Bertie had Dad come over to the track, and at that point Dad had got out of racing and was just doing machine shop work.
Busch Grand National in action. 4 races left on their season. Right now, Jimmy Spencer is out in front.
I don't know if
out in the lead in the Busch Grand National point standings.
I don't know of another brother, Chris.
Toward a second in a row national title.
Yeah, he's moving up pretty well, Ken. He's picked off several cars.
I don't know. I don't know of that. If it happened, I'm just not familiar.
He seems to have trouble qualifying, but he always seems to run really well in the
Like,
race.
my memories of Nemco was like 91, 92. I traveled down from Massachusetts. I was living in Massachusetts at the time, so I would be definitely at the New Hampshire races and stuff, but until I moved south in 95, I didn't catch them all. But our experience with Nemco was it was a modest shop out on Mazeppa Road. It was pretty. It had like checkered black and white tiles on the floor. It was really pretty, and Dad got it all like bright lighted and everything, and put the wheels on casters, so the casters on the cars so you could push them around in a small space and things like that. And my dad was with Nemco from 91 to 94. Now in 94, Joe drove for the Monarchy, number 41. My dad helped a little there, but there were a lot of crew chiefs there, so my dad stepped back to the Busch team, and Joe ran a partial Busch Series schedule when he started in Cup with the Meineke car in 94. So that's 3 years prior to this stuff. So we weren't actually with Joe's team when my dad was helping him with the trucks when they lost John, unfortunately. Like I said, when we lose our drivers, we don't talk about it much. It's one of those things that you just know can happen, and you try to move on. No disrespect to the person that passed, but they wouldn't want us to stop racing either. They loved it to the core, and I loved John like to pieces. We won New Hampshire, and we were all driving to the victory dinner, and John was in the van with all the crew members and us and Dad and Mom, and we were all taking shots of Crown because we won, and we just had such good memories of John, and I can't watch his wreck. I just never have been able to, and I just don't want to.
17 of 200 laps complete. Jimmy Spencer's
but
out in front.
the team is cool. You know, Joe still races, like I said, his classic stuff. They work on classic cars for people. Stapleton did a whole thing with Aaron Brown. He does a lot with those cars too. There's so many facets of racing. If you love motorsports, you can get involved. Me, I like the history side. I'm writing a book for my dad's biography, and I like the museum side of things. I'm a huge Smokey Yunick fan. I live near where his stone marker was placed. I like to stop there and just reflect. And yeah, motorsports was my life. So these are my earthly grounding points. All the history.
There's the car that had to go to the rear of the field. Geoff Burton, yeah, he is now in 28th position. Alan Bestwick can tell us more.
Ken, this car that Geoff Burton has on the racetrack now is not the backup machine that they
Oh yes, Chris Trickle. He was shot, but I don't think he was murdered. I thought he survived. Well, he was in the hospital, but I didn't hear the outcome. But I did meet Dick in person. You know, just from being in the pit area, they know who we are, and everybody knows who's familiar. And Winston was the sponsor, and at the time I smoked Salem Light 100s, and they were menthol, but at Hickory you don't smoke near the cars. I mean, obviously, if you're a smoker, you kind of got to walk away from the pit area because of the gasoline and a lot of parts cleaners and stuff that blows up. And so I would walk out to the front fence. If you see Hickory today, there's a fence that is on the inside of the start-finish line where they line up after they win or whatever, the podium. But I would sit on that wall, which was across the pit lane from where the cars were being worked on, and smoke a cigarette. And Dick came by and bummed one from. Dick always smoked OP brand. If you knew Dick, he didn't carry his own smokes. He just walked around and would bum one off of everybody, and it was kind of an honor to me to have lent him a smoke at Hickory. So. Racing's great. There's so many fun things about racing. Now this is after Moroso. Dick Moroso got diagnosed with cancer in 96, and it actually in 95, and he ran 96 a little bit with the FINA. But the 20 car ended up, I think Jimmy Spencer bought the team somehow, or part of it.
Than you are when you're trying to catch up. So, Jimmy is probably being a little cautious in the traffic, giving Mark a chance to really close down that gap.
Second place, Mark Martin. And that Winn-Dixie car definitely closing ground. We get an interval between first and second.
Fun fact about Winn-Dixie, I have one right down the road, and that is my go-to grocery. It's still the little hometown feel. Uh-oh, wreck.
75 spinning on the inside, coming back out on the racetrack.
Bermuda Triangle. Got him. Turn 4. Sachs with a brand new ride. WCW car, which was formerly the New World Order car. Kyle Petty was driving.
A lot of people don't know that Greg Sachs. Fuller too. Greg Sachs did a lot of the stunt driving for the first Days of Thunder.
Looks like the 75 car might have nerfed him just a skosh. What do you think, Baker?
You call that nerfing? That was a pretty good little drop kick there.
Yeah, well,
what you call that?
Nerfing.
Baker?
It's a boof.
You usually have a bit different opinion than I do. We both agree on this?
Yeah, we agree on this one. Rick was coming through there, and you could tell that they were running very, very close. And sometimes you get into people like that by mistake.
Sachs was running 14th after he had started in 33rd position.
Pit stops coming. That's usually the sign when you see the tires start going on the wall. Now, they'll do that to fake everybody out, but that's usually a sign pit stops coming. You hear the guns testing. Ving, ving, ving.
Charlotte Motor Speedway. Prelude to tomorrow's 500th the Winston Cup. AutoZone race analysis.
Oh, that's awesome that you're a manager at Food Line. I used to shop at Food Line all the time in North Carolina when I lived in the Mooresville area. That was my go-to there. Winn-Dixie was for a while, and then they went out.
Some of the activity there. Let's go back
but
and listen to what happened.
I didn't know they
Listen to
still
what
existed.
happened up
There's
here
one
turn four.
in Ormond Beach, a little closer to Daytona than I am, and one here in Flagler Beach.
That hurt my ears.
It's kind of cool.
A lot of that smoke was off the steering wheel, too. Didn't all come off the tires.
Some of it's coming out of his ears now, I'm sure, over
sure
there
it
in
is,
the garage
too.
area.
Yeah.
I don't know of any Food Lions down here in Florida. I mean, I'm northern, you know, central to North Florida. I'm more in, you know, the south of St. Augustine and north of Daytona and on the coast.
He has just reported in the early laps of the race, his car's a little bit tight, meaning the front end wants to keep going
Pretty
straight
competitive
up the
for
racetrack
grocery
when he
stores,
turns
but
left
all we
in the
have is
corner
Publix,
instead of
but
turning left
everything
like
at
he wants
Publix
it
is
to.
like $2 higher.
He got
I don't
more
know
tires,
why.
a little chassis adjustment, he's back on the racetrack. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
They are.
Jimmy Spencer, the race
And
leader,
they
is
do have a
reporting
bigger
that he's
variety,
too
and they're more
tight.
fancy
And they're also
and
gonna
whatever,
say
but
how
I
long
like
the
my
racetrack, but next
old-fashioned
time they come in, they're
2
gonna
miles
make
down the road
adjustments.
grocery
Try to loosen the
store.
car up just a little bit. Jimmy's not
Oh,
quite happy with
okay.
it, but he is out front.
You saw Jeff Burton's number 9. He is up to 23rd from
Yeah,
43rd
things
where he
change.
started. Here's Jimmy Spencer.
The only other
who won
store they
earlier
have
this
here
season
would
at
be
Bristol
Aldi's,
in the
and
white
they've
number
got
20 up
one
in
of them
front.
big
And
box
there's
stores.
Jeff
I forget,
Burton on a
BJ's, I
roll.
think.
Tore a car up badly here
But
along with Jimmy
I don't
Brown.
buy in bulk
After
'cause I live in a
qualifying
small
at
place,
that
but
Bermuda Triangle in turn 4, laid it sideways across
like
the
my
track.
little Winn-Dixie.
Down crashed into the inside wall.
Their
he's
little
back
app
up car.
and get your
He's
points,
running like a blue streak.
stuff like that.
There you see Joe Bessie's car that just won 2 weeks ago at Dover, Delaware, in the number 6 out of the state of Maine.
Todd Bodine just pulled in the pits. He's the number 2 man in the points. This could be, you know, have an effect on how he finishes in the race if he gets the right break.
I think he probably noticed that the 74 car, LaJoie, didn't pit. This could be an opportunity for him. He come in, he got fresh tires. Maybe he thinks it'll give him some sort of an advantage on the racetrack. Because it's not a bad time to pit, really.
Showing 30 laps complete. Actually, he's pitted twice in this period, so they're making some adjustments trying to get him a little stronger as we roll through this.
Yeah, that's a good thing about a caution right now. You can change the car around a little bit, and then the next time you'll be up to the front again, and that's what they're thinking about.
Here's how they're deployed up front. Spencer, Martin, Nemechek, Labonte, the front 4, followed by Dale Jarrett. And
Hey,
Tony
Gamer,
Stewart.
good morning.
Having a very good
How
run. Let's
you
go to Chad
doing?
Little.
Just a quick update, Ken.
Good to see
our
you.
Winston Cup champion, Terry Labonte,
I wish I
came
had
in
sound
and
alerts. I don't know how to do them. I got them, but
And also right next to Terry is pitting Mark Green.
What
They
is they
started
called?
36th, and he's up into 16th place. He's moved up 20 spots already, so he's having a good day.
sound alerts, they're on and everything, and I think they work for all y'all, but I don't hear them in my ear, so I don't know. My settings are screwed up. I'm coming in the chat in a little bit. I'm just being lazy.
I'm sure.
Yeah, Mark Green, speaking of
Tying
him,
my hair up.
16th. You know, he's one of the 3 Green brothers, David, Geoff, and Mark, and he is doing a great job here up to 37th. Another Owensboro boy there. I got to get my licks in because Squirrel started about that Maine stuff here before long.
See, you even get the state wrong. It's Vermont.
Vermont.
Oh, Vermont, Maine.
They're all the same to him.
Okay, wicked cool.
All woodchuck.
Boy, are you going to get mail now, Walter.
That's what they tell. They tell me that.
Guys, let's get back to the race. We got a good one going on here.
They did drop the green flag, didn't they?
Here you see Spencer diving out in front. Martin has an opportunity to really close right up on him as they come off that flag. First caution of the race, back under green at lap 32.
Yep, Jimmy Spencer pulled him out about a 7 or 8 car length lead, and there's Nemechek all over the back of Mark. Seems like it takes Mark a little bit of time, 2 or 3 laps to get that forward wound up, but once he does, he starts moving.
Bottom of the body in 4th, Jarrett in 5th, followed by Stewart, and then we've got Dick Trickle hanging right on in 7th. And
Everything
Steve
used to
Clark is in
work, but then I don't know, like I made a couple of new scenes, and somehow something didn't cross back
Buckshot's
over.
got a car that's run very well on this size track. He's had a 4th, a 6th, and
Like
7th
this.
this year.
Daryl, you made a point. You can see the 2 cars there, 2nd and 3rd,
Let's
right now
see.
fighting it out. Mark
Got
in
this
the 16th
scene,
there,
see?
right on the bottom of the racetrack. I
Where
think
I'm like
he
real
has
big.
his car set up for high
All my
tires.
shit's all
It
over.
seems that Nemechek is much quicker on the first 8 or 10
And then
laps, and
that's
all of a
usually
sudden
when I
the
aim it
car
out the
starts
window and
to
have the weather thing. That's my weather one.
starts to extend his
And
lead as he starts
those,
to right
the
now,
sound,
tires come in.
Yeah, Jimmy Spencer seems to
think
have
the
best
sounds
setup. I
work
like
on
Jimmy's-
this scene.
I like his setup. Drive off the lead.
Check.
Look in the mirror and don't see anybody. That's the best setup.
Forgive me, I'm Sunday morning, scuzzy, but it's not Sunday, it's Tuesday. Let me see.
8th, 9th, and 10th right there.
Let's see. My try this.
3-car is parked.
They get really, I mean, the cars get so bottled.
Let's see if this works.
How about a beer?
See, it works under this scene, but it doesn't work when I switch to this one. It doesn't work. So I don't know. See what I'm saying?
He's tasted success.
So I gotta copy some of them settings over to the others, to this scene, because this is like my original scene. But see, then I did all my banner and stuff. See what I'm saying? So then I got scene 2, which I don't know what the fuck that is. It's nothing. Blank. I don't know. And then I got this. So I'm just all confused. And then I got one that says gallery. I have no idea what the heck that's going to be. I got 2 scenes there. And then I got main scene. So under the very first scene that I did, all my sounds work. But I don't know what the fuck I did. Screwed up this one. But I like that I did the banner. I actually took every single little picture and put it all around the banner. And then I screenshotted it and then cut the banner out.
Todd Bodine is back in 28th position in that point battle for the Busch Grand National title to be decided in the last race of the year, presumably at Homestead, Florida. But LaJoie continues to build a
I'm sure that you'll be dealing with the same thing as you did with Gruel, because I'm not too literate either. I did it once, like with a tutorial. That's how I set up the first one. But then when I wanted to add all the banner, because it's important to me, like if I was a ding-dong the other day, I was saying, where is the Vega 15? Where is the Vega 15? I'm searching through all kinds of pictures and I can't find it. And it's like right above. It's like right there. Right up the very top. It's right there. Like right there. Right above the 43 incentive. So anyway, like it was important to me that I put all of Dad's. It was important to me to put all of like Dad's more notable cars around him. Now there is others that I forgot to put. You know, he's work time here, Tom there. But starting in the upper left corner where my sisters are in and I are in those little red and white jackets. That was combining with the car, not the 50, but the 35 I got. That was for that team when we were going to Stafford for the first time. And I want to say 71, but I don't. It might have been prior. Because I don't look like I'm 10 there.
So it's Craven backs up good. Scramble right here, and Matt Kenseth looking better and better in that 17.
And it's more like 9 or 8. So it was probably 67. But then there's a little black and white photo of a 0. And that was a championship car at Hudson Speedway in 1965. So, and then 1966 is the 50. That's the car Dad built. That won the championship in modifieds that year. And then the 35 there with the spoiler. That car won 4 championships. And 35 when the white 35. That's Kenny Bouchard. And they won the New England All-Star Racing Series, like 7 races or 8 races, and they won the points for all of that with that car. And as you like keep going around there across the top, is all the modifieds,
And that's what happens a lot of times. You elect only take 2 tires.
From Old Blue. He worked on almost every famous modified that there were. The red #1 like Bodine, but it was a 3-car team. He worked with Ray Hendricks, and Bugsy Stevens, Ronnie Bouchard. The 2X, that was Ryan Preece's grandfather's car. My dad worked on that with Bob.
That's how they look in the battle between
And
6th and 7th as Dick Trickle.
the #7 was probably Billy Hood, and M&H bought that car and raced it this following year. And then, of course, Old Blue. Ronnie drove to a win at Thompson.
Promotional fees and considerations have been paid by,
I want to say 1982 or 3.
Duralube.
It was when Ronnie was running the Cup stuff for the Stacy team, and Dad was crew chief down south.
49 laps, 73.5 miles are down. There's been one.
And they came up to Thompson for a special show.
Get it on here. Charlotte Motor Speedway in the bumper-to-bumper.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
There's your leader, Jimmy Spencer, and right behind him, the Winn-Dixie #60 closing ground. Mark Martin in that second spot as they peel off into turn number 1. 33 cars still on the lead lap.
Up in the top right-hand corner, that's
Jimmy Spencer.
the Texas Pete Joe Nemechek Championship team, 1992. 93 is the Dentine one below it. Below that is Moroso in 95. Below that is winning with Fuller at the Bristol race with the 47. The guest ejector ride. The same, actually the same team. Changed hands, kind of, but it's Stenhouse's team now.
As you see him coming down the back straightaway.
They won Bristol in 96.
That would be Bobby Labonte, right? Up in the third.
Then we kind of jump back to 94. Behind me is or 93, my bad. The Budweiser 87 was Joe's very first Cup car. Dad built that. And then so that was 93. Then 97 is there with the clipboard and square D outfit. Then we've got Fedewa and Fuller, which we mentioned Bristol. Fedewa he'll go to next year in 98. Got the dirt car there of Hot Rod Hunter Gustafson. He runs Volusia. We had fun doing some dirt stuff there in 2017. You go to the left of that one, you see a couple of IMSA cars, the SCCA. One is Bob Collier, and the other one is Doug Wingo. Wingo is his last name? I think it's Doug Wingo. And that's in Virginia. And then to the left of that is the early IMSA. And that was with Denman Brothers. There's a couple of shots of that car with Bob Earl. I think they won quite a few GTO races with that car. And then that same team had Tommy Riggins, and they started getting into Cup, so the road started crossing back over to Cup with Tommy Riggins.
Number 60, Mark Martin, who has dominated here in the past several years. Having a great day.
As good as those two cars.
Oh, okay. I know what it is. That's the Stacy car.
Unstable off of turn 4 like they do this time.
You can see Spencer going high there in the center.
That was the 47 at Race Hill Farms, 1992. I mean, 1982. Dad was crew chief then. And then there's the 47 that was 1981. That's a show car that was taken 2 years ago with my son. Then there's a picture of me sitting on pit wall at New Hampshire. And then we're back at the start. But that's kind of a little timeline. So that's why it's important that I have the banner.
We're going to go a little further here, 10, 15 more laps, and then we're going to get into that pit window. And some of these guys that are running back here 8th, 10th, 11th place, they stopped at 38 laps. So if we don't get a caution here pretty
So I was
soon,
familiar with
there could be a big
stacking
change in
things
the
like
leaderboard.
that.
Take a look, another look at that move by
My resources are really low, so I don't use Streamlabs, just sound alerts and stream element type stuff.
And that's the 4th lead change in this race.
Ken, I want to take back what I said. It looks like Mark Martin's checking out right now. I don't think Spencer fell back there to see where his line is, but he hadn't got to look at it much.
You know what? I've never seen Mark Martin pass anybody on the outside.
You never will.
He always passes on the inside, right on that white line. What does that tell you, Baker?
He knows that 8 tires corner better than 4.
And he don't want to be the extra set, right?
That's right.
Another guy that I'll tell you is making a pretty good run here, boys, is again Phil Parsons. He's right there on Dale Jarrett, and they get ready to put a move on him.
You see Dick Trickle there. Steve Park has moved right in on his bumper as they head down towards the back straightaway.
And Bobby Labonte moving from 11th up in the 3rd. There you see the Dick Trickle, number 64, with Steve Park right there in the picture. They scramble in 6th and 7th position.
As soon as they get
Steve Park was driving for Earnhardt. They were planning on future, you know. Dale was stepping back a little from the driving duties. In fact, he didn't even do a lot of his testing. He would have test drivers. That's how Kevin Harvick actually ended up being the one put in the car when the tragic accident happened. Because he was actually his test driver. He had Skinner, Bob Park, and Harvick doing testing.
How about Trickle? Dick Trickle and Shoemaker Racing Team going to victory lane. And what a smile, I'm sure, is on the face of the White Knight.
Ah, yes, the White Knight of the Midwest.
Number 99.
What a
That was his
smile.
number, yeah,
Yep.
great guy.
So there you have it, Dick Trickle in 6th place currently, but on the racetrack at the present moment, story is Mark Martin out in front with Jimmy Spencer in 2nd, followed by Bobby Labonte and Stewart up to 4th, Tony Stewart. So you've got that duo running in 3rd and 4th position out here.
Going to school right now. You couldn't follow anybody better than Bobby Labonte. Team cars running 3rd and 4th.
See, I think we know Stewart has a ton of talent. He raced the IRL car here and sat on the pole a few weeks ago. And the other thing is, I think he just needs track time, buddy. He needs time in these cars to get some familiarity.
IRL back then meant Indy Racing League, not in real life. It's kind of funny to hear him say IRL.
Experience in the race condition.
You mean spurts?
Spurts, that's it.
You got to get that spurts if you're going to do any good in this series. Right.
English is not a major subject.
Wait a minute here. Talking about experience, look at Mark Martin right here. He is really picking it up and putting it down now. You can see him going by lap traffic. They look like they're actually coming in the pits. He's running so hard.
Got a big piece of debris off turn 4 here. Just flew up off of one of the cars. I don't know which one.
Racing grew so quick back then that when they were just chit-chatting and stuff, it reminded me when, oh, you're kidding. Bummer. Turn 4 bit him.
Caution is on the track. And Dick Trickle's number 64 has found the wall.
What in the world happened?
That's a classic Charlotte wreck right there.
We were looking at the debris
Back
on the
into the
racetrack,
wall.
and all of a sudden, the camera people were looking, and I saw the car spin and hit the wall.
See some smoke in there. Maybe it looked like maybe something happened to the engine.
The Duralube Chevy comes to rest at lap 68. Dick Trickle, who was running in the 6th spot.
Yeah, we were looking down here at this debris. You don't, Baker, you don't reckon that's his spoiler down, part of his spoiler laying down there, do you? Yeah. I don't know. I
Can you
can't
get a little
tell.
tighter? Maybe we can see if that's off here.
No, that looks like a piece of fiberglass. I think
Maybe
that's
off the 34 car. Mike McLaughlin's car.
No,
Here's
I think
Trickle
it's off
coming
of
out. It's off the
38.
38 car.
38 car.
Elton Sawyer's car. Let's see if we can find out what happened to Dick Trickle in the 64. We had some debris down here in turn number 4, waiting for the caution to come out. Oh, he did get a piece of the wall.
Man, he did. I believe something happened to the engine in that car.
Yeah, it's dropping a lot of oil, and he hit the
I think we
back.
came to that long after the situation had developed that sent him spinning and sliding up into the outside wall. Leaders are now pitting.
Well, that's right in there. This is right in their pit window, 65 to probably 70 laps.
Steve Burns.
And Mark Martin on the road to the
You know, during this race, I might be actually visiting Dad in the 81 truck, because I remember meeting Kenny, like officially. I mean, I knew who Kenny Wallace was, but he was working with Kenny. I remember him introducing me. And Kenny remarking that you look just like your father.
And he has got a full tank. Is down and away to Alan Bestwick.
Which I do.
Stalls the car trying to leave. Going to cost him maybe a spot trying to get back on the racetrack. Stewart had a little bit of a slower stop. He's going to lose 7 or 8 positions. Jeff Burton came back in. He was set to go the distance on fuel with only one more stop later on in the race. He's going to have to come back in again now because they didn't run long enough under green.
Let's look at a rundown when one comes up.
Came out and he pitted. He had a slow leaking tire. That last caution before this one was a huge break for him. Let's go upstairs.
Under caution with 105 miles complete, 70 laps. We'll take a break and be back, reset the field, and get back to racing in the bumper-to-bumper 300 at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Steve Meal. I first met him when my son was like a year and a half old, or so, 1982 Dover, I think.
Number 64. The fireman was pouring on the coal.
He was carrying my son around the hotel room and teaching him how to pull the light string. It was a roof ceiling light back then with a pull string, and he was teaching him how to cut the light on and off. That's how I remember Steve Meal. And he was crew chief for Cal Petty. Then, and that was 19, that was like with the Sitco, I think, and that was 1982.
Let's get ourselves after all.
Kyle was in my mom and dad's hotel room jumping up and down on the bed. That was back when we all had hotel rooms and we just left the doors open, and everybody, like, hotel room crews on like a Saturday night before the race. You know, they grill out and shoot the breeze and have coolers and sodas and beer or whatever. But although it was Saturday, not many of them drank much beer because they got to work the next day and come. But we did a hotel room cruise.
Jimmy Spencer has told
It was
his
just
crew it's one of the best cars he's ever had here in Charlotte. He says
social gathering, I guess.
Today. Don't worry about it, guys, he told him.
I don't think they do that much anymore. Maybe the Cars Tour does. They seem to have that
and they hope the 87 can now go to the front.
camaraderie.
Well, earlier we talked about Matt Kintz's strategy to coming in early on the green.
I don't know how much they use hotels either.
It paid off for him. He caught a caution, was able to come in and get his tires, and now he's in sync with the leaders. Back up to you.
And he's running in 19th
But I do
position.
remember
Let's
that.
check the front
Being
of
at the
field here,
motels
guys, as we
and
get
everybody
ready
would
for
prop their
green flag condition
hotel
again.
doors open with the coolers.
We know how
And
strong he is. I don't
everybody
know. I guess
would, like,
McLaughlin either took 2 tires
cruise
or didn't
room
take
to
any
room.
because he's running second now. And our leader,
Raising hell.
early leader, Nemechek, is right there.
Jimmy Spencer's up to 4th, buddy.
Jimmy Spencer's running
Somehow,
really well all day. Led
the
most
sport
of the
growing
race up to this
as
point.
large as it
Martin
has
on
has
real
took a
low
lot of the
tires,
fun out of
got
it.
the lead away from him, but he'll be back. You can count on Jimmy Spencer to make this exciting.
Steve Park to 5th. Bobby
I think that's
Labonte
why
in
I'm
6th.
drawn
Phil
so much
Parsons
to
will
the
be
short
7th.
track
Dale
racing, like
Jarrett
Cars
in
Tour
8th.
and the Mod
And
Tour,
that
the
number
Smart
9
Tour,
from all the way
Smart
out
Mods,
back.
Southern Modified Tour,
He's got
and the
the
Wheeling
number 9 in
Modified Tour.
9th position.
Even
And,
the
Sadler,
Monaco
Ellis
Tri-Track
Sadler's up to 10th.
Let's not forget Tony Stewart back there.
series up in New England for the modifieds. I'm like, it's still got the old school vibe where the teams, even though they're competitive off the track, they hang, you
When
know.
you have a baby, all the guys that have babies usually win the next weekend, and he needs to pick it up here.
I've got Fodder on in the background, by the
Terry
way.
Labonte, you know, the old Iceman.
Hear music, it was him, but he just rated out to another channel. I always try to keep somebody up live,
It happened to me twice.
give them some
And
viewing
just think
hours.
about last year, Geoff Fuller at Bristol.
running,
His wife gave birth to the baby on Thursday. He won the Busch race on Friday night. It is a known fact.
Ready for another baby.
And now let's see. There's LePage, an 88 car. He's up to 16.
Charlotte Road.
Finley, I don't think.
I heard. He heard.
Man, we've got Mark Martin up in front, ready to bring the field down on that Ford.
I thought I'd get some respect when I got up here. I don't get any in the garage area.
Hey, I tell you, get no respect up here.
Oh,
It's Jack.
Mark Martin going for his 32nd career victory.
So I'm looking him now.
First on the all-time Grand National list. Break that record of 31 set by the Iron Man Jack.
Yeah, ARCA too.
here we go.
What I've noticed with ARCA is
McLaughlin right there in second.
a lot of them are buying like
I don't know how he got there. I didn't pay
a
that
few
much
races
attention
at a
to this stuff,
time
but I bet you
because
did.
it is so expensive to run. Like I know one family that runs like from our past racing history. This girl's uncle drove, her mom drove, like all at the short tracks in New England, but they're in Florida now. She run Florida trucks now for the last 10 years or so, and got Florida champion, got New Smyrna track champion, and all that. She's pretty good, but the cost to run ARCA is ridiculous, I think, for these people. And her name is Becca, and Becca Monopoly, and she runs a few of the ARCA races, like they pick and choose. But man, she was running so good even on the last one in Blue Motor. When they're racing New Smyrna, we keep track of her and stuff like that, and we've even like gone and hung in their pits. Her mom sent us some complimentary tickets for the bleachers as well, and like I said, I mean, we knew the Colsons, which her mom was a Colson, and Frank Colson drove forever. She drove Rita Colson, but now she's married to Tommy Monopoly, which was one of the engine guys and crew guys from New England. So it's really fun when we can go to New Smyrna and see them. That's kind of my goal, is to do some changes from where we're living now and try to find a more efficient place. Where we are is a resort, an RV resort, and it's almost doubled in price since we got here. So we've got to explore some options so we can go to more local races, because it's pretty cool. They have great racing in Florida. For everything else, that's actually a plus.
Parsons got real loose off turn 4 trying to follow Bobby Labonte through there.
Did you?
And just
A 111?
blue number 10 is that number 32 of Dale Jarrett, and then the number 9, Jeff Burton, who is still
See?
Yeah, he's in
That's
the hunt,
awesome. You just keep digging. Like you and Chris putting in a lot of seat time. Did you spot him in Mooncar last night?
When you're hot, you're hot. And that boy,
I thought I heard somebody talking to him, but I assumed it was you. Yeah, he did okay. I think he finished okay. I know he ran pretty good. I can't remember where he finished. 17th, maybe? I know he finished 10th last week.
He's won here before. He needs a win. He needs to lose that sponsor. So he's trying to
Yeah,
find
cool.
him a new one. The best way to do that is win this race.
I'm glad he runs that. It's kind of fun. I'm glad he gets to show off the old 47 paint scheme, you know, from our past. And it's kind of a nice throwback.
They just put gas in the car and raised the track bar. He started 19th without any tires.
Yeah, it's great to do that. You have no idea, like in real life, if you do something in real life, it's gonna way pay off. Like just knowing that vibe, you know, the racing routine, knowing what might make you go better, what might. Yeah. What do you go to your home tracks at all? Like, do you have home tracks? Like we have New Smyrna and Volusia. We got both dirt and asphalt within like an hour or less from our house. I think Volusia is like a half hour and New Smyrna is 45 minutes.
There are wheels completely off. You can see Tracy Leslie there. It's the right rear wheel off.
you don't have some.
See right there, the tire actually come off the wheel. That's it sitting right there. Next
Midwest
to the
is a little more known for like dirt pro
get up in the wall,
stocks
and in the
and stuff.
72 car, Dylan, he tried to avoid that car, and he got sideways
Yeah,
and turned back
yeah.
out into the racetrack.
Third caution of the race.
A lot of our asphalt tracks can dirt. One that I
75
watched
car
there
involved in
is
that.
New
Rick
Egypt,
Wilson, Rick Wilson.
where Toza's brother races.
Going to work on Tracy Leslie's rig.
Here we go.
Okay, that's
That
Rick
used to
Wilson.
be
He had
asphalt, and we
problems
raced
earlier
it back in the
race
70s.
75 there. He starts coming down. You can see him in a lot of trouble fighting to get control again.
And then here comes the 72 car.
Drag
He gets
racing
down here on the
stuff's
bottom of
great,
the racetrack
too.
where all the dirt and debris
Dad
is.
started out drag racing
Turns back up in the racetrack, and this is
in
when trouble starts.
1961.
Right there.
Well, he bought his
Dylan
first
gets
race car in
backwards there into
57,
Tracy
so
Leslie to 63. What
he
a hard
was
hit.
racing.
All of this at lap 82.
His uncle drove
Lap
and Tinker
82 was when this
drove.
altercation took place, which has brought out the third caution in the event. We'll take a break and be back with more of the All-Pro Bumper to Bumper.
He started building his cars when I was like
Hey, race
3.
fans, Budweiser asks, who won? May 28th, 1994, Charlotte Motor Speedway. Pole
May
sitter Mike Skinner in
1994.
number 88 in the 32 of Dale
I was
Jarrett
living in
battled early in the
Florida.
race. Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt in car number 3 was charging through the field from 33rd starting position. At the front of the pack, Mark Martin in number 60 was challenged by the 29 of Phil Parsons. But who won? Here's the list of contenders. The answer when we return.
Jarrett was
The
always
All-Pro Bumper
fast.
300 on TBS is brought to
At
you by
Charlotte.
Channel Lock. Get a grip on life's
I would
simple
bet at
challenges. Get
Jarrett.
a grip on Channel Lock, and by Mobile Motor Oil.
That's my guess, Jarrett.
Phil Parsons scored his second career Grand National win at Charlotte.
I was wrong.
Mike Skinner ran well from the pole, but ignition problems put him out of the running before halfway. After a magnificent drive to the front, Dale Earnhardt's engine let go, sending him behind the wall. Mark Martin ran with the leaders all day, but wound up finishing second. There was no other competition for Phil Parsons, who recorded his first Grand National Super Speedway victory. Who Won was brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beer. This Bud's for you.
Back with you live at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Budweiser is
Grand
another
National
really good
cars.
sponsor that's been in
Cautions
racing
on
a
the
long
track for the
time.
third time, and another look as to what happened.
Anheuser-Busch.
Talk about low-angle shots.
Yeah. This gets ugly right along in here. Man, watch out. Duck, Baker. Duck. Oh, the 75 car just gets in there and goes up the hill and backs it in the wall, and I think that's where that triangle is. along
That
there somewhere.
72
Here comes
Detroit
Matt
gasket, when
Yeah.
they
Down on the
started
bottom.
Mike
He got down in
running,
the debris.
Mike Dillon there.
my dad
got on
set
the
up their
flat
shop and
where a
everything.
lot
He did
debris
most of
is
his
there.
work in the
Mentioned
off
that. Gets
season
into
of
Tracy Leslie hard there, turns
95,
around, actually knocks the tire right
leading
off
into
the wheel. The
95,
impact was
into
so
maybe,
severe.
I'm trying to think, 96. Yeah, 96
Stay tuned
they
immediately
started the
following
season with
race,
him.
the Road to the
He only
Championship.
stayed a couple
NASCAR
races. I
Winston
think he
Cup
left
action featuring the last shakedown,
fairly
the happy hour
quickly
here at the
in
Charlotte Motor
96.
Speedway for these competitors.
But he did set
all
up the
lined
shop,
over in the
get
Winston
the
Cup
schedule
garage, ready to come
and
out.
the
We'll have
crew
driver
all in the
interviews,
right
behind-the-scene
direction.
looks,
I don't
anticipate
think
some
him and
analysis
Mike
from our
communicated
experts here
as
to
well as they
how
had
they
hoped, but
shake
my
'em
son
out for
worked with
tomorrow's
Mike quite a bit
500-mile test. Here's
on
Alan
exhaust
Bestwick.
systems and
Ken,
building
I'm down
stuff.
in Dale
So it
Jarrett's
was a
pit.
good
Dale is
opportunity
reporting
for
some
Christopher
tricky
to be in a
carburetor problems.
race
He
shop
says
a little
when he
bit.
steps on the gas, the car never acts the same twice in a row.
I don't
The crew's
really
been
know the
thinking about trying to fix it. For
details of
now,
all
though,
that,
Dale's
but I
staying on the
know
racetrack
that
and running well
they
in the top
purchased
10.
a
Let's go to
car.
Steve Burns.
Alan, Todd Bodine's having carburetor problems too. You see the crew working on it right now.
I
Todd
know
came
what
down pit
happened. I
road,
remember
they
now.
raised the hood,
Detroit
he tried to
gasket
get it fired, it
sponsored.
sounded real rough. He finally got it back underway, but they think they have a carburetor problem as well.
Maybe.
Let's go to Mike Hogwarts.
Nah, I might be
Guys, I'm
confusing
down
that
in
with
turn
Grissom.
4 with a bunch
I don't
of
really
fans.
know.
This is a great place to watch a race.
It just
We're
fell
on
apart.
top of an
I
old
just know
school
that.
bus. Rick Brown from Thomasville, North Carolina owns this. And what did they do for the race today? Hey, they cooked up 150 fish that they caught earlier this week. They're having a great party, watching the game, watching the race on TBS. They got a satellite dish and having a super time, just as so many people are here to watch this race on these RVs. Down
Oh,
in
that's
turn 4.
wicked
Chat a little
good.
now.
Well, that sounds like fun over there. A quick update on Terry Labonte. Remember, he had to race in that Hooligans race, but he's having a great day now. He's up to 12th place.
That's always the best thing for a spotter is to tell him things he can't see. Like, it's hard for him to see a check up in the front of the pack or
Well, they had over 100 people there.
a lap car that the field is coming up on, whether it's going high or going low. Those are things the driver can't quite see when he's concentrating on driving.
What does a Newell cost?
It's very expensive.
That's a motor coach.
Well, they have one painted. There's that one we were just looking at. They've got Newell painted.
And at the Glen,
see, I have no idea how much a Newell
in the
costs.
GT3s,
I know it's $10,000 a month.
yeah,
Enough said.
Consistency
87 laps now in the
and
book.
speed. Once you get both of that, that's like ideal. And it comes from actually hitting your entry points. You just totally race the track, hit those entry points. Try not to saw the wheel, have everything be really smooth. Smooth is the key to a fast time at a road course.
Over there in that Newell.
Easy in, hard out.
They're having more fun than I am, I can tell you that.
You gotta hit your marks every time. The concentration level is crazy.
We had a great time last night over my shop, though. T. Graham Brown came over last night. I had a fan club gathering, had about 5,000 people.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's what matters is like the focus.
How long did
And not getting distracted. Because you miss one turn, it'll throw your entire lap off.
T. Graham was there and all
for
my
the
fans
rhythm
and
or
friends and
whatever.
family, and we had a big time.
Oh, that's great, Joe. Let's go down and see if we can find out from Jeff Burton's crew chief right now. Alan?
How about Tommy Morgan, who just finished getting a pocket full of water from Buddy Parrott up on top of the toolbox. Tommy, you've come from the back up into the top 10. How does Jeff respond to the... what does he say the car's doing?
Well, beginning of the race, the car was a little loose. We tightened him up now. That's the best it's been. We plan on one more stop, and we should be able to go the rest of the way after that.
Now, you were set to go the distance on one more stop after the first caution. You decided to come in the last time by. Was that strictly because the way the car was handling?
Yeah, we needed to loosen it up a little bit. We got a little too tight that first stop, so we loosened it back up. He should be good to go in a minute here.
Tommy hesitating because the ice water shower is coming again. Thanks, Tommy. We'll get you out of here before you get harassed some more. Ken?
A couple of laps to the 90 mark here. This last crash has taken some time to clear up, but we're about a lap away. We'll take a quick break and be back for the restart.
Promotional fees and considerations have been paid by Richmond Gear, Gould's Pumps. You can be a Winston Cup team owner and compete for over $70,000 in cash and prizes by playing Fantasy Cup Auto Racing. Call 1-800-877-RACE for your rule book or play online at www.fantasycup.com.
90 down, 110 to go with Spencer, Nemechek, Martin, Park, Bobby Labonte, the front five as we get ready to go green again. It'll come at lap 91. Field rolling down. Mike Dillon is back out here. I am determined to make him the sheriff of Dodge City today.
Matt, yeah. You notice anything different about the restarts, Ken?
Yeah, they moved him to the other side.
Yeah.
Outside. Yeah. On those restarts. And that makes them the same in Grand National as the other 13 traveling series of NASCAR.
That is so important to have the rules the same. As you move up, you don't have to adjust when you move up to Winston Cup. You're used to starting on the right side after restart.
Yeah, one thing they need to do this series right here to help everybody is get the cars more like the Winston Cup cars. I know they're Thunderbirds, Pontiacs, and Chevrolets, but they need to get the engines and the cars and everything else the same. These guys are at a real disadvantage when they get out of 500 horsepower and step into 750 horsepower like a Winston Cup car has. And I wish they would do that. That would make this series a lot more valuable.
But isn't it going to carry the cost up to where a lot of these guys are going to be really disadvantaged?
I don't know. It's the same engine. Probably just changed carburetor. They run a 390 carburetor on this engine.
Okay.
And if they'd run a 750 or an 850 like we run on the Cup cars, then it'd be it'd make a lot more power.
On the restart, Jimmy Spencer in front, Nemechek in second, Mark Martin in third, Steve Park in fourth, followed by Bobby Labonte and Phil Parsons in sixth spot with Dale Jarrett seventh. Jeff Burton.
What a great fight there. You see Steve Park right on the bottom side of the lap car there as they go in the corner, and Bobby Labonte right on his back bumper as they head down the back straightaway. We're riding with Phil Parsons down through here. Look at this side by side. Now they're moving back single file. You can see the 10 car there, Phil Parsons making a move on the inside.
Meanwhile, Spencer and Nemechek pull away up in front. Martin stays third, and there's about 10 car lengths between him and Steve Park.
So many things change, you know. I'm sure people wonder how come Mark can drive up there later on and take the lead. But as the thing burns off fuel, the weight transfers to the front. Maybe it makes his front end stick a little bit better. His car's set up for used tires, worn tires, maybe a little bit better than the two cars out front right now. So a lot of things go into something changing in the car to make it run better as they go along.
Nemechek falls back to car length 02 from Jimmy Spencer on this last lap, which is marked as 95.
See, a lot of you'll hear in other series people talk about, well, we did this on full tanks and we did this in our last practice. These cars pretty much run on full tanks all the time, except when they get into the race.
For Waltrip climbing now, he's up to 11th, and Kevin LePage has worked his way into 10th. LePage finished second yesterday in the consolation round. He had started in that 11th slot and put on a great show with Greg Sachs. If you missed it earlier, Sachs in a big shunt here brought out the first major caution of the day in this race. He is okay.
That's awesome. That's totally like all those things become second nature instead of anything you have to think about. After you get used to a track, you know it. And that's the stuff that the sim by far helps in real life drivers. Because it does such, you know the nuances and the entry points and stuff. The only thing in real life drivers say compared to the sim is you don't get all that G-force, which is extremely like a physical thing.
Colors today. Look at this lead. Here's Joe Nemechek closing in on Spencer.
It definitely helps you
to
it up a notch. What Joe Nemechek, he made
know those entry points and such.
Jimmy Spencer drove away from him in the early part of the race. And look at the Foxy there, number 3.
As second nature, which will help you when you get around other traffic. You know what lines do what and where you can
just knows, like you said, that his car's a lot better the longer they go. So let them run their tires off, and then I'll pass them.
Riding with Mark Martin back straightaway, working lap 99, coming to the halfway mark.
Yeah, and look at the steering wheel when he goes in the corner. I turn harder than that to get in my driveway. That car is really hooked up. That steering wheel basically still as he's making a move here at 190 miles an hour. You can see that car very, very stable.
You know, that's what we were talking about, buddy. Used to, back when we had bias tires, a driver really worked the steering wheel. He jacked on that thing all day long. You don't see that anymore. You're very precise and very smooth.
Martin to second. Nemechek falls to third. Martin in the 60, closing on Spencer in the 20.
The beginning of this stream with Richmond's got me baffled. I guess that was the next race in the schedule.
You just can't do that with radios.
For the Cup after
halfway mark coming out on the field. It'll be Spencer, Martin, Nemechek, Bobby Labonte, Phil Parsons, the top 5, followed by
Because I know I was at Charlotte and I knew about the book.
Jeff Burton in 7th, Jared in 8th. LePage is up to 9th to 10th. Michael Tony Stewart.
And it's close.
At 18. Winston 11th spot. Mike Dillon back on pit road. He's been in and out a couple of times in the last 10 or 15 laps.
No, Darrell, you're talking about the tires,
how
well they grip
fluid Phil Martacci a lot
car last year at Daytona.
Now I know he was friends with him. I don't know if he was always working on the car or if he was just accompanying as a friend or something. But
yeah, they have great traction, but if they ever lose that traction, it's hard to get it back.
Like I said, 97 for Dad. He helped a lot of teams at various points in the season. In 97. His schedule in 98 and 99 will be a lot more easier to follow because he was with the base Motorsports 33 until they shut the doors. I think they had some finance woes.
Spencer was, that's one of those things that you say, what an
Bill Bumgarner passed away
I'm sure he has
recently.
every lap, and he just broke loose just for a second. He had to chase the car up the hill, and there's the 2 cars behind him went right past.
And Bobby Labonte is now closing in on Jimmy Spencer from 4th, and Steve Burns can tell us more about Jimmy Spencer.
Well, Ken, he's really not having a problem. They decided, they talked to the pit crew, and Jimmy said, I'm going to let him go by. Now, that doesn't sound like the old Jimmy Spencer that we know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to know all them nuances.
Take a look at that move again out there.
I know that the Glen was really the first road course he learned in more detail than others. When he first started, doing roads.
Spencer 3rd, Bobby Labonte 4th. Major altercation. There you see the 35 resting Lyndon Amick at the bottom of turn 2.
Young kid there that has had a hard time getting into Busch Series racing.
You can see the screen down. That's the way the drivers tell the rescue squad, I'm okay. They put the screen down to let them know everything's okay. You don't have to hurry over to the car.
96 Dash Series champion Lyndon Amick crashing lap 104.
My dad helped them a couple of races in the beginning of the season as well. For real Talladega, for sure. Because I know they had a minor wreck at Talladega.
The white car, I can't tell what number that is.
That's Kevin Schwantz, the motorcycle racer.
But like I said, Dad was more like a consultant, and he would go on a race-to-race basis a lot of times.
And that's what caused that. And then I think Setzer maybe was just trying to react to what he saw.
Yeah, that one hurt.
Got the thing out from under him.
That was a big wreck.
This is all down in turn 1 and 2 area. Mark Martins, number 60, in front. Jimmy Spencer.
People. I got some Winn-Dixie hamburger in the
looking up from under now.
Got sometime today on the grill.
Check able to sock it home too and go into 2nd place. Take another look at that one for a moment.
Now this is where Jimmy Spencer says, I'm going to let him go by. This isn't really where I would do that. I don't think that was.
That looks like the car got a little bit loose.
Are you practicing with the boot? Do they have the boot, or is that what?
Normally, if you were going to do something like that, we're going to let them go by. You do it down the straightaway.
The configuration is the IMSA one, right, with the boot?
He lost 2 spots there if that was his plan. Sounds good to me, though.
We'll take a break at lap 105. 95 remaining in this bumper.
Yes, neither are wrong, actually. Oh, you guys are running NASCAR.
For years, Borg Warner has been considered one of the premium
there's a guy I knew really well, Randy Pemberton.
What a lot of people don't realize is for the past 10 years,
one of my favorite
has
people.
owned the T10 division of transmissions. Now, I'm joined by Kyle Petty, driver of the Hot Wheels Pontiacs on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit. Kyle, 3 transmissions out here. We've got a passenger car version, a Busch Grand National version, and a Cup version.
What?
First
okay.
off, what's the difference between these two?
This is Charlotte.
Okay.
Richmond was just before Charlotte.
What it is, you can pick this up at any parts house. It's just a standard part number. Pick up a catalog. Order the
there's no boot in
NASCAR. A wide
NASCAR.
variety of ratios inside. This is more of a racing transmission. This makes the transition. This is a Busch transmission. It's got a magnesium.
They put in the bus stop after we lost J.D. McDuffie.
For racing purposes, so it lasts. But this one, the extreme duty transmission, is what the Winston Cup guys use.
Yeah, neither's wrong. It's like a driving style. I so much see, like all through my life, I've seen so many drivers, and I don't think any two have the same style. Like the car has a different attitude with a different driver. The entry point, the angle of the entry point. I think it's just how your brain to hand process, eye-hand coordination processes.
The number 43, the Lance Snack Chevy.
I think a good crew chief can notice that and not just take a generic setup and say it's going to work for everybody. Because fine-tuning to a driver's style is a crew chief's specialty. The ones that can do that well, I think, do well.
Only leader, really, that's come down pit road.
Another gander of what
or
happened
it's communication,
over here in turns 1 and 2.
Same thing.
Well, that's Amick, and it's kind of after the fact. That white car there, the 65 car, actually perpetuated that whole situation by trying to move up and get around a lap car. I think you'll see there's the lap car down here. You're going into bottom of turn 1. The white car here at 65 moves up, gets into Amick, the 35, and sends him sailing. Oh, and that's where our buddy Joe Bessie, he gets a piece of the 65 car as well.
That number 6, the black car on the inside, Bessie.
That weak hair with the globe, I think that was that safety clean, the parts cleaners, when they started changing over to
6 lead changes in the
environmentally safer parts cleaners. But I wonder if that's caused all the cancer.
43 starters have retired from the event. Greg Sachs was early out.
Yeah.
Jeff Fuller, Jim Bound.
Aggressive is good, like
crashed hard as well.
When
it looks like we're going to lose a couple of cars here for sure. Dennis Setzer doesn't look like that.
Like you don't have to like hit the guy in front of you to be aggressive. You can change your car position, get out of their mirror, so then they're distracted hunting for you.
Back with you live, Charlotte Motor Speedway. Bumper to bumper 300. Lap 110 up on the board, about ready to go green. Field coming down. We saw some of the top runners.
There's a lot of different ways to be aggressive without actually running into somebody too much or anything, or
as they come to the line,
bump and runs or any of that. Aggression can come with just the intimidation. It's a mind game. Like if the guy's constantly trying to block you or something like that, you can get out of their mirror where they have to hunt, you know, like, where did he go? I don't see him, I don't see him, I don't see him. You know.
Martin came down pit road and popped off. I don't think
and another thing, even don't show your hand till you know you You can try those runs and know where your car is going to stick at that point, or you know that you might make a pass, but you may have to take 2 or 3 laps to do the pass, or plan the run that you can make a pass without showing them that you're going to make it there.
Jason Keller, boy, a guy that's really forcing the issue right
I always was a fan of like not blocking, but leaving one lane open. You can block all day long in your preferred line, but when it comes to, for example, Stafford in the outside line, if somebody can pass you legit on the outside, I mean, you give them the lane. You don't try to wall them or something. You know, it's just
has bowled his way through, and he's up into 5th spot on that black number 88.
A lot of it, like I said, it is getting in the head of someone in front of you.
Sometimes do not do the same things on the gamble.
So he's trying to outthink what you're going to do, and so you don't show your hand till you do it. Is, I guess, a strategy.
He did not come in and top off, so that tells you that even though they're team, they don't think alike as far as strategy.
Yeah, well, strategy right now, that one guy's saying there's not going to be any more cautions.
Another thing Ronnie Bouchard would tell my ex-husband that drove to always, there's another wreck. Roll brakes, brake, no, that's not what you do.
Boy, that was a joy that just slid by him.
Yellow is out again.
Another strategy is if you are coming up on a car and you get 3/10 on them, decide 6 car lengths back which side you're going to go, and just don't lift. Don't get up to the guy then lift and be banging on his bumper. Decide which side you're going to go way before you get there. You watch the other driver and know where he's
but that's all we can see.
Iffy and
coming around here after that
calculate your chess move.
Yeah. Nah,
the car does not have a scratch on it.
I don't think he hit a thing. That's incredible.
Had the right Saint for sure. 3 wins this season. 5th yellow has come out.
Wow, you can see him spinning off turn 2 there. Look at all the people dodging him there. That's a miracle. You can't see if you're behind him there.
Yeah, it's always like you can take away their momentum and stuff. Is good. Works everywhere except for someone that's Talladega. Those things don't work.
He's keeping his foot in the power.
It's pretty hard to stop a freight
train.
train.
Really slam backwards into anything. He's got the power down, burning those rear tires off of it, trying to keep control of it.
Here comes Nemechek.
You might become a hood ornament.
Road right now into the pits.
Yeah, those that didn't pit, they now they have a second chance. They said maybe we made a mistake. Well, now they have a chance to correct that if they think they did.
Michael Waltrip, Kevin LePage, Terry Labonte, all on pit road. LaJoie coming in.
Spencer taking on 4 tires there. You see the left side going up, the 20 car there. Nemechek getting the left side tires.
You know what, buddy? Maybe do they only get 2 tires per caution? So those guys may have gotten rights a while ago on that caution. Now they come back and get lefts, and they'd have 4 fresh tires.
We got people down there that can tell us we're having a little problem in the pits right now. We'll be back up to full speed before too long.
I don't know, because I don't know what the tire rule of the day is, but a lot of times they can only get 2 on the caution. If that's the case, some of those guys are sitting there with 4 fresh tires now.
We'll take a caution.
2 quick cautions.
We'll take a caution here. That's number 5. And we'll take a quick break and then be back with more from the Charlotte Motor Speedway in the Bumper to Bumper 300. Now it's time for an Auto Week in Racing. Geoff Burton wins at Martinsville in Winston Cup competition. Charlotte Motor Speedway Wednesday night. After 94
I agree. I think that
Geoff Bodine is back.
The
new sponsor for next year, a new
decision, the split-second decision, you can't second-guess that instinctual decision. It'll usually work most of the time. But erring on the side of caution, it just depends on the track. If it's a track that you let the rabbits run and then they slowly come back to you when they use up their stuff too. It just depends. It's really a situational thing. And yeah, he tends to err on the side of caution.
Since they turned them back to green, and the situation is this. It is Geoff Burton's number 9 leading the pack with 22 cars in the lead lap. Mark Martin has come to second. Dale Jarrett to third. Nat Kenseth, the rookie, had been in second. He's just fallen a couple of positions. Robbie Fraggart is right there in 5th, followed by McLaughlin 6th, Stewart in 7th. They begin to shake him out here after this 5th caution of the afternoon.
I know for a while there he wasn't getting too many hours of driving time, seat time, because
we are having some problems, some power problems.
He had vertigo going on and stuff like that. And then now that he had his molars out, he had impacted wisdom teeth for a couple of years, and those were really bugging him too. And he just had them out a couple months ago. He's been doing more driving. I think he's feeling better, you know.
77 laps to go, and they come by
messed up teeth will mess with you.
Geoff Burton in that number 9, who's come from 43rd, out in front. Jarrett right there.
We look at Jarrett in second as Matt Kenseth makes the move on the inside there. He's running very well. Also
Yeah, it's seat time, like you said. It all comes down to how much you're in the seat driving.
A lot of these cars are faster.
Which
coming up
I think time-wise he's getting more hours now.
Stewart in 7th.
Which makes sense.
Josh Jones right back in that hunt too, and
it don't get any better than this. Mark Martin on the very bottom there takes over second place. Dale Jarrett fights back on the outside. That's a lap car there. Jason Keller, the 57 on the outside.
Keller got lapped down early, and he's trying to fight his way back in this thing, but it's not going to happen.
Watching Geoff Burton, who had qualified 5th, then he crashed the car in which he had qualified, had to go to the rear of the field, and he's been nipping away at this entire group since the outset, and now after this last series of pit stops, Geoff Burton finds himself in 5th. He had worked his way into the top 10.
I got to give a call to Robbie Fraggart. He's in that 76 car, the black and white car. He is running in 4th place and doing a whale of a job. I mean, he just pulled around a couple of cars, and he's comfortably in 4th place.
There he is, number 76 Fraggart, who won some sportsman races here in Charlotte, having an excellent day.
Yeah, he tried to make it in Winston Cup a few times last year, but just could never get the job done. Whoops, looks pretty good today, and there's a change for the lead.
Mark Martin down the inside. Burton giving him room, and away he went.
That car with 4 fresh tires on it, I guarantee you, he's going right along.
Yeah, plus he said, hello, partner. That's his partner there.
This is for 5th. Number 44, Tony Stewart, who won the midget, the sprint, and the Silver Crown Championship, all in one season. 1995, United States Auto Club. No one had ever done it. Cutting his teeth on NASCAR racing and looking great in that 44 as he fights with the former National Modified Champion Mike Magic Shoes McLaughlin on the outside.
McLaughlin was way off just a little while ago, but he seems to have made some adjustments, and he has this car back in the fight pretty well now.
Yeah, I think his pit sequence was what was messing him up, because he didn't have good tires when everybody else did, but looks like he's okay now.
Number 44, Stewart to 6, closing on Faggart. Moved by Martin moments ago into the lead.
Now Mark's right on the bottom. You see the 9 car. Burton push up just a little bit. That opens the door for Mark. And you don't have to open it much for that guy to come right on in.
Mark Martin going for that 32nd career victory, which would make him first on the all-time Grand National win list. Will we see it today?
I'll tell you what's really impressive here is the 9 car Burton, how he's able to hang on to Mark Martin with less grip in the corners. His car cannot be handling as well because he hasn't made his stops yet.
Jarrett in 3rd and Tony Stewart in 4th.
I think right now Burton is just willing that car around the racetrack. He has a strong will to
I think it's good right to be aggressive. It's easier to calm an aggressive person down than it is to light fire under a non-aggressive person.
This time by 70 to go.
Biggest thing is wreck avoidance and anticipating where a wreck is going to happen and knowing in your mind that you're going to have to make a move. So you get kind of a reading of who's around you and where you're going to be. Like if I'm watching this race right now, those 3 cars that are a little out of sync right in there, the white car in the middle that keeps going back and forth, the white and blue car there, the 76, see everything's a little out of rhythm there. Everything's kind of getting sketch, and that's where I would look to something's going to happen if they don't. Like Mike McLaughlin came so close to just flipping the rear of that car. So you watch and you're like cat on a
here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway when that series was running this track.
Cat on a hot tin roof. You're on your toes.
It just tells you he knows the racetrack. That's one thing.
Yeah. Backing up an entry sometimes is really good because you can get on the gas quicker coming out. And that's all like a style of driving things. Plus, I think an easier entry is easier on your tires in a lot of circumstances. And saving that aggression for like the end of a stage or a last lap is best too.
Watching him come up through there was making me a little nervous, but he pulled it off.
Closes on Dale Jarrett. Working lap 134 as Tony Stewart bears down, closes in. Can he make a run for up front? We're going to see, and we're going to know shortly. Back with you live, Charlotte Motor Speedway. 138 laps in this Grand National race complete. There's been a couple of swaps of the lead.
It's kind of easy to get caught up in that game of chicken, you know, when you're driving in the entry and the guy beside you's not lifting. I'm not going to lift, you know, that kind of mentality. But you got to realize you're racing the track, not the other guy.
You know his tires are worn a little more than mine. Watch his pass here.
This is interesting right here.
Goes right up to the back quarter panel, right underneath him. Now he knows where he's strong, where he's weak.
Yeah, you see the difference in those two passes. Mark just went way high and gave Burton plenty of room. On the other hand, Burton didn't do that. He was racing Mark, but Mark got by anyway.
Tomorrow, Mark Martin will be starting 3rd in the 500.
The 9 still looks like he's faster. He's able to wrap the bottom more, but Mark's letting his car right out the run, you know, drift. He holds it down that turn, which you want to do. You don't want to be
breaks that tie with Jack Ingram at 31. We talked to Mark Martin about what that would all mean to him if he could pull
Looks like his car is set up for turn 4.
We'd like to win again. We'd like to break the record.
Yeah,
like
Burton's car's tires are gone.
We're racing to run up front, and that's the whole...
In real life, you could back off a little bit like what Burton's doing and let your tires kind of calm down. And they'll come back to you a little bit.
But run off and hide, or we may, run worse than that.
You can maybe save enough tire for the end of the race run if you can do anything. But looks like
Jack Ingram
Burton
is the man
used
who
his
has
stuff
the
up.
record at 31 with Mark Martin at the present time, the old Iron Man who ran all over the eastern United States for years. Be something. If we can see that record broken, stay with us. We're going to know very shortly. Less than 60 laps to the conclusion of this one. Martin now drawing away from Jeff Burton. Has him covered by about 8 car lengths as they come out of turn number 4.
Oh yeah, for
lap
sure.
number 143.
And synchronizing your shifts to keep your RPMs maximized. In real life, I know that shift points and your gearing matter a lot. In fact, they have these Hobart transmissions.
I guess the championship is on.
My dad did a thing on an interview about
looking
him.
in the mirror. He's looking back at Bodine. That's the guy, the only one that can catch him.
That's pretty interesting.
He's getting his job done.
And Bodine's not that good. He's
It was an interview he did last May, and he was talking with some road racing guys that were familiar with the gearing and stuff.
This is your battle for third.
And that was interesting. You should play that.
Indiana doing just that, rushing up to challenge Dale Jarrett. Only his 12th Grand
In fact,
National
that
effort.
racing radio show, it's live every Friday from a restaurant down in South Daytona.
Jimmy Spencer, and I'll guarantee you he won't.
At a place called Ponce Inlet, actually. It's the north turn of the original Daytona Beach race course when they raced on the ocean.
He closed 10, 15 car lengths going in that one corner. That just tells you how
And the
hard
beach
he was
road.
driving that thing in to make that move.
Those are fun to watch. I love watching those old beach races before Daytona was built.
Retaining first and second. It's Martin and Jeff Burton at the present time. And the interval between them, Stewart trailing the leader by 2 1/10 seconds at this point.
I have to say, and I say this cautiously, Jimmy Spencer has matured as a race car driver over the last year, probably as much as anybody I've seen. I know he's been doing this a long time, but somebody finally got the message to him. He's using his talent in the right kind of way right now. He's been driving some good races.
The really weirdest thing, after we had like 4 hurricanes in a row, kind of backlash Daytona, and we lost so much of the ocean floor, and it uncovered like old anchors up this coast and everything. The beach erosion was really bad. Well, it wore the old beach course down so much that it was getting like pop tops off of beer cans and stuff from back in the day, and coins from 1960s and stuff. So it was like a perfect time. They could have come in and scanned, like iRacing, scan the original beach course. It would take some artistry to draw in racing condos and stuff, but that part of the beach is pretty much undisturbed. Because it is the North Turn restaurant. There's building going on around there, but I actually can bring up a YouTube live shot of the beach down at Ponce Inlet, and you're gonna see it. It looks the same.
Identical in their paint jobs out here.
Wow, Tri-Track Monaco Series Star Speedway race choice has on that race last weekend. I definitely need to see
Kentucky down to the bottom, and McLaughlin as they put the squeeze on Parsons, and here comes Kevin LePage roaring up through on the bottom. That'll put him up into the 10th position. The 88. Oh, LePage in the wall. Hits Parsons. Bounces off. Slides down the back straightaway.
Middle of the track. Middle. Going to the bottom. Good job. I couldn't tell you. Still in the middle. Turn 3. Turn 3. Good job.
Kevin LePage just taking over in 10th spot. Into the outside wall. That brings out the 6th caution of the day with 50 laps remaining.
And my buddy Phil Parsons.
I don't like these 360
to the right side.
Yeah, he got
cams
into LePage
anymore.
a little bit as they started off the corner there. They were racing very tight quarters.
Cams, they kind of,
Poor Phil, like
these
he said, he
180
just
cams.
has absolutely no luck at all.
Stays up in 4th, however, in the standings, like 16
See if it
weeks.
comes up.
Channel lock number 10.
This computer gets a little iffy about running 2 or 3 videos at a
Working his way
time.
along up through. He's currently in 15th. Here's another angle.
You can see Phil on the outside gets into the right rear corner of LePage, turns him to the outside wall there. Now you can't really say whether LePage was going up a little bit and got over, or whether Phil come down.
Just sitting there in a
They
death
made
spot.
contact there.
That'll keep the hot stove lead busy.
88, right?
Did he come up or did he come down?
Okay, Phil's as high as he can go right there. You see LePage coming up. They make a little contact right there. It turns him right into the outside wall.
Apparently LePage thought he had him cleared.
Yeah, he
and
thought
did
it
not.
Do we agree, Professor?
Yes, we do. You know, that's one of those times when LePage's spotter may have told him he's clear, but that's what you call giving no quarter. Neither one of them want to give anything. That's what happens.
Phil Parsons still out there with 150 complete, working 151 right now. And we'll be back to Charlotte for the conclusion of the 300 in a moment.
The All-Pro Bumper to Bumper 300 on TBS is brought to you by Castrol Syntec Power System, a new kind of fuel system treatment that can improve acceleration.
Brought to you by Gladiator and Universal Luxury Vans, the official vans of tracks, teams, and drivers throughout the NASCAR world. Call 1-800-445-2825 for a dealer near you.
Who's following me? Something's up.
And we've got our folks in the pits back with us as we get ready to bring you tomorrow.
I'm getting rated. Hey, Jack.
Winston Cup Stock
What you doing, man?
UAW GM 500 here on Turf.
My other.
We'll bring you all the action live. 1:05, and you're going to see happy hour coming up very shortly.
I was watching you on the other channel on my other laptop.
GM 500. You want to be
And I was getting an echo back then when you rated me. Thank you for coming.
53 laps.
Welcome, guys. I'm watching Charlotte. It's the Busch Grand National race. It's almost over, and then I'm going to watch the Cup race from Richmond. I know it sounds weird, but that's the next one in mine. I was scoring at
the Iceman coming.
Darlington and Richmond
He's here and ready.
for the 7, so we'll watch
spot.
that.
Low angle. Look at that wreck.
Well, I think this actually, that was at the start-finish line, I think, and I believe that guy just killed
Oh, come on, the camera. Here, just a second.
Is that good night, nurse, for the camera? 88 coming in on the hook. LePage fighting to get back into the top 10, ends up in the wall. And here's what happened out there on the backside.
All right, buddy, let's see if we can figure out what happened here.
Okay, 88 there is Kevin LePage. The 10 is Phil Parsons. They're coming off turn 2.
I was looking up the
LePage
beach.
thinks he's over far enough to make the move
Just see
up
if I could
towards the
find
wall.
a
That's a quick way down the
live
straightaway.
cam
You can
at
see him make
Ponce
contact
Inlet.
there. Kevin LePage goes into the outside
Hello.
wall. Unfortunately for Phil Parsons, he also got into the wall and got a
Florida.
lot of damage to the right side of his car.
Florida morning look.
Yeah, but he's been on pit lane a couple of times.
Throw your
Phil
hair
has,
in
and
a
I think
bun
he's gonna be able
and
to
go
continue.
live.
That's just one of those
My tan is my makeup.
right there that take somebody out.
Let's check on what's going on pit road. We're able to get back with those folks again, and we'll start with Alan Bestwick.
All right,
Hi,
Ken, the
John.
caution, a huge
Good to
break
see
for
ya.
Dale Jarrett and Jeff Burton. Dale wasn't sure he was going to be able to make it to the finish on the
Look
fuel
at that.
he took on his stop that came back at lap 108. Not a question now. Fuel and 4
I wish I
tires
could
for
hear what's
Jarrett.
going on.
Jeff Burton was going to have to stop under the green if he didn't get a yellow within the next 20 laps. He got it. He's got his fuel and tires. They
Oh,
said
hi, RK
they could
Smoke.
at any time. Let's go to Steve Burns.
Alan, interesting strategy here between Joe Nemechek and Jimmy Spencer.
This is 1997 Charlotte Busch race. It's the October race weekend.
We're out here for the duration.
And my dad is with the 81 car,
Thank you. Down in
and
Kansas pits, they came in and took
I'm
on 4
with the
tires, and he's good
7,
to go
but
to
this
the
is
end.
the Busch side.
Up here with Terry Labonte, they're out of
And
tires.
that's just
they
about
can't come in
done.
anymore and get tires. They have fuel for the distance, but no more tires. Up to you.
Just
to you,
about
Mike.
done.
Well, Mark Martin was running a little low on fuel.
Thank you for following.
Make it all the way. But when Jeff Burton came down on pit road, Mark Martin
I don't
followed him,
hear
got
the.
4 fresh
I heard
tires.
the
He's ready to
raid
make a run
though.
to the front.
That's a
Ken?
good thing. But I didn't hear the following. I just saw all my icons on my screen.
It's Spencer deployed in
Thank
first.
goodness
Elliott
something
Settler in
works.
second, Terry Labonte in third, Stevie
Sound
Weeks in pit
alerts.
stop goes to fourth. Then Todd Bodine is in fifth, the man that's currently second in the points. And back on the restart
Open
is
dashboard.
LaJoy in the number 74 and
Oh,
17th
come on,
position.
man.
There's your restart.
I'm gonna have to have
155. Now the others we want to watch for here. You have Martin in 7th position. You have Dale Jarrett in 8th. Tony
okay,
Stewart in 9th. And Mark Green having a good run in 10th.
Yeah, he's been hanging in there all day, Mark has. Been real consistent.
I'll
That's
give
what
him
he does
Twitch.
well. He's a real consistent race car driver.
Don't do nothing stupid. I don't want to. Oh, ta-da. I'm logged in.
Well, it's getting close to showtime, Baker. We're down here with about, 40, right at 40 laps to go.
Look at this. This looks like rush hour traffic in the middle of Charlotte at 5 o'clock. These guys are really going at it right now. They're pushing and shoving and trying to get to the front. Like you say, it's
I don't
showtime
have
now.
a clue what I'm doing.
Dress rehearsal was over when that caution come out.
That's right. They got tires, they got fuel, they go to the end. It's all down to who can pull the most out of the bag now.
Let's see what Martin is going to do. He's talking about how he likes to pass on the inside. There doesn't seem to be much running room down there. He's got to work his way out through. Right now he finds himself stuffed in behind Gary Layton. Lap cars, they go down into turn number 1.
That's what I
Martin may have to
want.
climb upstairs and begin to work that outside lane if he wants to collect Jimmy Spencer.
This streaming stuff's so complicated. Oh, thank you, Jack. You too. I had you on back there on the laptop.
Real clear pass.
Oh, I got me on my
Jones on
laptop.
0-0 back there in 15th
That's weird.
spot. Scott Legacy's 22 hasn't had a call today, running the lap down. Former sports car champion, giving it a good run in Grand National Racing.
So anyway, the Grand National season was shorter than the Cup season in a way. And so when I'm watching the Grand National races, I'm at Charlotte. But on the Cup side, I'm in Richmond still. So I watched the qualifying from Richmond, then I jumped to Charlotte, then I'm going to jump back to Richmond. But that's not how it really was in real life. It was like, I got to skip a few Busch races now so I can catch up with the Cup to Charlotte. So I guess that's the goal, is to complete Charlotte today. I don't want to do Richmond. I did the, I don't know. I don't think I want to do Richmond today. Yeah, I can look and monitor. Well,
Spencer drawing away. Gets himself
back there. And I would not have known I was rated if I didn't have that on back there, because I hear the sound there, but I can visually see that the raid is going on and the alerts work, but I can't hear it in my headset. So that's one issue I have. So I don't know when I get a follow or a raid unless I'm directly looking at my incoming feed on Twitch. Like, I know I can leave just OBS up, I guess, but this is how I monitor. I do this. See? So I see the chat and I see what I see. And I can snooze my ads, and I am going to snooze my ad because that's about 1 minute. I snooze them when I can. Unless it's like a stupid turn that I don't need to snooze. Like caution or cleanup or something. But yeah, that's how I watch the stream to know what's up. And if I'm not actually looking at it, I can't hear it. So I saw the icons going, so I knew, okay, someone had followed me, and then I see it pop on my chat a little bit after. But I don't hear
We saw him win this year.
anything.
Not going to get a fourth win here today the way things are shaking out.
But I'd see Lucille Ball.
Labonte brothers side by side.
I just love Lucy. I grew up with her, watching
Checkers not far
Lucy.
away in the bumper-to-bumper 300.
Lucille Ball show, you know, the black and white Lucy and Ricky.
167 laps have been completed. 200 laps the distance. And it is a struggle out here this afternoon. We're seeing Tony Stewart in a great performance. He's driving the wheels off that number 44. Take a look right here.
Okay.
Well, you can see
Race
Tony
Labs
Stewart
on
in
my
the 44
PC.
right here, coming off the corner.
And add the
Very
chat over
tight
here.
quarters as they start off. Watch the contact as they come off the corner.
Because I
here.
stream through
Elliott Sadler
Twitch.
gets into it.
I don't stream to any of my other platforms.
Don't hit somebody here. That's the
I
way
mean,
to
just
do it.
Twitch. And then I upload. I also stream to unpublished because I can play music or anything and not get. I'd like to be able to do song requests, but I don't know how to link that up. I had it linked to my YouTube. I had a sound. I had a song playlist, but it was trying to play videos and it was making the videos skip, and it wasn't smooth.
Wide open to the field, spinning down that back straightaway, and nobody got a piece of it.
I have Pandora.
Jimmy Spencer tell his
I've had forever.
He had an excellent race car, and he's got a pretty comfortable lead right now.
Here goes Mark Martin by Bobby Labonte down the front straightaway to take that spot away. That's the second.
And he goes looking for Spencer.
I wish that I had a PC that would handle iRacing just for the simple fact that I could spot or something like that. Or watch the race in real time. I do, like, if you're streaming a race y'all are in, I'll watch it that way because I'm more comfortable sitting here than standing up behind the sim. Plus, me standing behind the sim could distract him as well. So I try not to run through the sim room when he's racing, if I don't have to. And the only thing is I get, you know, it's like a 5 or 10 second delay or more watching a stream what you're racing.
Maybe a little bit. Nemechek.
It'd be nice to have a PC that I could have iRacing directly on mine. Even though I'm not driving, I could spot.
And they're still fighting it out for position there. Terry Labonte had to fight his way in the consolation. He looked like he was working with, not with the car, but the car was
another thing I'd like to do
throughout the conti, he got it
is
in.
mess with trading paints
Just
some.
manhandling that number 5 up through.
Well, you can see Terry Labonte
A little
can
bit.
run on the high side of the racetrack. I don't think his car is sticking exactly right, so he's adapted to a new line around the racetrack. It's a little higher
But
there.
right now, my main focus, I've got to get this book done, and we're going north in October, which is just like
So he comes off the corner pretty good.
Let's go to Mike Hogwood
2 months away.
Again, at the beginning of our telecast, we told you about the world motorcycle champion, Kevin Schwantz,
And
who started in the top
I gotta have the book done, at least a printed copy in my hands of the manuscript when I go north.
was to finish, was to run all day and get seat time, and that's just
Even if I just gotta print it off Substack and put it in order. But I've got 5 chapters on Substack.
Ran stock cars in
And I've
Australia
got
for a couple of seasons, carrying that yellow bumper, the 1993 500cc
a lot more
champion.
written,
The United States has produced.
He's done a
but
good
not
job, 'cause
edited.
I tell you why, he's real astute. There was a caution there a little bit ago.
I have it written
Smart
up
enough to know
until
he had to get that leader back to the flag, and he
1993.
did, and got 1 lap back.
Spencer stays 1 and 7.
And then we have just 94, 95,
Yeah, Bobby Labonte
96, 97, 98, 99,
and you have Tony
2000.
Stewart, another one of
I
those
got
stories
8
at the outset today.
years.
And only his 12th race, his best
And then the
previous performance
conclusion.
was
8 seasons and a conclusion to write. But writing's the easy part.
He is sure giving it a run this afternoon.
Well, that's, you know, it makes a car owner happy when you can send a
The
guy
editing
on the racetrack,
sucks.
get good equipment, and say, look, put some
Editing.
laps down.
Hate it.
Give us a good
Because
solid
it's
performance.
like
Don't be
painting a
hero.
painting. No matter how many times you
He's been
edit
able
it,
to do
you
that and do it
still
at the
see
front.
stuff
That's
that you want to
Let me
change.
point out a hero. He's right there in the 60 car.
That's
Mark Martin has turned it up right
As an
now.
artist,
You can
like,
see Jimmy Spencer
okay, I
just
finished
a
a
little
painting
bit
2 years ago. It was the last one I did. And I gave it to the Huffman Racing team. But I still look at it today, and it is so far from not finished. But I almost want to tell RJ or somebody up there to finish it the way I envision finishing it. Because it just, it's not. Like the writing, like the moving on part, I wanted to have more chrome-like and... Anyway, RJ could do
I
it.
think we're definitely going to have a shootout here. We're coming up on 20 laps to go.
But every time I look at that, it just is so not finished.
Another guy, I got to say,
And the billboard behind the victory lane, that's not finished either.
Mark Green is up six.
And it bothers me when I look at it. But I had to make a deadline, and they were coming into town for Daytona 2 years ago when I gave it to them. And so I just didn't finish it how I wanted it.
And we come back to
ran out of
less than
time.
20 remaining.
So I definitely eight more chapters to write, and editing,
It's all part of Big
editing
Shots tonight.
the
John Wayne
80s
in
and
the
on.
Searchers. 8:05 on the Superstation, TBS. Got a super finish coming up here right now. They're working lap 183. And Mark Martin in number 60 has closed Jimmy Spencer down. He's within
I don't know if anyone's familiar with this Substack app.
propel themselves down out of that Bermuda Triangle. Here comes Spencer on the attack, looking for Grand National win number 32. That's Martin looking for win number 32. Spencer trying to take it away from him.
Well, I'll tell you, he'll have to take it away from him. Jimmy Spencer will not roll over and let him have it, but you see Mark looking to the outside. Spencer goes outside to close him off.
Yeah, Jimmy's getting through 1 and 2 better than Mark is, but Mark is really fast through 3 and 4. He will drive under him off turn 4 here, probably this lap.
Meanwhile, Stewart is back here in 5th. He's closed up on those leaders. He was
Gonna look for
3.9
my
down.
Substack.
Now he's about 2.7 down. That's Stewart in the 44 and the sister car, Bobby Labonte, in the 18. Right up there fighting with the number 9. Jeff Burton, as we get to the end of this one, it's a war everywhere you look. Back up with those leaders.
Baby. He turned that thing just like it was an Indy car right there. He grabbed hold of that steering wheel and turned hard left there. He's lucky the back didn't come out on it. You see him going right now trying to get now Bobby Labonte as they're heading to turn 3.
Now, this is a car owner's nightmare right here. Both your cars running together on the racetrack for position.
Okay, guys, this, I mean,
Dynamite duo are at it.
that's a pretty shot right there.
Down to the inside, passing Bobby Labonte. Tony Stewart just not giving any ground, taking it back all around this racetrack.
Look at the kid go.
Really, he complimented both those guys going in turn 1 the last
This
lap
is
by
the
giving them some room there,
Substack
so I
app.
think you can probably get both of them back.
And under my name,
Bobby Labonte lies in the tail end of that
right
group.
here,
Meanwhile, up
and
in
it's
front.
at T. Kangas.
Still at it.
They're inches apart right now. You can see Mark try the inside.
It's got all the chapters, and they got it in reverse order. This
Yeah,
is
I give
the
Jimmy a lot
intro,
of credit. He's been running Howell turn 4, and that's where Mark had been catching him. But he has put that
Humble
thing down on that
Beginnings,
marking line right now.
Chassis Innovation, Racing in Florida, and the Cement Palace. And that will end in like 71. So those are all edited to the best of my ability. Plus I got to figure out, that's another thing, how to put on Substack. Like other people, you can read, it reads it to you in an AI voice, and I got to do that. I don't know how. I gotta do a tutorial. But anyway, that's, you just click on that, and there comes the story. But I want to make it so when you click over here, you can play it and it'll read it to you. Like, see, it just talks about what the book will be about. That's our family and me and my sisters. My dad and mom when they first were married and had their first race cars. That was 4 or 5. 5 maybe.
You know, you're here all the time.
And then it's all about that and what we're doing today.
What happens is there's a turbulence on the right-hand side of the car that is not there normally.
Anyway,
that outside car runs in there, moves up the
if you want to take the time to read that, that's how you work that. Then you just hit the X.
Plus, you take the guy on the inside's line away. He doesn't have the room to let the car float out against the wall like you'd like. You have to cut that thing to the inside a little harder.
But I found it so easy to edit. If I'm in this one, for example, I can just go up here, edit post, bam, it brings me into an editing. I can change the words, change out the photos, everything. I mean, it is so easy to update. Then I just hit update, update now, and it's back where it was. Post is live. You can send it, share your links, all that. I don't do none of that. I'm not monetized on this. I don't really know much about that stuff. I just know it's great for me to do my writing. So check out my Substack. Watch the end of this race.
And it's only the prelude to tomorrow's 500-mile Winston Cup battle. Jimmy Spencer stays there. Martin tries to take it back again. 9 to go.
These two guys respect each other, but it's down to where you don't have friends, you don't give quarters now. You take what you get.
And Tony Stewart has come to third. The Rushville, Indiana driver has put on just a fantastic demonstration.
And if those two cats in the front get the race inside,
who would have known what he would become,
he can find himself in the thick of this thing, too.
Yeah, he's less than a second back. I take that back, 1.5 seconds to the number 44. Then about 20 car lengths to Geoff Burton and the 18, Bobby Labonte. Give it up. I think he's got a motor problem. He's just backed out of it considerably here in fifth spot.
Here we go down the back straightaway, side by side, Ken.
Look at the left side of Jimmy's car on wheel marks all over.
They're fighting back on the outside, trying to get the back end of Martin's car loose again.
I think I will play Charlotte next and skip Richmond and go back to Richmond. I think we can do Charlotte because my mind's thinking Charlotte. Plus, with that book Sideways that I had brought up the photo of earlier, there was a writer who was traveling with the 81 team that my dad was with. So he's mentioned in the book a few times. I have saved the pages, screenshots of the pages, but I haven't read it through or highlighted any of the passages yet. So. Something I gotta get into doing as well when I start writing 97. Like I said, I'm up to writing 93. 94 will be pretty easy. 95 will be with Channel Lock Cars, Steve Grissom, Moroso and Grissom.
Here they come down to the
7th
yellow. Jimmy Spencer trying to lead it across. Does so. Mark Martin in
like
second.
I was saying, Dad was like a suitcase Jake, you know.
The Michael Waltrip car right back to the garage area.
Mainly a consultant, and sometimes he would get longer gigs as crew chief or chassis guy or whatever, but a lot of it was a race to race, or hired for 10 races, or hired for 6 races, and it just depends.
Spencer first, Martin second, and then Tony Stewart in third. I'm sure you're not going to go away. 197 on the board when they come down to the 198. Green, white, checkers, Spencer, Martin, Stewart, Burton to fight it out to the finish. Here's what brought out that caution. Turn 4. as Darrell Waltrip calls it, the triangle.
Yeah, Michael's just going through there. I'm sure his gauges went erratic on him. He lost orientation and into the wall he went. I don't understand it. It happens all the time.
You're really pressing that triangle.
He really is. That's his brother, Michael Waltrip.
I know my brother, that's something like that's what had to happen.
I tell you, I needed a break, though. I'm sorry that Michael had the problem, but these guys are going at it. I'm going to tell you right now.
I got all the hide rubbed off my hands.
Spencer looking for his first Grand National on a super speedway. His 7th win overall. The guy back in '94. One of the Winston Cup drivers called a nuclear-powered wrecking ball.
Oh, boy.
He's been anything but that today. He has been fantastic.
He has. He's fabulous.
And Tony Stewart walking a tight wire in a 40-mile-an-hour crosswind. He's never been this far before.
And it's only his 12th start in Grand National racing.
Well, let's see. This is going to be so good. I can't wait to see what happens.
Little racing history being made today and being shown on TBS at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. The bumper-to-bumper 300 coming back to green. Spencer leads him down. Martin in second. Tony Stewart in third. Jeff Burton in fourth. And in fifth, Owensboro, Kentucky's Mark Green.
Yep.
Jimmy Spencer would like to look in that mirror and see Mark Martin and Tony Stewart going at it, but look at Mark Martin accelerate off turn 2 as they head down the back straightaway.
Yeah, and that's really, Mark usually doesn't get that great a restart he had early on anyway, so he definitely got the wick turned up.
Beautiful start. Here we come. Down into 3 to the bottom of the track. Jimmy Spencer.
White flag. 1 to go. If Mark's going to do it, he's going to have to do it in a hurry.
Jimmy Spencer holds her steady in turn number 1 and just keeps pressing that throttle.
He's pulling away. He pulled away a little in that turn.
I think Tony Stewart forgot to shake his tires and get the debris off of him. He had a miserable first lap, but he closes in now on Mark Martin as they head down into turn 3.
Mark's going to give it all he's got, but it ain't going to be enough.
Around they come. Final time. Mr. Guts and Glory himself, Jimmy Spencer, is going to win this 300-mile race, and Mark Martin still shy of breaking the record. He's tied it at 31, Grand National win. But Jimmy Spencer would not allow him number 32 today. He fought him on every end of the racetrack. He fought him down the straightaways and wouldn't relent in that effort to hold on to first place.
Very clean racing, never any contact by 2 great race car drivers, just pure racing. Jimmy Spencer won today.
Yeah, he did. Jimmy Spencer, congratulations. You won yourself a race, young man.
Jack Roush walks away and says, wait till tomorrow. Wait till Sunday in that UAW GM 500. We'll see if we've got something for him then. Boy, it's going to be some interview with Jimmy Spencer and some interview with Tony Stewart after the performance he put on today and only his 12th Grand National start. Credit him with a 3rd on one of the most difficult, tricky tracks there is, the 1.5 mile Charlotte Motor Speedway. Jimmy Spencer woes it and slows it. We'll take a quick break.
This is his own team.
In victory lane.
Race fans, you make the call. New LCI residential long-distance customers receive 30 minutes of free domestic calling and the World Card Plus calling card featuring participating NASCAR drivers.
Jimmy Spencer out-braved them all. Climbs out. First super speedway win in a Grand National car. Take the applause, Jimmy. You deserve it. Let's go to Steve Burns.
And Jimmy Spencer, what a battle with Mark Martin. Man, what a race.
We had one great race in Texas, and Mark beat me. Raced him the same way he raced me today. I ended up coming out on top today, and I just got to thank Mark. He's a gentleman. There's no question through and through. I'll tell you, Zippo's made it possible for us. All year long, we won for Zippo, and it's ironic. We got All Pro Auto Parts bumper-to-bumper sponsoring our car, and that's the race. Real special for it. I owe a lot to T&L Motors. Had a good car in the spring, and the motor blew up, but ran really good today, flawless today. And I think really that helped us win the race. And I'll tell you, the Chevrolet Monte Carlo has been an awesome car for us this year. There's no question. Looking forward to getting back to Miami with the Zippo car again.
Jimmy, I know your whole family's here, your wife, your kids. We have a great shot of your dad. He was on pit road cheering you guys on. A great win.
It really is. I'll tell you.
Pretty gutsy not to change tires there.
Our car was really good on old tires, and Mark was really good too. But I figured if I had track position, I could beat him, and I did. And I can't say enough. You know, RJ Reynolds Tobacco Company announced something special here Wednesday night. We got Winston on our car next year. It's going to be the no bull car. I took no bull today, so maybe that's a sign of things to come for the Winston car. But I really want to say, you know, the Chevrolet car ran so strong, so strong. And it's great to beat Mark because he's the toughest guy in the super speedways.
Jimmy, what was your strategy in holding Mark off in the driver's seat? What were you thinking?
Well, if I drove in the corners too deep, I'd just give him a run at me, then he'd beat me. And I knew he had better tires and he'd get a better run at me coming in and getting off. And I just slowed down a little bit and got right against him so that he couldn't get no air on his car. And once I knew that I could get the air off of his nose onto my nose there underneath me, it actually would free his car up and it hurt him a little bit. If I would have drove in there and years ago, I would have done that, drove in there and lost. But the older you get, the smarter you get. So that worked today.
Okay, I heard that. Let's go to Alan Bestwick with Mark Martin.
All right, we're walking with Mark towards his Valvoline Ford. Mark, an exciting finish. How was Jimmy able to keep in front of you when you got underneath him there lap after lap?
He was fast, man. He was running good. He was fast, and we needed more time than that. As good as he was running, I needed some time.
You got up underneath him with about 12 to go. On off of turn 2, it looked like your car had a real serious wiggle. Did that make you think about how you had to reevaluate how you had to get around him?
No, we were just racing hard, and, you know, I didn't beat him. You know, it's not if this or if that. The real deal is Jimmy Spencer earned it. He won it. It was a great race, and he ought to be proud of it. We couldn't pull it off today under the circumstances. We had a good car and made a show of it, but we couldn't win.
It was a very exciting finish. Thank you, Mark. Mark Martin, the runner-up today.
Wow. That was some exciting race today. What do you think, Mr. Waltrip? What do you think, Mr. Baker?
See all the people walking behind
he never makes
down the pit road because happy
Jimmy
hour's coming
Spencer
up.
today beat us. He didn't come on why, and cry. That's a champion. When you can get out and say, I got beat today, wait till next time.
And next time, very well, there'll be a guy named Tony Stewart knocking on the door, Darrell.
Yeah, we've had some great rookie runs here today. Mark Green and Park, and, you know, a lot of good guys that don't usually run at the front got good finishes today.
Happy hour coming up. We're going to wrap up this 300 right after these messages. So stay with us here on TBS.
I don't know that this
coverage from the Charlotte Motor Speedway of this fall Festival of Speed.
The All-Pro Bumper to Bumper 300 on TBS is brought to you by Pennzoil
a little more
Oil.
footage.
Stop, go, Pennzoil. By True Value, official hardware store of NASCAR and garages everywhere. By Peerless Faucet, get more out of your faucet than just water. And by Prestone Antifreeze. Protect your car in the Prestone zone.
Stay tuned immediately following this race.
So wherever the
Road to
QVC
championship
truck
NASCAR
will be.
Winston Cup final shakedown for tomorrow's
it's not on this
500s
side, it
right
will be on the
here.
other.
We'll have driver interviews, take you behind the scenes, give you the feel of what it's like as
They
get
line up by
ready
points.
for another Winston Cup moment tomorrow here at the great Charlotte Motor Speedway. Well, let's go to the guy who gave us some of the most exciting racing of the day and some of the biggest surprises. Mike Hogwood's with him.
Tony Stewart, we're talking about third place finish. What were you thinking about on those final 2 laps, Tony?
Don't make any mistakes. You know, these Winston Cup guys are sharp and they know what to do on the restarts. And, you know, I would have never dreamed we would have been in that position at the end of the race, let alone, you know, try to have a shot to win the thing.
Any comparison of these NASCAR cars to the IRL where you're about to win a championship?
None whatsoever. You know, these cars, they're kind of the opposite end of the spectrum of an Indy car. You know, they're just different beasts. And I guess with the help of Bobby Labonte and everyone at Joe Gibbs Racing with Shell and Pontiac, it's, you know, we've got a lot of good tools there to do learning with. And that's what we wanted to do today, was just finish the race and get 200 laps in.
Tony, great run today. Ken, back to you.
Yeah, there's a star of the future for sure. He's going to win that Indy championship next time out. That Steve Park is coming on. He, as Darrell said at the outset, buddy, you've got some great, oh, yes, and a kid from Owensboro, Kentucky, too. Mark Green had a great
Buckshot
day.
Jones finished 10th.
I'm going to tell you something else. Jeff Gordon's going to get an eye full of Tony Stewart before this is all over with.
Jimmy Spencer wins it over Martin. Stewart, the rookie, in third.
We weren't running with
and you've got Jeff Burton, Mark Green in there,
race,
Steve
but I was
Park,
at the
great
track.
young names, Buckshot Jones in 10th. Look a little further back. There you've got that Matt Kenseth, third last time out at Dover. And McLaughlin, Sadler up to 14th. Randy LaJoie, the point leader, finishes in 15th when this one's over. Todd Bodine back there on the top.
Yeah, he finished 20th, and that's about, I guess, a 15-point gain there for LaJoie. So he just adds to that point lead just a little wee bit more.
Well, he did what he had to do. He kept him in the mirror. As long as LaJoie finishes ahead, he's going to get that national championship. Very smart guy now.
Yeah, this is the first race I think I've done that LaJoie was not a factor. I mean, he's been a factor everywhere we've been this year.
So the point standings as we go to those final races of the season. It's LaJoie in front, and it's by 246 that he leads Todd Bodine. And there's Steve Park, the kid that's won 3 races. Phil Parsons and Elliott Sadler in that
That will be the next one.
Hey, that's going to do it for the Bumper to Bumper 300 from the Charlotte Motor Speedway tomorrow.
Okay, so happy hour is going out, and I just grabbed that one, the happy hour.
The Winston Cup stars are out for happy hour. That final shakedown, we'll bring it to you. For Steve Burns, Alan Bestwick, Mike Hogwood, and Chad Little, thanks so much for spending part of your day with us.
Okay, let's pause that one. Bring this one. Is happy hour.
Most exciting part of our weekend.
Dave W. is the YouTuber that uploaded it. And Austin LaPlante's playlist.
This afternoon, you'll have a happy car, you'll have
He's
a happy
the YouTuber
driver,
that
and you'll have a happy team.
made the
That's
database.
the whole goal. That you got 1 hour to do it
all
in.
the videos
I got a lot of help here today. I got Buddy Baker, my colleague, and Ken Squire, my good friend. And Ken, I know you have a lot to add to our show. What's going on down in the pits?
Well, let's talk about some of the major personalities getting ready for this UAW GM 500 tomorrow.
We'll go back into Richmond and Dover and all that.
As we head down the stretch for 1997, Charlotte very
another
good to
day.
some, but not to others. The autumn in Charlotte's not kind to Jeff
I
Gordon.
was in a Charlotte mood. I'm with the 7 car. My dad's with the 81. Now they're writing a book about the 81.
And in 96, an engine problem shut the door on a repeat title. A 3-year drought that's left the Rainbow Warriors wondering what can happen next.
I'm Alan Bestwick. I'll be following the progress of Jeff Gordon throughout the happy hour practice. Daytime at Charlotte has not been good to Jeff. He's run well in the nighttime races in May, but even before those 3 problems we just documented, he's not had a very good race car in the October events during the heat of the afternoon. Ray Evernham of the crew going to make a lot of changes to this car over the next hour. See if they can find the magic that'll put them in Charlotte's victory lane tomorrow afternoon.
Second place in the championship hunt. Mark Martin's fall Charlotte history's been sensational. He's turned hair-raising moments into victory for the Steve Neal, Jack Roush-led team. He has 4 top 5s in the last 5 October races and 2 wins. Starts 3rd tomorrow.
I'm Steve Burns, and we'll be following Mark Martin down here in the garage. Jimmy Fennig and his crew have just turned Mark loose. Now, Mark finished 11th at Martinsville last week, and he lost more points to Jeff Gordon. He now trails by 135 points, and time is running
while
out.
that's going on, this book here, this Scott Hewler is with the Squared E car. They see the 81 Squared E. And he's writing this book during this weekend. So my dad was helping them, and my dad's mentioned in that book some, so it's a little bit sideways. 1 week inside a NASCAR Winston Cup race team, and it's Scott Hewler is the author. So that's being written while this race is weekend is happening.
Into Charlotte this weekend, 3rd in the NASCAR Winston Cup point standings with 5 victories. He's not out of the points race yet. Here's the reason why. He leads the series in miles led, also laps led.
He was a
but
good
most
buddy of
importantly,
mine.
he's run all but 60.5 miles so far this year. And oh yeah,
The 1997 surprise is Jeff Burton. The Roush driver is set firmly in 4th place in the Winston Cup points with 3 victories this season. His record in October at Charlotte, shaky, never recording the top 10. But 97 has been a different kind of year with a new winning attitude for Jeff Burton.
Hi, I'm Mike Hogwood, and it's Jeff Burton who's coming off a win in the last race in Martinsville, Virginia. But there's a lot of difference between Martinsville and the Charlotte Motor Speedway. I just talked to Jeff a moment ago. He said, Mike, this week has been awfully tough for us. We can't find the handle on this racetrack. But he found some hope this morning. The car's handling better. They hope to get it dialed into
I'll
this
be right
happy
back.
hour
I gotta
and be ready to
plug
run
in
for the
my
win
coffee pot and get
tomorrow.
me some coffee.
Dale Earnhardt knows success at Charlotte's Fall Spectacular. 7 top 10s, 2 wins in the Autumn Classic. The Intimidator knows how to conquer the Speedway. Starting 19th tomorrow, he looks to end that career-long drought that stands at 0 for 54.
Hi, I'm Glenn Jarrett, and I'll be monitoring the progress of Dale Earnhardt today. You can see there's not a whole lot going on here right now, but all during the Busch Grand National race this afternoon, they were tinkering with that car. I asked Larry McReynolds, who's sitting up on top of the truck right now, what have you guys been doing? He said, Glenn, really nothing. He said, we haven't really changed anything on the car. Dale likes it. He thinks we're just going to leave it alone. It's race ready. Now let's go back up top to Darrell Waltrip.
Well, as you can see, folks, we got a lot going on, and it's hard to believe we've been here since noon Wednesday, and it all comes down to the final 60 minutes before the race tomorrow. Now, Ken, I know that there's a lot of guys down there that have had great seasons so far and had great finishes the last few weeks. Tell us who's hot, and, Buddy, you tell us who's not.
Well, we can take a look at some of those that you can look forward to watching really roll here. Jeff Gordon, of course, top 5, last 10 races. Mark Martin is on a roll. Dale Jarrett, 5 top 5s, last 7. And Earnhardt, 2 straight second places. Not much question about he's going to be really strong.
And this is who's not. Terry Labonte, defending champion in this race last year. Champion last year. No wins this year. Sterling Marlin would love to leave this team on a winning note. Michael Waltrip, still winless. Ted Musgrave, the only driver for Roush that hadn't won this year.
Hey, guys, let's for just a moment talk about how much this sport is growing. Martinsville, Monday afternoon, rain date, almost 70,000 people. 70,000 here today as we get ready for tomorrow. Nobody's left for this happy hour. You can tell this thing is just exploding. And one of the things that's happening is that there's new interest from all kinds of groups, and that includes the gambling group. We had to find ourselves some touts. We couldn't find better than these guys in their secret hideaway, John Boy and Billy. Those guys with the green shades are going to be back a little later. Thank goodness they have a regular morning job on the radio. Stay tuned. They're about ready to send them out, and we'll follow the story of the happy hour. It's over. The 300 has been run. All there is 1 hour of practice. But for 75,000 race fans, hey, this is another golden moment. This is a chance to see the biggest superstars in racing today, and they're here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway as the field begins to roll. The final opportunity to practice, to get it down, to run 500 miles tomorrow in this 38th renewal of a race that Buddy Baker won as his first time out in 1967.
I did that, and I was just looking. You know, Jimmy Spencer had such a great run in the 300. He's starting ninth. He runs this racetrack extremely well. This is very important right now. You see the guys out there. They'll be drafting. They'll be setting the cars up for race conditions now. They have 300 miles on the surface. You'll be able to tell what the car is going to do on long runs.
Ray Everham looking on. There's Richard Petty talking with his gang as they get ready for their go today. See if they can get that car ready for Bobby Hamilton to finally crack victory lane.
Well, they were out on the track this morning at 9 o'clock. Well, this track is very, very friendly at 9 o'clock in the morning. Right now, this is when it's its meanest. And the cars will go out. You'll see a lot of different philosophies about this 1 hour of practice. Some guys will go out and run 20, 25, maybe 30 laps on one set of tires to see what the car is going to do, what we call on a long run, like race conditions. Start that run full tanks, new tires. Other guys will go out, make a couple laps, come back in and say, I hate this thing. You got to do something to it. I'm going to wreck it. So you'll be able to tell pretty quickly who stays out there and who runs a lot of laps. That means they're probably pretty happy with the car.
Let's take a look at the field for tomorrow, and as we look, talk about the transition from that tough, tight half mile in Martinsville, Virginia on Monday to Sunday afternoon on the 1.5 miles at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Darrell?
Well, of course, here you got to work on so many things. Here you got to have the aerodynamic package working, and at Martinsville you can run without any fenders. So 2 totally different concepts of racing. Here you got to be precise. Martinsville you can be a little bit more like in a bull ring. So there's a lot of different strategies that take place here than do at Martinsville.
Why do I not remember us being on the pole?
In these cars, they generate almost 200 miles an hour. We've had telemetry here. They run almost 200 miles an hour entering the corner here. So you have to have a very aerodynamic car, but you also have to
Because I had to score this race.
It is the most competitive automobile racing in the world, bar none. And these are the stars ready to race tomorrow. We're out here on the track, giving it one last game go to make sure that they are in as good a shape as they can.
This is one of the most entertaining practice sessions I've watched, not because of the on-track
they've taken the
activity, but the
qualifying engines out
commentary.
now. They put in a race engine, an engine that's prepared to run 500 miles. They'll break that engine in, get plug checks, carburetor, jet the carburetor appropriately for the weather conditions tomorrow. And right now, you go out and you find somebody that you think's good, somebody that's fast, like a Geoff Gordon, and you see if you can run with him. If you can't, you try to figure out why.
It is a sport of singularly and wonderful, glorious moments of winning a race, not just against another team, but against 40 other teams on any Sunday. If you fail to qualify, that can be a heartbreak.
By the shadows, it definitely looks like
Steve
that.
Park, Greg Sachs, Elliott Sadler, Mike Skinner, and for the first time in his career, Darrell Waltrip is not down there lining up. DW, that's got to be a gut wrencher.
Well, I'm sitting up here in the sun shining, Kim, but it's raining in my heart. I've never experienced anything quite like this. At the end of the 300, I felt like I should be running across the track and getting in my car
coffee is
to get
brewing
ready for the race tomorrow. So
impatient.
It hurts, but I'm here with you, and I'm glad I got a lot of friends around me.
And you have a lot of friends and a lot of support all over America, Darrell. The United States is proud of you and what you've done in racing. We're delighted to have you with us up here. Let's get down trackside to Mike Hogwood.
Every car out on the track except for one. And there you see the victorious Jimmy Spencer, who won today's Busch Grand National race. Now done with his post-race interviews, strapping in. One of the crew guys said, we're really going to have to pull these belts extra tight. That's because Jimmy Spencer is so far off the ground after that great win today. Now he concentrates on tomorrow. Lynn Jarrett?
Well, thanks, Mike. I'm down in the garage area in front of two guys who had to take provisional spots. Very odd. Ricky Craven, who has started on the front row here at Charlotte in the past, had to use a provisional. I talked to him this morning. He said it's a brand new race car. We just didn't get all the bugs worked out. We feel good for the race. Also, finishing third last week at Martinsville, transition to the Super Speedway, Bobby Hamilton had to take a provisional. This morning in practice, he was the 5th fastest car. I asked Robbie Loomis, the crew chief, I said, Robbie, what did you do different? He said, nothing. He said, this car won't qualify, but it sure does race good here. So they can't race for the race to start. Another guy who had to take a provisional starting spot was past defending Winston Cup champion, Terry Labonte. He'll start dead last. He was fastest this morning.
Charlotte's a rocky road for defending Winston Cup champion Terry Labonte. But the last 3 years have added up to 3 top 10s. Last year especially sweet as victory propelled him to his 2nd championship. But tomorrow, it's a tough road to hoe. He starts dead last.
And it's been a tough road to hoe all week long for the Kellogg's team. Earlier this week on Wednesday, their crew chief, the champion crew chief from 1996, Gary Dehart, resigned. Dehart needing to take some time off, basically stressed out. Contributing to that, the fact that the team has not run that well over the last 3 races, finished worse than 20th in the last 3 consecutive weeks and fallen to 6th in the championship standings. Behind me, the man on top of the Kellogg's hauler in the blue shirt in the center of the picture there is Randy Dorton. He heads Hendrick Engines. He's the interim crew chief. He's the man who, along with Eddie Dickerson, the man that heads Hendrick Chassis, will call the shots for Terry Labonte on Sunday. One interesting note, Terry won this race here last year using a car with a little different paint scheme than the normal Kellogg's colors. He's got a little different paint scheme he's running here this weekend. Maybe that's his good luck omen. Would be somewhat of a surprise if Terry wins from last place. How about another surprise we can talk about? Let's get the word on that.
There's the surprise. 184.256. Geoff Bodine, Chemung, New York, on
That's
the pole.
The team I would be scoring.
Back in the garage area, they took 2 slow laps. They're back in making some adjustments. May 21st, first practice at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Into a nightmare for Geoff Bodine. As this crash,
I was there, but not scoring.
Injuries kept him out of the 600, turned the ride over to Todd. Then, this past Wednesday, turning things around, grabbing the pole, his first in 92 starts.
Wednesday.
Last May, a distant memory, an elated Geoff Bodine celebrated over in victory lane. Now he's getting ready once again to see if he can put the 500 together. Steve Burns is there.
Ken, the crew down here, looks like they're going to make a shock change on Geoff Bodine's QVC Ford. Now, this is a great situation for this team. Geoff Bodine just took on 2 new partners. The season has turned around for him in literally one night. Talked to Pete Peterson, Terry Wooten, some of the other guys on the team who have worked so hard. Their goal right now is to make the car as snug and as comfortable as they can for Geoff Bodine. They actually want to tighten the car up so that he can be good on long runs.
Bodine will be out in just a few moments to give it another ride.
Darrell, let's talk about tight. You know, people out there watching for the first time have no idea what you're talking about when you say tight. Explain tight for a major speedway or any racetrack, as a matter of fact.
Well, if you have an in-car camera, that really helps explain it the most. But nevertheless, tight means you're turning the steering wheel always to the left. I think the best explanation I've heard is if it's tight and you're going into the corner, the front would hit the wall first. That's tight. If you're loose and you're going into the corner, the back would hit the wall first. So I think that's the difference. And there's also, here's a shot of Burton here. Now, most of these cars are going to be pretty snug right now because they're on new tires. But he is going to be always turning left. A driver can't drive a car if he's got to turn it back to the right. He's probably going to have to lift out of the throttle if he has to turn back to the right. That means the car is loose. You can work the throttle, work the steering wheel if the car is snug.
Let's do this line with Geoff Burton as he goes through the corner. You see the left front right down on the white line. He fades out against the wall, down the back straightaway. Right along here, he's gaining RPM. Close to 85, 8600 down into turn 3. Back to the bottom, you see a lap car there. Lap car.
A slow car.
That was Derek Cope there on the bottom side of the racetrack, and you see he had to alter his line.
Oh, and Gamer, I also use OBS.
Quickly to Glenn Jerry.
And I have the 3 different scenes.
You described exactly what Johnny Benson has been
I think one I was going to set up, but I
42 cars
didn't.
on the racetrack. Benson brought the Pennzoil Pontiac in very, very loose. They made several chassis adjustments on it and a rear track bar adjustment to try to snug it up. That's not at all unusual after the Busch Grand National race here, but these Winston Cup guys to come in saying, man, this thing is way too loose. Tighten it up. I can't drive it.
We got to talk about what happens to the track and how it changes, and we'll be doing that very shortly as you watch Bobby Hamilton come by. Right now, Jeff Gordon, 174.656 has been the quickest out here as they are race ready. They've taken out all those fancy qualifying engines. They're down to the war machines for tomorrow's 500.
John Boy and Billy Show.
The Big Show, where we're back taking you behind the scenes of Happy Hour. This is where we lay the odds, where the action is starting to heat up. All right, look at the outside of the track. There it is. You got to lay odds. I say 3-1 on Mr. Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator. That's Dale Earnhardt? Yeah, that's Earnhardt right there. Going at it, getting ready to do it. Gee, did you make his nose big enough? Well, don't worry about that, all right? Because when the Intimidator gets on the track, Charlotte, his home track, he was born, raised just minutes from the track, all right? Hey, what are these little Z's here? He's just taking a quick power now. He's going to wake up and go get them. All right. Earnhardt, 3-1. More odds coming up. Hey, those are mine, remember. I got it.
You know, Baker, one thing I noticed. Those 2 guys have faces made for radio.
They can lose.
I'm going to go pour my coffee. It's done.
Oh, boy. Look like Elton John and one of his closest friends or somebody.
They'll be back, too.
Tough crowd right there.
Yeah, well, Earnhardt's been having some good laps out here. Right
yeah.
Now, 157?
No, 175.
175?
Yeah, he's on the sheet here, 6 quick right now. And that's pretty good for him because he usually doesn't go out and practice all that hard.
Yeah, usually he'll put them away.
He likes to have a lot of guys around him to practice real hard.
And why is that?
Well, it gets his adrenaline flowing, I guess. So,
you know,
I don't know.
This also points out another thing. They qualified at 184 miles an hour. Now, with used tires, light fuel loads, getting set for the race, getting downforce in the car, this is what you come up with. You lose considerable time when you get the car where it sticks in the corner on long run. You lose that low down effect that the cars have to qualify. You really hold your breath for when you qualify.
The fastest car so far is Kyle Petty at 176 miles an hour. And they qualified 84 miles an hour. That's 8 miles an hour off the pace.
Now, as we watch these cars, after they've just had a 300-mile race on this track, how different is this track than what they would have experienced this morning?
The best way, people ask me that all the time, the track this morning was like fresh snow. You can just go anywhere you want to. There are no tracks. But after that race today, there's tracks. You got to stay in the track. If you get out of them, you slide in the fence.
Let's go to Alan Bestwick.
Jeff Gordon is in the garage now, Ken, having just completed a 20-lap run on the racetrack. He has reported to the crew that the car is loose getting into the corner. Means the back end wants to go a little farther to the right than the front end, but it's tight getting off, which means the front end's going farther to the right than the back. They've taken some tape off the nose of the car. They've checked all their ride heights, their shock travels. They're cooling down the engine. They're checking the spark plugs right now. And as you can see, Ray and Jeff having a discussion about the characteristics of the car before they decide what adjustments to make to try and get it a little better. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Oh, we're having a big time down here. Bobby Hamilton brought the STP Pontiac in, said it's doing great. You can tell how excited he looks.
That coffee is really good. It's a brand called Community.
Well, we were just talking about how tough it is to come up with stuff to say on television.
Man, it's tough to say something, but it's tough for you all to come up with a different kind of question. You always say, how's the car doing? I mean, after 30 races a season and 40 drivers, you ask the same question. How you come up with new questions? What I want to know.
We have people in the truck that they're feeding this stuff to us. We never think of anything on our own.
Well, they don't think of too much from you either. Just have to come back.
Thank you so much, Richard. The check's in the mail. Now, we want you to ask Bobby Hamilton.
He was my favorite driver after Fireball Roberts got killed. I started following Richard.
We want you to interview Bobby.
How's it going out there, Bobby? Everything's going real good, King. It's a little bit wiggly entering the corner, but besides that, the car's really driving good through the middle of the corner. We're going to change the right rear shock that we built up this morning for that and see if that settles it down into the corner. But all with that, it's running good. It's coming off the corner pretty good. Just snick of the button right on the bottom. Well, you think about driving in deeper? Do you think that'll help it? You told me quit doing that. Don't do that, okay?
You see why my job, see why I love my job so much, guys. Got all kinds of guys down here willing to do my job for me. They're really happy with this car, though, seriously.
Bobby Hamilton, the number 43. He'll be a factor. He's been around all season long, knocking on the door.
Two of the fastest cars here right now in this practice are cars that took division. That was kind of where I was. My car wasn't going to qualify good. It was going to race pretty good if I'd been able to get it in the race.
That's my song, and I'm sticking to
it's a fact, Baker. Look at that. 44 and 43.
Here's Mark Martin.
First and third.
If you're going to have a fight, have a good one. Mark Martin,
always
qualified third, is out there, and we can get a report from Steve Burns as to how Mark is doing.
Well, Mark Martin came in just seconds ago and pulled this spring rubber out from between the springs. You see the tape here is attached, and Mark came right here. They didn't even pull into the stall. They just jacked it up a couple times. A crewman pulled this out. They went right back out, so maybe our expert analysts, the drivers, can tell us what this would do, or actually after it's
I might have been right there at that corner.
Well,
in black jeans and a red shirt.
It increases spring rate is what it does. You put that in there. It's
like
had a black and red. The front end was all sagged down on it. You jack it up and put some
Western
style
shirt.
Hold it up a little higher. Well, that is just to increase spring
Except
rate.
I wouldn't be sticking my feet toward pit road. They'd be sticking that way. So that might not have
been. You can pull that out. It's an adjustment.
I know that's what I was
you can use to adjust the car with a little bit. You put them in all four springs.
Because I was with the 7, which was black and red.
Well, you pull it out like that and let that corner get a little more side bite by laying down just a little bit and getting a firmer bite. If you were real loose, you'd never take that rubber out of the right front, because then they'd tip over and try to throw the back end around.
It's just a tool that the crew chiefs use. They use half rubbers, whole rubbers, quarter rubbers. It just depends on where they're going to put them and what they're going to do with them.
Last week, Rusty Wallace had a little bit of controversy, and he's going to start 25th. This is the restart that cost him $5,000. Well, because of some things he said after.
Yeah.
When they set him down, he got a stop-and-go penalty. Was that really a jump? How'd you see that, Darrell?
Here's the problem as I see it. When we're in the drivers' meeting on Sunday morning, they say the restarts shall be in the vicinity of the crossover gate. That is a real broad interpretation of where the vicinity is. So Here, for instance, coming off turn 4, they're going to say the restarts are in the vicinity of the grass. They need to put a line on the racetrack if they're going to be that specific.
This is the end of the day as far as Rusty Wallace is concerned. Comes out, ends up 15.
And hence we have restart zones.
The other thing that you could see the dust flying everywhere when they restarted there.
There was all kind of things. I mean, you could make an argument for Rusty very, very easily. He is the leader of the race. How do you jump the restart? The track was covered with stay dry. Give the guy a break. He's got a lap car on the inside of him. There's only 15 or so laps to go, so he's trying to protect his lead. There's all kind of things you could argue. NASCAR has a tough job, boys. It's like when a referee calls a ball a strike or a referee calls a touchdown and brings it back. It's tough, but that's their job.
Well, it was the remarks after that cost him $5,000, which he paid in 500,000 pennies a day or so ago to Bill France. Mike Hogwood can fill us in now as that car's gone back to the garage area, number 2.
Now, Rusty just pulled his car in. I asked him a moment ago how everything was going. He said it was fine. They did a flood check, and now Rusty is working on the chassis a bit, which he considers his specialty. We'll get a microphone in here. Rusty, how's your car running? How you feeling?
It's pretty good. I got a little bit more to go yet. Our speed's good. I'm happy with that. Got kind of a light feeling in the front end. I'm going to work on it, try to get the thing pinned a little bit more. But we're awful close right now.
This crew seems to have put what happened last week behind them and now focused directly on this race.
Yeah, we got to do that because, I mean, we know what happened last week. It was a bad deal, but like I say, I hate it for the guys because they really had it going last week. These motors are running good. The pit stops are good.
I'm going to go through my latest follow list and follow everyone that I haven't followed yet.
But his team seems to have gotten things together as
Thank
they
you
head
for
into
watching.
the stretch run of the season. Yeah.
We'll take a quick break and be back with you here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. The final shakedown for the UAW GM 500 tomorrow on TBS.
So if you're into home improvement and love racing, we're going to do everything we can to put you right in the middle of the action.
Dad, nice job.
Now that was a costly mistake. Lowe's, the official home improvement warehouse of NASCAR.
Trying to catch, but he's not doing a very good job of that. Woo, see how close he got to that car coming out of the pits. That's a pretty exciting shot right there.
How much do the shadows bother you out here?
You put all that out of your mind, Ken. I mean, you focus on your driving and where you're going around the racetrack. You don't think much about those things.
Here's Earnhardt pulling in the number 3. Everyone knows about the long winless streak that Dale Earnhardt is looking to end tomorrow in the UAW GM Quantity 500. This is just one of many things that Buddy Baker and the Intimidator talked about earlier today.
He pulls hard at a driver to learn, and he's not doing it to aggravate you. Sometimes you think he is, but he's not. He's really wanting you to say, well, the car's tight, or I think if we adjust here. He's wanting to learn and get any of the information he can that, you can go around here and make a perfect lap, and Larry say, well, think about the lap and tell me where you think I can help you. I mean, he just wants to make that car even better, even though it may be perfect. And he never rests. I mean, we ran good the other day practicing after qualifying, and the car was really great. And he just starts, well, what does it feel like getting in? Can you get in a little better, or you tied it all off? He just analyzes the whole corner and the situation. Gives you corner times, and it really helps me on corner times and the lane I'm running, or what we can do to make the car get through the corner better. So he's thorough. He don't never give up.
Dale on Larry McReynolds, that man right there who's taken over as crew chief for the Intimidator, and 2 second places in a row.
Well, what he was saying about Larry McReynolds is what he's trying to do is get the driver to be a part of the fix, be a part of the equation. What can I do to help you? What can I do to help you? Not what can you do to help me? So that's where communication comes in. I think that's where Larry and Dale may have had a problem early in the year.
Let me tell you, I talked to Dale Earnhardt in Lemp this morning, and he had some interesting things to say. Let me tell you, this man wants back in winner's circle, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere close to him with 2 laps to go.
Tomorrow?
Anytime.
Yeah,
he wants to win.
Well, guess what, Baker? I won't be, so you'll be a lot closer to him than I will be.
Alan Bestwick has an update on the 3 as the hood goes up back in the garage.
Dale has just come back from his second run on the Speedway, Ken. Came back after the first time, said the car was loose. They changed the anti-sway bar in the front end, went back out onto the racetrack, said he couldn't keep the car on the bottom in the corners with the new bar. Said he didn't like that. Said it kind of makes the car skate in the middle. So they're going to undo the last change and try something else. And Earnhardt will be back out onto the racetrack. So that is the story as Dale Earnhardt gets work from his crew. Larry McReynolds and the bunch looking on there. And Earnhardt continues to get work done on his car. We go to Steve Burns.
Alan, we're continuing to track the progress of the 6th car of Mark Martin. They changed the spring rubber, as we said moments ago. Mark went back out on the racetrack, and he said, I can't believe this is the same car we've been used to. So they're going to run a little bit longer. They come back in and change 4 tires. So they are not happy with the way the 6th car is handling right now.
Yeah, I saw Mark go off in turn 3 there, and he almost lost that thing. It danced up the racetrack with him, so he's very unhappy.
Starts third tomorrow, the number 6. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Well, Ernie Irvan has pulled the Haviland Ford into the garage area. Got it up on scales, Ernie. Usually this time of the day, that's not a very good sign. How's the car working?
It hadn't been very good. This whole weekend, we haven't had the car very good, but we'll keep working on it, man. We've re-drilled locating points and moved trailing arms. We've done about everything you could do, and we still got a little bit more time. We got another half hour, 45 minutes, and going to try to get it a little tighter.
Give me an idea what you're going to do that.
Well, we're going to soften the left front, and we're going to stiffen the right front. I could tell you, because I wish somebody'd have this same thing.
Bernie Irvin starts 35th tomorrow.
I hung with Randy Pemberton a little more in 1998 when my husband and I, in 97, when he left with the Goodyear girl there.
Yeah, they have themselves a little different kind of life than what you'd expect. They raise these Pasofino horses. Does that mean that they're pretty mild, these horses?
Yeah, they're real
racing people like away from the races. Randy and I go to coffee once in a while.
Jordan. And beautiful.
Yeah,
boy, are they ever pretty. Kim has won a lot of awards for her showmanship. There's the great trainer.
Yeah. See, he treats that horse like he does his car. He just hits it really.
New youngster coming in February for Ernie Irvin's family.
Way to go. Hit on 17. Good idea. That's all right. We're going to double up and catch up. All right, happy hours. Where's happening? Okay, we're going to lay some odds.
These guys were a hometown in Charlotte radio station morning show.
99 and 6. I'm guessing Geoff Burton and Mark Martin.
I don't know how syndicated they were, John Boy and Billy. It was kind of a southern thing.
I see Jeff's ear still looks a little bit. Is it still infected? No. He's all right inside. Not this. It's just a little swollen. Oh, things going to go down. Okay. You talking about Ford drivers in Charlotte? Yeah. What a history. What about Dale Jarrett? What about Ernie Irvan, who's always my bud Ern, always done good here? Rusty Wallace. Got Rusty out. Oh, Michael Waltrip. Hey, Michael's got big ears. I didn't have room for the whole back for it. So what you're talking about is odds. Yeah, 3-1, 4-1, 8-1, and 9-1. All right, it's heating up. Who are the odds-on favorite to win? Where we're going to tell you when we come back.
I think I'm going to get back over here and wash my hand a little more.
Could I borrow $5?
Those are experts.
Now, let me ask you something.
Under that hat on the right side is a mean-mouthed man.
Yeah. Have you ever been on their show, Baker?
Yes, I have. They've woke me up and fought me before.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're two cards, I might add. They're doing what they should be doing, playing the cards.
So we're watching the rigs run them out here in this practice period.
That right there is what you call it. He's feeling him out right there.
Okay, what kind of tires you want to be on for this? How do you want these cars set up when you bring them out here for this period, for this final shakedown?
Yeah, most of the time you'll start this session on 4 brand new tires, full of fuel, just like you're
I'll
going to
go refill my coffee. I drink that one quick. I'll be.
And that way you can adjust the car as you go along.
But I'll be right back.
Starting the race and wondering what it's going to do, you should have a pretty good idea. Right now, Rusty is Jeff's trying to figure out what Rusty's got going, because Rusty looks pretty good, and Jeff's trying to see what he's got to do to keep up with it. How about a Hogwood?
And we're with Geoff Burton right now and talking about how happy he is with his car. You know, some guys really do have a happy hour, and you're one of them.
Well, we fought really hard. It's good right now. It doesn't guarantee us anything for tomorrow, but right now it's doing everything I ask it to do, and we need just a little bit, but I think the track's going to change, and anything you adjust right now may not be what you're going to get tomorrow. We've changed a lot of stuff during the week and learned what to do with the XI cord if it gets tight, if it gets loose. So from there, you start the race and hope you've guessed right on the racetrack. If you haven't, hopefully during practice you've learned what changes to make to your car to make it better in the race.
Geoff says he's going to make one more short run, then they're going to put a cover on the number 99. Alan Bestwick.
Well, Mike, Jeff Gordon is about to wrap up another 20-lap run. He made a 20-lap run initially. He's finishing up now another 20-lap run after several changes the first time they were in. Took a couple of spring rubbers out of the car, changed some air pressures, that kind of thing, and also made an adjustment to the track bar, the bar that controls how the rear end housing sits, the rear axles, if you will, how that sits underneath the car and how it addresses the racetrack. Now, Dale Jarrett just went back out onto the racetrack, told me his car's a little bit loose. They made some chassis adjustments, but they also changed the carburetor manifold up under the hood. Doug Yates, Robert's son, who oversees a lot of the engines now for Robert Yates Racing, keeping an eye on the horsepower that number 88 car has, wants it to be as good as he can in tomorrow afternoon's event. They're trying a few things under the hood right now.
Something special about a 20-lap run? What does that tell you?
I want to just look at that 88 car. He runs lower than any car out here, has won the race here because of that low line. Todd Bodine, the crew chief on this car, has really made it possible for this car to handle like that. Look where he's running. He's almost on the flat part of the racetrack through the corner.
Yeah, he is. That's exactly where you want to be. In a 20-lap run, Ken, is, you know, when we start a race, covering the show, we'll say, well, the cars are going through a transition. It takes about 10 to 15 to 20 laps for the tire pressure to build up. And not only that, something nobody ever talks about, the shocks, they have air in them. And the air pressure in the shocks will also increase. That will in turn increase the rate of the shock itself. So you want all those temperatures to be up to what we consider to be full operating temperature, so the driver knows exactly what that car is going to do at that point in the race.
And how many laps does it take to get there?
It takes about 20. For everything to balance, for the tires to come up, the shock absorbers to heat up, and the car to get to where you want to be, takes about 20.
So then when you come in, you can make all those measurements and know where you're at.
And you may want to change the nose weight. You may want to put more weight on the front. You may want to put some more wedge in the car, jack some more weight down on the left rear. A lot of things you'll do after that 20-lap run.
You know, the one thing that a lot of people don't realize is when you go through the corner in the front skating, that buildup in the tires is really tough.
We'll be back to talk more about the final shakedown in a moment. We made the first bet. Find out who's hot and who's not for tomorrow. Let's get down and see who's working well in the garage area and start with Randy.
30 laps.
Well, 1996 Winston Cup champion Terry Labonte will go off dead last here tomorrow, taking a championship provisional. Now, this happy hour practice session has not been too happy for the 96 champ. As a matter of fact, he just came in and said this thing is way too tight. I can't even turn it, so they went ahead and put two rubbers in the right front spring, softened it up a great deal, and Terry has just gone back out on the racetrack. But to give you an idea, he's running about 31:30s right now, and that is about 2 seconds off the pace of the qualifying. Of course, everybody is slowed down somewhat with race pace here, but Terry Labonte not at all happy with a Kellogg's car. Alan Bestwick. Well, Jeff Gordon has just brought the DuPont Chevy in after that second 20-lap run, and now he's climbed from the car, and he and Ray Evernham and the other team members are having a little huddle up at the front of the machine discussing the handling characteristics. You know, these guys don't want to discuss everything that they're talking about over the radio because there are people with scanners. In fact, sometimes they don't want people with cameras looking in, as it seems to be the case right now. So we'll let them have their conference, then we'll get a word from Jeff Gordon when they break up. Let's go to Steve Burns.
And Alan, Jeff Bodine is just backing out, just came in and changed a right front shock. I just talked to the guys on the crew, and they said they're still trying to tighten him up a little bit. He's still loose on the racetrack. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
Hey, Steve, same story up here. This is the garage with Rusty Wallace. He wanted more nose weight in the car, so they changed shocks on the front end of the car. Rusty says he's going to keep tinkering with this thing until the very last
It looked like it was super secret there in Gordon's
Well, thanks, Mike. I found that
hood
in the
up
garage
there
area here, and they're
guys
finding
like,
conditions
get out
as
of
well. In
here.
fact, the guys are just putting the finishing touches on changing the front sway bar.
The Streisand effect. Now what we want to know. Look, they got over there again to the
a bigger bar to make the thing, or excuse me, a smaller bar to make the thing to tighten it up. It works exactly opposite of what you would normally think. He said he doesn't know why the thing is doing the exact opposite of what you would normally do, but he says whatever it takes to make it work, that's what they'll do. Mike?
And Jimmy Spencer just won the Busch Series race here at Charlotte, and he doesn't even get to celebrate. He's sitting inside the Smoke and Joe's car right now. Mechanics underneath. They were working on a spring change. Jimmy, you know, you'd like to be in victory lane to celebrate, but these guys are thrashing on this 23 car.
We're not as good as we need to be, Steve. You know, it's the same thing with any Winston Cup event. It's so competitive, and you need to get the car real comfortable. It's a long race, you know, so we got some work to do, and hopefully we can get a little bit better. We're fairly competitive, you know, but we don't feel like we're just quite right there yet, so
I just got to my coffee.
All right, best of luck. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
And Jeremy Mayfield just getting the wind of that put up on his cars. He takes it back out, takes a provisional spot. But like a lot of those other guys at the back, he says he's confident that this machine is going to race well. He says happy hour is going great. He's got a big smile on his face as he heads out for another run.
There haven't been too many optimistic voices down there. It sounded a lot more like about 9 o'clock this morning with all the thrashing that was going on with the Grand National cars. We'll talk to Buddy Baker and Darrell Waltrip about that when we return.
Coming next week to the Super.
Get right down to the Ernie Irvan story.
Well, I'm standing by with Ernie Irvan. He's crawled from his car. There was a big fire there. Ernie, what happened?
Something went wrong in the electrical system or something. Just all of a sudden, we were just coming in and started seeing it smoke a little bit. And so, I had it idling and all of a sudden it shut off. So then it seen smoke coming out from under the hood. So I figured that's a good time to bail out.
Absolutely good time to get out. They are bringing the backup car out right now. Let's go to Steve Burns.
Well, Glenn, actually, I was standing on the other side of you just to see the guys up in the truck. They're going to work as hard as they can to get that car ready. I heard Darrell Waltrip say the hourglass is on the upside down, as it were. Time is running out. They're going to do the best to get that backup car ready for Ernie Irvan.
So that'll start last.
No, boys, I want to tell you something. I mean, I didn't fall off a Turner truck yesterday, okay? Last week, the 88 car caught on fire, and they had to get a backup car out. You just heard Ernie say a little bit ago, he didn't think his car was very good, and they wouldn't have much luck with it. Now, it caught on fire, and they got to get a backup car out. Man, I should have burnt mine up, I guess.
In the old days, wasn't that what they called a clutch job?
Well, that was just when you didn't like the motor. You just
you'd come in and tell your engine man, hey, it's not running at all. And he said, well, you're going to have to live with that motor. It's as good as we have. So you just down the back straightaway, all of a sudden the clutch would slip.
That's what you see now.
And it'd blow up.
Yeah, it'd blow all to pieces. That's what you do when you drive for someone else.
Let me tell you, Ernie Irvan is never a giver-upper. Whatever happened there is for real.
Take a look here in the number 21. Boy, doesn't that look familiar.
Man, I love that. I love that paint job.
And take a look at it. 87 poles, 18 here at Charlotte. Those were such wonderful colors. I think we should all write the
consecutive poles at Charlotte.
I think we should write to the Wood Brothers and to their sponsors and say, we want those colors back. That was one of the most exciting cars that we can remember.
Yep. That look at that race car right there, I didn't get to see that very much. The front end of it. I looked at the back of it a bunch. When David Pearson had that Mercury, number 21, buddy, I chased that thing till I run over my tongue sometimes.
Yeah, well, the first time I saw the car in the garage area this week, I told him, I said, boys, y'all don't know what that does to me.
1972.
So many memories.
1972, good to see AJ win at Atlanta, win Daytona, and then, of course, those wonderful runs with Neil Bonnet. Yeah. They were wonderful. And it meant a lot to a lot of race folks, and I'm glad the Wood Brothers brought it back that way for this weekend. Yeah. Please bring it back.
You know, when it changed, when I had the Valvoline sponsorship with the 21, they lost that color there, but that is something.
Mike Hogwood back in the garage here.
One of the guys who has really struggled in this happy hour is Steve Grissom. Grissom says that they gave up on their original setup. They've just put 4 new springs on it, and they're going to go out now, and as he says, we're just going to see where we're at. It's not been a good hour at all for Steve Grissom, and he's hoping to find some magic now as he straps in to take his next run out on the track.
Number 41. Grissom will come from the 17th position when they line them up for the 30th annual UAW GM 500 tomorrow.
Hey, Greedy. How you doing, man? You rating me with 42 viewers? Hi, people. Welcome in. What's up? Watching Charlotte. This is happy hour. I'm with the 7 car. We're starting on the pole, believe it or not. And then I'll play the race. My dad was with the 81 and they qualified pretty good too. And there's a book being written while this race was going on called A Little Bit Sideways. So, let me see. I got a picture of that book. I'll come in the chat in a minute.
Can you think of some more Pontiac players that's going to be there? Well, I can't.
I mean, I'll come in the Camry.
And 7.5 to 1. Stand by, more inside stuff coming up from the belly of Happy Hour with John Boy and Billy.
And they got it right. And if you see Kyle Petty is the
This is the photo of what the book is, A Little Bit Sideways, and it's being written for the 81 Square D team. It was a guy that mirrored them or shadowed them all week, Scott Hewler, and he wrote this book. And my dad's referenced in it a few times because he's helping that team that weekend.
The other thing about happy hours, you got to be real careful. You don't want to make any mistakes and tear up your primary car.
Thank you, Greedy.
That's another thing that a driver has to
take a look here. This is Jimmy Spencer. Man, he darn
did we shout him out?
Up against the turn 3 and 4 wall, so what he'll be coming in. What did he just keeps on digging.
Shout out was given. Hey, thank you.
Tomorrow on that car. The guy that missed it this afternoon.
Gamer Kids on
one of the best Grand National races we've seen in years.
Incredible. I mean, he did an outstanding job.
I still didn't hear the sound. Actually, I heard it on the other one.
Put on a show.
It was like, I could hear the
number
flute.
23, Jimmy Spencer. To Alan Bester.
You are watching Bill Elliott leave the NASCAR Winston Cup garage. I talked with Bill a minute ago while the car was sitting there, and it sat there for quite some time. I said, how is it? He said, I'm out of control.
I love that pirate.
Something drastic. That
pirate
was the point at which
race.
the point was also raised why they call this happy hour, because it's not been very happy thus far for the McDonald's team. Let's go to Steve Burns.
What I normally do is just watch old races.
Geoff didn't want to talk. He was so focused on what they were doing. He left the window net up. I talked to Pete Peterson. They said they changed another right front shock, but they feel pretty good. They're about comfortable.
They had just gone through a changing of hands, and that's how I ended up being a scorer. Pat Tryson quit at Bristol.
A few moments ago, they changed
and since Bristol, from Darlington, Richmond, I didn't score. Oh, I scored in New Hampshire. And then they came to Charlotte. Bush didn't run all that. Played Bush earlier. This is happy hour, and then we'll play the race.
And he is fighting a little bit of a tight condition. They have been in place since happy hour started. I think really that's what they want rather than being loose. They just keep working on it, getting a little bit better each time. Kenny really likes the way that the car feels right now, making very minute
I just love comedy movies, and my whole
in the Tide Ford is having all kinds of problems. He's been in and out, and
basically Seth Rogen.
Trying everything.
Anything he writes is just so flippin' funny in my opinion.
As Daryl said, they put new tires on it to start out with. They really like that car. Remember a couple weeks ago at Dover, he was the class of the field. They think they have a car just as good. Daryl?
Yeah, I think he does too, looking at these times up here. And, you know, listening to Dale Jarrett.
The Pirates of the Caribbean, that reminds me of just a really tainted Pirates of the Caribbean.
I wouldn't want to go no faster, would you, buddy?
Well, what they're fighting now is the racetrack has a lot of miles on it. They've been here since Wednesday running. The track itself has oil on it.
But not the rum.
Rubber buildup on it. It's a slick surface, so you're fine-tuning now, getting comfortable for tomorrow.
Ernie Irvin's brought out
Jack
the spare,
Sparrow,
getting it ready. We'll see it run very shortly. Be prepared for tomorrow's 500.
So anyway, this is happy hour. So
moments of happy hour.
Saturday, and we're dubbing around in the pit area. I'm probably sitting on the pit wall, to be honest, with a stopwatch, just killing time, timing cars. We didn't really get that on a sheet unless it was in the, the crew chiefs had there.
Bobby Hamilton, he says they've wrapped things up. You must really like this thing, Bobby.
Speaking of which, I need to get race monitor today.
The car really runs on the bottom real good. I went out there and got with the 24, the 88, the 3 car.
If you don't know what race monitor is, it's an app that
we can run right there with them on
is $8 a year, and it gives you every rundown, every short track, live timing and scoring.
So then we went back to the old tires, and the car just kept sticking on the bottom. So the car's a lot better than me right now. I caught some kind of bug at the motorhome last night. I'm absolutely dead. I'm supposed to go to the infield care center and let them plug me up to something.
I was just taking a little break, filling up my coffee.
Let's go to Mike Ogwood.
Well, you see the Ernie Urban team frantically
and then I'll turn the camera back on.
This is the 28 that caught on fire. NASCAR has said they
I only run 30-second ads. If anything else is, it's because of Twitch.
Repair. So they are frantically working
and I snooze them as much as I can. That does kick a pre-roll out.
Ernie Urban and crew chief Mark Reno both upset about the call from NASCAR.
I'm doing okay. Hey, Coco, what's up?
Randy Pemberton.
Well, there's a good chance
I was
that Dale
looking you
Earnhardt
yesterday.
is done for the afternoon. Larry McReynolds, his crew chief, is taking off the headset. I just spoke with
had
Larry.
The
I said,
TV up while I went with Dad.
We are really, really happy with it. We've hardly turned a screw on it all weekend. I said, if there was a concern going into this 500 miles, what would it be? He said, it's going to be real, real hot tomorrow. So if anything, the car might get a little bit loose on us, but Dale really
I'm
loves
doing
it,
pretty
and they
good.
are awfully fast.
It was March
I have
of
one more
1996
month
at the Atlanta
here at
Motor
this
Speedway
camp.
when the 3-car
RV
last
park.
found victory lane in a Winston
Been here
Cup
5
race.
years.
They've
They're changing
changed
over
crew
and
chief, but what about the rest
putting
of the
meters
team?
on our units now. So if that's going to be too much, I might have to move to another place, maybe closer to Daytona. Prices are a little less expensive down by Daytona. It's higher crime. I'm in like a little frou-frou, cushy little beach town that I love. Me too. I hope it'll work out. Kind of looking into maybe a warehouse.
Cost us some time and some effort in the pits and planning.
Bouncing around the ideas. That's what I'm going to do today, is bounce them ideas around.
It's just a matter of time that we'll win. The next year could be a championship. So that's what it's all about. Is just keep going forward.
Go into Zillow and
keep
stuff.
pushing forward.
Earnhardt when he was still
he always
there.
well
I was
here at
really
Charlotte, and
lucky
he's
to
had a
be
couple
around,
good finishes
you know.
the last couple of weeks, second place. So
Then
I think he's
see
going to
this
be a
early
guy to watch
racing.
tomorrow.
Doesn't seem that long ago. I wonder if it looks old-fashioned to all you. To me, it was just, it was really great. It was a grueling, very, oh my.
John Boy and Billy forget about Jeff Gordon. We've talked to him on Monday morning more than anybody this year. When you're talking about Charlotte, you can't count out Mr. Gordon. You know, it actually looks like you left him off here completely. But that's
This was a radio show in North Carolina in the mornings. John Boy and Billy. Thanks, Greedy. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, run down your power issue and I'll catch you probably tomorrow. I know I was watching you Sunday. I like your Sunday morning fun day. Bye-bye, guys.
So what was the story? I mean, what was the odds? I never heard him. They just kept saying they couldn't count him out. Those guys...
Anybody in their right mind never counts him out.
Yeah, those guys were just as edgy as I thought they were.
They were just covering their bets is what they were doing. Red and black flags are down on the track, so it's come to conclusion. What do you want out of these cars when you finish here, DW?
Well, what you want is a car that's real adjustable tomorrow. You want a car that's pretty neutral right now this afternoon. One that, if it's loose, you can tighten it up. If it's pushing, you can loosen it up. And you'll do that with air pressure, and you can do that with a lot of things, but you can't make spring changes tomorrow, so you better have that part of it right.
Let's go talk to your little brother.
And we are talking to Michael Waltrip, who had a little interesting episode out there on about your last lap. You scraped the wall a bit, but doesn't look like there's much damage on your car.
No, I didn't hurt it. It just scratched it a little bit. Wipe it off, and you'll never know tomorrow. Car's been a little bit tight off turn 2, which this morning it was real good right there, and kind of surprised us, and we've been working on it, trying to get the 1970s looking sit-go Ford Thunderbird to come off that corner like I remember David Pearson used to do. So that's our job right now.
Bring my camera back up. I've got my coffee.
We'll put our heads together and talk about some changes we might be able to make for tomorrow to get it to do that a little bit better.
All right, that's Michael Waltrip. Alan Bestwick?
All right, I'm with Jeff Gordon. Jeff, you ran 54 laps. You were second on the speed chart. How was your car? Was it to your liking?
Very
Yeah,
much. If we were racing
yeah, it
right
is so
now,
cool.
you know, we've been good, we've been bad in practices, but I got to say, this is the best we've ever been at this race in final practice. Car was very strong. Ray and the guys made a lot of changes, and I got to say, they made a lot of improvements. So, you know, we're not going to give up till this thing's over. We're starting up front, so we can keep it up front.
Superstitious at all about your October luck the last 3 years here?
No, not all. You know, that we feel like you make your own luck, and we're all about, you know, changing it. So, you know, this is a goal of ours this year, is to come in the end of the season, especially here at Charlotte, and have a good, consistent run. And that to us means, you know, be somewhere in the top 5, and, you know, not necessarily finish there, but we'd like to finish there, but we'd like to run there. If we could just have some luck, I think we can do it.
Good luck tomorrow, Geoff.
All right, Alan, thank you.
Geoff Gordon, who has the lead in the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship standings heading into tomorrow's race.
And another major contender to win here. So guys, as we see these cars being rolled back, finished up for tonight, do you get back together with everybody? Do you talk this over now, Darrell? What goes on now?
Yeah, you'll have a session with your crew chief, and everybody else. Let me tell you, buddy, and you can jump in here. Tomorrow, Pontiacs will dominate.
Well, that was
Chevrolets will intimidate, and Fords will win.
Before we go down there, we're not smart enough to tell you who's going to win. You tune in tomorrow like we will, I promise you. There'll be some surprises in this race that come from back in the field that'll give all these
The next race should be going right into,
I think, are a surprise. Where are you going here? Let's get right down to Randy, who is standing by with the Intimidator.
what I do is bring up this
Dale
kid
Earnhardt has had some
Austin.
super runs of late. Dale, since you've been here this weekend, the car has been very good. I know
they're gonna
Larry's
have more
happy with
interviews.
it. What do you think?
Well, we're still tuning on it. Larry and I are pretty comfortable with it, but the car is awful good. You know, wasn't a lightning qualifying run, but at least we made the top 20, and the guys are pretty excited about that. But the car is running good. It's been running pretty consistent all week, really, and all the practice runs. And we got our best stuff. We're ready to go racing. Hopefully, we can be as good consistently as we feel like we are. Got an awful good race car.
Yeah, I asked him about the last 2 weeks running second. Is that the momentum he needed to get in the victory lane this week?
Darrell Waltrip wants to know if running second the last couple of weeks has been the momentum you need to get in victory lane this week. Well, it seems to be, yeah. It's awful good to run second, but it's still, when you hadn't won so long, it'd really be great to win. And the momentum's built some, so everybody feels good. Everybody's pumped up on the team. And a good run's a shot in the arm for a race team, and these guys have been needing something like that. So we'll get it turned around here. I got off the alien ship, and I'm ready to go racing again.
Yeah.
Hey, Darrell's not in a race, but I'm sure he'll enjoy himself up in the booth and watching it.
Okay, yeah, tell him to give my country ham to somebody else.
That was a shot.
Okay, Dale Earnhardt looking good. He's got the Braves hat on, supporting his team down in Atlanta. Boy, he's all smiles, and deservedly so. These guys are really coming around.
Yeah, the last couple of weeks, he's been cooking my breakfast for me. So
look at the square D.
I'm going to miss breakfast in the morning, buddy. But really and truly, I guess if I had to have a favorite in the race, it would be him. I like to see him win the thing, and I guess Dale Jarrett's around here somewhere.
Hey, Dale Jarrett, he's on the headsets. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, I'm decent, but I think that guy you were just talking to is pretty good here. He and the 24 and the 6 look awful good, but we got a little work to do on our car, but I'm pretty happy.
Ask him why he's working on the motor all the time. He should have. The car ain't very good. Why is he working on the motor?
We just tried a little something new. The car's pretty good, but we had a different combination as far as the intake manifold was there. It's something they wanted to try, and so we wanted to get it back to back. And I think the one that we put on second made for the best. It got off the corner really good and ran at the other end of the straightaway good. So that's kind of the best of both worlds.
Hey, Dale,
we were afraid you were going to run off on the flat spot. You were so low on the racetrack. It really looks really good through the center part of the corner. And here at Charlotte, that won a race for you just a couple of years back here. So you have to feel good about the car in the corners.
Yeah, I really do. The car's getting down into the corner and down to the bottom. And if I could... the only thing is knowing that tomorrow the racetrack's going to be a little bit looser yet. It just always does that. And so if I can get just a little bit of tightness from the center out, I think I'll be really good. But it's cutting awesome. And I have to actually keep the car from running down below the white line. It cuts that good.
Oh, that's bad news for everybody else. I know. Hey, where's Bodine at? Is he around there somewhere?
There he is.
DW.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
How's it feel to be on the pole, man?
Well, it feels great to be down here. How's it feel to be up there? I've been up there this year, so I know it doesn't feel very good.
No, it doesn't. I'm not having a whole lot of fun. That was the longest hour of my life, I can tell you that.
Well, I'm sorry, because I know exactly how you feel, and you'll be back down here pretty soon, next week.
Hey, Geoff, how's the cold? I know the other night you said you didn't feel real good. You over that?
No, I've still got it. Can you hear that frog in there? I still have it, but I feel pretty good, and the car feels pretty good. We've made a lot of changes, and don't want anyone to get worried. That's just normal stuff. You've got to try shocks. You've got to try different combinations to really see what you have. You can't just figure it out on paper and say, yeah, it's going to work. You've got to put it in these cars and go out there and try it. That's what we're doing here, and I think we have a pretty good combination.
Hey, Jeffrey, looks to me like with Tim Brewer and now Pete Peterson over there, you're putting together a pretty strong operation, my man.
Yeah, that's the important thing here. We all have the same nuts and bolts here, the same equipment. It's the people that make this stuff work, and
my husband was working for that team. He was the transporter driver. I don't happen to see him in the background there, to be honest.
Now it's our job to get
wasn't hands-on the team as much here. He was a lot more at FINA and at Lakes.
You do your thing. I know you have the.
But these guys were a lot of Alan Kowicki's guys too, that were very experienced. You know, it was like more at Moroso or Lake, where all hands on deck. You know. They were a little more established. But the good thing is, well, unfortunately, Pat Tryson had to leave, but his wife was the scorer for the team. Every team had to have a scorer in the booth with NASCAR during the race to tally all your laps. But that's a job that I had grown up doing since I was like 12. I scored cars for modifieds when we ran the tour, or I'd sit near Mom and watch her score. So it's just something, you know,
one thing that car is doing.
I guess every little girl got a stopwatch for Christmas. I mean, that's what I thought.
Oh yeah, if you notice.
But I go to school and it's funny, and I'd say I'm in auto racing, or you know Richard Petty. They didn't know. They didn't have a clue. They didn't have a clue who I meant, so I just never brought it up anymore in school. It just like
Randy Pembert.
People in the backwoods of New England didn't know much about
I'm happy. I had a lady come up to me a little while ago and said, hey, why is there so many down-looking faces if they call this happy hour? I said, well, there's only some of them that way. I mean, I feel pretty happy. We came a long way. The car was... It's been fast the whole week, but it's not been getting into turn 3 the way I wanted to.
I always try to look in the background and see if I can see me. I only have one picture of me ever at the track for real.
How's that new race car doing, man? It looks awesome out there. You're fifth fastest to buy our computer in here, and we know you're on very used tires and all.
Yeah, I'm real happy with it. You saw that Buddy early going. I think
probably be hanging out. Like you can see behind him that
track slowed up almost a half a second since the Busch Grand
National
race was
on
over.
the
But I
truck
feel good.
where the car
I think there's a lot of drivers been fighting
raised
entry
up
into
and
turn
slid
3, a
in.
lot of loose
Well,
cars and stuff. But
I would stand under there in the shade more.
Hey, Rusty, this DW.
Because my husband was
can you put that behind you, buddy, and go out and
in
do that
charge
again
of the
this
truck.
week when the race?
Well, you got to.
And then on race day, he would run tires and gas.
By the way, I'm sorry about this week, man.
No,
that's a tough deal. I thought Terry was going to get the first provision. You had the champion. But,
well,
I think mostly tires was his
I thought the
thing.
restart wasn't that bad, too. So.
Well, that's a lot. I appreciate that. But I don't know. It's hard to put it behind because I just can't get it off my mind. I mean, yeah, it was an aggressive restart.
But that's kind of where I feel at home. Like
it's going
that
for a shootout with 18
atmosphere right
laps going,
there.
oil dry everywhere. I mean, you know, you got to get ahead of the guy. You got to get down to
just
turn
so
1
familiar
first.
to me, even though we moved like 17 times before I graduated high
At least I go home
school.
and feel like I had a really great car. And like I
So,
said in
we
the
traveled
pre-race
a
interview,
lot,
I just feel
and,
bad for the team. I've won
home
a bunch
was
of them,
more
you have too.
this.
You know what it feels like.
These
but,
were people
man,
that
when you
were
get a team
familiar
down, it's hard to pump those
faces.
guys back up. And I really feel like we got
It
there.
was familiar all around to be in the pit area ever since I was 16.
And you got the fifth fastest time here on the
rarely
computer.
went in the stands afterward in the bleachers.
Okay, buddy, appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
I might start though because New Smyrna's like $5 a person sometimes.
Kyle Petty is not
They have some
happy. He
special
was the
races.
fastest in practice, but they have been in conversation
Once in a while.
ever since he got out
Family
of the
night
car.
or something.
They're talking about some changes. They have put the car up on the scales.
More
They're
recently,
looking at
so
the weight
next time that
distribution.
comes
They
around,
want to
maybe
make
I'll
some
do
changes.
that.
Right beside of him, meanwhile, though,
It'll kill
is
me
Ken
not to
Schrader's
go
number
in the pit
33, and I've
area,
got
but-
Andy Petrie, the car owner, with me. They're happy. Your
$5
car was good,
versus
Andy.
Yeah, it was good, Glenn. We stayed on the same set of tires that whole practice and tried a few things that worked. Some of them did, some didn't. We feel real good. The last changes we made was real good. We were like 31 teams on old tires and about 55 to 60 laps on them, so we're looking real forward to Sunday.
Did you notice a great deal of change from this morning, the way the car was, to this afternoon after the Busch Series race?
Well, we did make some changes for sure. We changed the front springs, and yeah, it was a little different, but it wasn't a major difference.
Now,
okay.
when straight... Go ahead.
Hey, Andy, y'all look like you just get stronger and stronger every week. Kenny and you
I
really
was like
adapted well, come together well. Looks like your team is really working good right now.
Yeah, we got a lot of confidence in Kenny, and I think he's got a lot of confidence in us, and it's been building all year long, and I think we're trying to get in the top 10 in points. I think we've got a shot at it. We've been racing these guys like you had Rusty on there a second ago. We're racing him in the 28 and the 30, and some of those guys try to get up in the top 10. The only picture taken of me at the track was 96. And we're looking forward to the last 4 or 5 races.
I'll minimize that.
Congratulations on a great season so far, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Daryl.
With Lori, he was a scorer for...
I hope you have a good day tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks. I will.
She was a scorer for Bobby Labonte, and she was J.D. Gibbs' assistant.
All right, Randy, we got some news down there with the 2-car. Let's see what's up.
Well, I don't want to burst Rusty's bubble because I know the car is working good, but guess what?
Executive secretary.
And that powerhouse they have in there right now, they got to yank it and go with an untested motor. I just talked to Mike Agee. He said, we got one that's more stout than the one that's in it. So they're not too worried, but darn, these guys just can't get out from under the black cloud.
Well, they've done the hard work. They got the chassis working. Yeah. They don't have bad motors. No. Rusty Wallace has good motors, so look for him to be a contender tomorrow, no matter what.
They've been dyno tested. They're ready to race. Don't worry.
And we'll be back. Wrap this up for you from the Charlotte Motor Speedway after these words.
The track was so pretty with the bleachers all the way around.
500 from the Charlotte Motor Speedway live
I think they
tomorrow
removed a
on
lot of them.
TBS. Glad to have you with us. Final shakedown. Well, let's see. So far, John Boy and Billy have picked just about every driver to win. Okay, we've held their feet to the fire. Here are their final picks. Welcome back to John Boy and Billy's Rock and Roll Racing Parlor in an undisclosed location where we have very scientifically and with our heart picked who's going to win the race tomorrow after happy hour. Billy, we've come down to 3 who we think have the best odds. I think you got to like Dale Jarrett. You got to go with Dale. He runs good at Charlotte. Jeff Gordon, he's too hot to ignore. Well, plus you've hit 24 several times during this game, so that's got to be something. I sure have. And, of course, Mark Martin in the number 6 car. We're John Boyd and Billy. Thanks for joining us in our little private abode at Happy Hour. Hit me.
Good grief.
Oh, my heart. They still can't pick.
No, and an undisclosed location, I could see why.
Here's Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks, Ken, and Ricky Craven and I both want to know, who did they pick? I couldn't understand any of that, but you feel like your car's pretty good, Rick.
Yeah, really good. The last half hour, we finally figured it out, and we're running like we're supposed to be running here.
Well, what did you do, man? What did you do to the car?
I woke up.
I've been parked with you for a couple of days. What'd you do?
We had the same problems, didn't we, DW?
Yeah, man. The provisional cars seem to be doing well. Petty's up there, Hamilton's up there, and you say your car's good. What do y'all guys got going on down there?
Daryl, we changed more shocks and springs here this weekend than you'd believe. And, you know, we look back, we're feeling sorry for ourselves a little bit. After using provisional, we look back and, you know, we were on the front row in the spring. Daryl, I think you were 7th.
Oh my goodness,
8th.
thank you,
Bobby
Coco.
Hamilton was 8th. Mike Skinner was up
Coco
in the top 10, I believe.
subscribing
and what a change,
a tier 1.
And we just couldn't understand why this new car didn't get up to speed. But it took something a little different than what the other Hendrick cars have taken.
I have some emotes,
I think we closed in on it here.
Emotes
Ricky, I want to ask you a question. This is Buddy Baker. We noticed Jimmy Spencer won the 300
for your
on the outside line. Have you been up there?
And I got this for your Gen 4.
That's what I worked on this
got
morning and
this
this afternoon.
For your
Andy and I
Xfinity.
talked early on
and
today, and we just forced ourselves to get this Bud Chevrolet to work on the high side because
IMSA?
Last year I believe we led over 100 laps.
I got
and,
Camel
Terry
GT.
Labonte and I really ran well here.
Do.
Terry ended up winning. And it was
my
the
green
high side
flag
that got it
is
done. And I think
from
it's because the day race here, the sun beats on turn 3 all
Petty
day long.
Motorsports, whatever they are now, Legacy.
Maybe 5, 6, 10
says
laps.
green
The
flag.
car will run on the bottom, but the high side I really think is going to work tomorrow.
Hey, Ricky, watch out. I saw Dorton in there with your crowd. He'll be taking all that new information, giving it to Terry. Better look behind you quick. I see him. He's down in there.
I'll tell you what, very few people, very few drivers as highly respected as
and
Darryl
the puppy.
Daryl, I really feel
Stella.
for you, pal.
She was in the beginning of my stream today.
That's all I'm going to say.
She
but,
jumped up on the
race
bed.
won't be the same without him.
And she kept leaning.
It will not be the same without him. We'll take a quick break, and we're getting down to the conclusion of our pre-500
superhero
1997 from Charlotte.
All right, this is jumping to the race, I think.
NASCAR 97 Road
PBS 105 Eastern. Final whip around down there in the garage area where there's still concern, still worried.
They're bringing in the stages
our
for
happy hour
pre-race
coverage about Jeff Gordon, how they've run well at night here in Charlotte, but didn't feel like they had a good setup for the heat of the day. Well, a little while ago we heard from Jeff Gordon. They think they found a good setup for the heat of the afternoon. He starts fourth tomorrow with a 135-point lead in the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. To Steve Burns.
And the man trailing him, Mark Martin, they aren't happy with this car right now. The car covers over the number 6. Jimmy Fennig and the crew back there meeting, trying to figure out what to do. Now, Jimmy Fennig says, we're gaining on it, but we're going to have to go back tonight and figure out what we want to do come morning. Mike Hogwood.
Soaring
There's a lot of
logs
work
down
to do
there,
for
Mike
Eric's team before the green flag falls tomorrow. They have to change the entire wiring housing on this car. It was a gas fire that almost put the car out of the race, but as we told you, NASCAR has determined that they do have to race this car. They'll work tonight, and they'll work hard tomorrow to get it ready. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks, Mike, and I'm going to make a John Boy and Billy pick.
I saw them taking out the backup car or something. They must have been pulling the harnesses off of
right now is only that last set of tires that they put on, the car didn't perform quite as well. They're trying to see if that's all that it were. He's fast, he's good. Meanwhile, one car down from him, the 43 of Bobby Hamilton. We talked to him, we heard from him. He really likes the way his car feels. Although he starts in the rear of the field, I don't think that's going to be any deterrent to him. There's 500 miles of racing tomorrow.
All it takes is a loose wire to hit a hot header pipe or something.
Car to his liking at
Burn through and short it out.
These guys will go tonight, have a little dinner together, maybe some phone calls. They'll look at their notes. Andy Graves, Randy Dorton, the whole bunch of guys back there still discussing it. They'll do it again tonight. They'll come in and make a few changes tomorrow, and they expect to hit it. They really do. So the 96 champ.
The Pembertons grew up
we'll have to wait and see. Back upstairs.
Doing modified racing in
thank you so
New
much
Jersey,
for today.
Yeah,
or
it's been fun. I needed this. I really
Long
dreaded
Island,
coming back to the track,
somewhere out
today, but it's been good to be here. And I really, my heart is.
So he was a good pit reporter because he understood the cars too.
You know, this happens, and I guess I just have to learn to live with it. I've had a great career, and I can't complain.
25 years ago it was when we first met a guy from Owensboro, Kentucky, who brought a strange-looking car down to Daytona, and all the years since. He has become one of the ambassadors without portfolio for this sport. And I think that Larry Woody and the Tennessean has said it better than anyone about how important Darrell Waltrip has been to this sport. As we come to this race tomorrow, a bit of history here, because DW, for the first time in that quarter century, has not qualified for an event when he was healthy. And Larry Woody said this. He said, in this time and in this era that we live in, where we put our faith in sports figures, we can trust Darrell Waltrip. We don't have to be concerned. We don't have to be bothered that if we cheer for him on Sunday, we're going to be seeing him led away in handcuffs on a Tuesday or Wednesday, or being caught in some tryst in some cheap motel. That was just not the Waltrip style. And he and his family have represented the best of what so many of us feel about this sport. Common folks doing uncommon things. Share with us now some of the great moments in the 25 years of the three-time Winston Cup champion, DW.
They come around for the
cool
finish.
retrospect.
It'll be car number 88 coming out of turn 4. On his way to victory, Darrell Waltrip, who's about to win his first race at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The 1979 World 600 is now history, and the winner is Darrell Waltrip.
Waltrip wins the National 500. Allison finishes second.
Back straightaway, and Waltrip is still at full song, tracking down Bobby Allison. Either one of these cars could run out of gas here and coast to the finish.
Absolutely. Darrell Waltrip is going to win this race.
Here's Waltrip under Allison. Doesn't make the move as they come off turn number 4. And nearly 150,000 race fans are on their feet. Waltrip has the gas. He goes the distance and wins the World 600. His first victory of 1985.
Back straightaway last time. Here's Wallace.
Last-ditch effort. Crowd is up on their feet. 130,000.
1985 is the official year the Whelen Modified Tour became a tour, and I think it was called Featherlight. That it officially had its own tour point system rather than being part of the NASCAR regional points. My dad had won the NASCAR regional points twice, I think. Trying to think if it was more. He won the regional points with Ernie Gahan in 1966, built that winning car. That was the one he brought down to Middletown, New York, because I guess Ernie had wrecked in practice.
Broke out just outside of the winner's circle here.
And they had to rush the car and bring it down so he could stay in the points running, and he won the points that year. In 66. And he also, I think, won the regional points with something to do with Ray Hendrick, maybe.
For your thousands of fans around the country, have a great Sunday tomorrow at home in Franklin, Tennessee.
25 years of racing for Darrell at that
UAW
point.
GM 500 will crank up tomorrow shortly after 1 o'clock on this track. Hope you'll be here to see Geoff Bodine lead 43 of the world's best.
I kind of remember walking in that booth and holding my head just a little higher for a moment. Getting the pole. Hi, Pops.
On TBS.
I'm switching, I think, it over to the next race. This was happy hour at Charlotte, and then it'll be the race. And I think the team I'm scoring for is starting on the pole, because it's starting to come back to me that, yeah, okay, I was scoring the pole sitting car. Because I kind of remember that.
Take on the WCW. It's WCW Saturday night on TBS. For Steve Burns, Alan Bestwick, Glenn Jarrett, Randy Pemberton, Mike Hogwood, John Boy and Billy, Buddy Baker. I'm Ken Squire for Darrell Waltrip. Thank you for being with us on this Saturday at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. See you tomorrow at 1:05. Don't miss it. It's going to be a dandy.
That's what I like about Austin's. See, all by itself, jump right to that. As long as you're playing the playlist, go to Austin LaPlante, and he has playlists of every year of almost every series. He's really put that together well. And then the actual episode is from Michael McIntyre. And this is October 5th, 97.
Are on the kid, Jeff Gordon.
And like I said, I'm here, but at this point, before this race starts, we're headed up to the booth. Across the track and up into the tower.
He's going for his 30th win, second title. Hold on, Jeff, to the names Martin and Jarrett. Ring a bell. Two veterans charging for a shot at their first championship.
We're going to make our best effort. We're going to make the best out of winning it, or make the best out of wherever we wind up.
And today, a big piece of the puzzle falls into place. It's the UAW GM Quality 500.
The scorers' booths are directly at the start-finish line, usually. Not the highest one or anything, but usually it's directly across from the start-finish line. Some tracks, it's on the inside, like Daytona, it's on the inside. Yeah, that's usually where I look to see if I can see where it was. Because some places we walked up the bleachers, other places we walked behind the bleachers up steps, And a couple of tracks we walk behind the bleachers and up an elevator.
Thank you, Ken. 1 year ago, Geoff Gordon came into this race with a 110-point lead. He left
this is
with a
all
1-point
refresher
lead.
for me.
He's the most recent race winner at Charlotte, but has not had very good luck here the last 3 years in October. How confident are you that you can change that October luck today and protect that point lead?
Well, you know, all we can do is just keep coming back here and working real hard, and that's what we've done this time. Car feels great. You know, we're going to go out there and do our best that we know how, and do what we've been doing all year long, and hope that it all comes together for us and get some of this bad luck out of the way here at Charlotte.
Geoff had a great car in yesterday's final practice. He starts fourth today. Now with the story of the man chasing him for the championship, here's Steve Burns.
Alan, Mark Martin trails Geoff Gordon by 135 points. Mark has never won the Winston Cup title. He badly wants to do so. He's won this race twice. Mark, your thoughts as you're about to start this race today?
Well, we were disappointed in happy hour yesterday, but we've had an awesome race car on Wednesday and Thursday of this week. We believe if we get this thing tuned in for this sun and this hot weather, we'll be okay. But, you know, we've got a lot of adjustment left in the car, so hopefully we'll be able to get this thing going as good as it was on Thursday. And we're just going to give it our best shot. I want to thank all the race fans for, you know, all their overwhelming support on this Winston Cup title chase, and hopefully we can gain some points today.
Okay, best of luck. Let's check in now with Randy Pemberton.
1996 NASCAR Winston Cup champion Terry Labonte has had his 97 season come apart at the seams. 10 races ago, he was a 3-point leader in the chase for the Winston Cup championship. Now he is 622 points behind in 6th. The last 4 races, no better than 17th. Last weekend, his crew chief Gary Dehart resigned for personal reasons. He'll stay back at the shop. Here, they have struggled at Charlotte. He will start from the 43rd, the championship provisional. When I count them out, not necessarily. They've worked hard on this race car. We'll watch him try to go to the front. Now to the 4th member of our broadcast team on pit road today, Mike Hogwood. Mike.
Thanks, Randy. It has been 54 races since Dale Earnhardt has made it to victory lane. But the last 3 weeks, he's been in the top 10. The last 2 races, he has finished second. Both Earnhardt and his crew feel today is the day that they get back into the winner's circle. They start 19th, but they feel they're going to the front and in a hurry. Ken?
It has been a grim year for the man on the pole, but my, how it has turned around. For this man in number 7, Geoff Bodine. Back on Wednesday night, Geoff Bodine flew around this racetrack at an average speed of 184.256 miles per hour. And he was flying in victory lane. He'll be flying today from the pole in this great event. Hello, everybody, with Buddy Baker, Ken Squire. Looking forward to bringing you this UAW GM 500. Buddy, back in 1967, some kid from Charlotte, North Carolina came out here, tore him up, beat the great Bobby Isaac, beat Iowa's Dick Hutcherson. Name was Baker. How does it feel to come back to home ground?
Charlotte is so special, but you know, it's my home track. It was very special. I won my first major speedway race here at Charlotte, but all these guys out here, hey, this is home track for most of these guys. They're looking forward to it today.
It looks like asphalt this 1.5 miles, but let me tell you, it works just about like a greased pole at the country fair. Pretty hard
Those
to get a
guys
handle
were
on
great.
it, buddy.
I'm telling
There's a lot
you.
of racing on this track already this week.
You know what it's like to drive those 87s. Those guys had some
you know,
major
really got
guts,
so
man.
much running on it
Major.
already that it's very, very slick. You know, I talked to Mark Martin earlier today, and I said, let me ask you a little bit about how you plan to run today. He said, you know, I don't worry about motors. I turn 9100 down the straightaway here. Jack Roush, you can't blow his motors up. We're going to run as hard as we can run. Then I went to Geoff Gordon. I said, how about you? You have a 135-point lead in the point. How do you plan to run this race today? And, you know, Ray Evernham come right over his shoulder and said, we're going to run the same way we got here. We're going to win. If you win, you get the most points, and that's all you have to do to win a championship.
And look out for Earnhardt today. We're down to it. Everybody having a great time here at Charlotte. A lot of festivity in the infield. Burton Smith has given the command to fire them up. We're ready to go racing.
The UAW GM Quality 500 on TBS is brought to you by Budweiser Beechwood Aged for a crisp, clean, classic taste. By Mobile Motor Oil, changing oil for over 125 years.
It's 1:43 in the
protect your car in
afternoon.
the Prestone Zone. By
On
AutoZone,
the
the
East
best parts
Coast.
in auto parts. And by the UAW International Union
How
and General
about a
Motors
beaker?
Corporation. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
I got that sound.
The UAW
but I don't have it on this. I'm going to have to switch it later. I've got it on one of my OBS scenes.
The Charlotte Motor Speedway on this beautiful day.
Brace yourself. I'm going to have a bigger picture in just a second.
143,000 in attendance to honor the greatest race drivers in the business, the most competitive fields there are.
But I got sounds here.
Stars of the Winston
Watch
Cup.
this.
The weather today, you couldn't ask for better. What a great day to go racing. Temperatures at 76. Humidity 49.
I just don't have my bearing.
Nothing to bother. Sunny. Well, how about a beer? Today, this track is going to get sloppy and
3 stages.
difficult to handle for even the very.
See, now I got to figure out how to get them over here. I don't know how to put them in that scene.
43 strong.
Wait a minute. I can figure this out right now.
A look at the Econoline starting grid. The 18th different man to sit on the pole this year, a modern-day record. That's Geoff Bodine from Chemung, New York. The Ford Thunderbird number 7. And Bobby Labonte, last year's pole sitter, alongside. Row 2. Two-time winner of this event, Mark Martin. And the current point leader, Jeff Gordon, is there. Row 3. Earnhart's back. The swagger is in his walk. This could be his day. And alongside 55-year-old Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin giant Dick Trickle. For row 4, Ward Burton and Jeff Purvis. For row 5, Jimmy Spencer and Morgan Shepherd. In row 6, it's Ken Schrader from Missouri. And from the state of Vermont, Kevin LePage. Row 7, Derek Kopus, Spanaway, Washington, and Ted Musgrave. Row 8, Johnny Benson Jr. and Wally Dallenbach Jr. Row 9 is Steve Grissom, the pride of Alabama, and Brett Bodine. Row 10 is the man, the 80 and 86 winner of this event, Earnhardt and Jeff Green. Row 11 is Sterling Marlin, and there's Ricky Rudd alongside. Row 12, John Andretti, the winner at Daytona back in July, and Joe Nemechek. Row 13, Rusty Wallace. He won this event in '88, and Kenny Wallace. Row 14, David Green, Robert Presley. The 15th row is Jeff Burton, who won his 3rd race last week on the half mile at Martinsville, Virginia, and Michael Waltrip flanks him. Row 16, Chad Little, Lake Speed. Row 17, Bill Elliott is there, the 84 and 87 winner, and Rick Wilson. Row 18 is Ernie Irvin, the 93 winner of this event, and Todd Bodine. Row 19, Hutch Strickland, Gary Bradbury. Row 20, Jeremy Mayfield and Kyle Petty, who won the 600 here in May of '87. Then you come to row 21 provisionals, Bobby Hamilton and Ricky Craven from Maine. Back in that 22nd row, the 22nd row, the 43rd position, the defending Winston Cup champion, Texas Terry Labonte. And here are those that failed to qualify for this field. Marcus, young Steve Park, Elliott Sadler, Rick Nass, Greg Sachs, Mike Skinner. And for the first time in 25 years, Darrell Waltrip not in this starting field. This was Darrell walking away with Stevie the other day. They say the longest walk in racing is after you crash. No, indeed. This is the longest walk. And it happens to every champion sooner or later. One lap and we will be racing at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Hosted awards today, $1.718 million on your AutoZone race analysis. 334 laps, 500 miles the distance. And that record set in '93 by Ernie Irvin at 154.5. Doubtful they're going to break it. We think they're going to break a lot of cars on these concrete barriers before this day is done. In cars for today's race, you're riding with Mark Martin starting 3rd, right in front of him, the pole sitter, Bodine. Here is Geoff Bodine, right in behind the pace car. He's at a Conowatch, QBC Ford up to speed. Here's Kenny Wallace starting back there in that 26th position. Got Bobby Labonte giving you these pictures. He's outside of the front row. Todd Bodine, well back in the field. What happens back there if we have trouble on this start? And Jeff Burton, what a story. Jeff Burton has been 3 wins this year. He starts 29th today. But my, didn't he look grand a week ago. On the 18-degree bank. Set
settling down. Seat belts are cinched. We're ready to go racing.
That's a 24-degree bank turn right there, but I'll tell you what it is. It feels flat when you're running 200 miles an hour down the straightaway into the corner.
Field up to wave them off. The crowd just ready to see this start. Here we are coming to the line.
Not sure.
Bodine brings them down. Beautiful start.
Oh, we have trouble on the front straightaway before the green even gets out. Good.
Strickland is around, and so
how about a beer?
Yes! I did it! I did it! I did it!
Somebody in trouble. Up through the gear. They're away, and the race is on. Caution is out. Yellow coming down, racing back to the line. It's Bodine hustling on the inside to make sure he's still going to start up front.
Woohoo! Celebrate!
Lap complete. Bodine first. Labonte second. And then Mark Martin right there in third spot.
What's this?
Gordon in fourth. And they blow him at the end of one.
Now, not all of them work because I didn't reference them well. And I don't think my song request works either yet. But I'm working on it. With a gamer who's going to help me with
in the car directly behind him. I wouldn't be surprised if that was Jeremy Mayfield who got a piece of that. His front end may be docked.
What happens there is you anticipate the start when you're that far back, and everybody's expecting them to accelerate, and they start accelerating as they start off turn 4. The front group did not go until they got right at the flag, so when they got there, they were running like 70, 80 miles an hour, and everybody else was still running 45.
Here's the 28 Ernie Urban. He wanted to change cars yesterday. They had an ignition fire. They tried to change cars. Nascar said that was not enough of a reason to change in that last hour of practice yesterday. So that's
now, I got my sounds, but my alerts,
We'll take a quick break and return to Charlotte Motor Speedway.
They still don't work. There you go.
We're back with you live at Charlotte, North Carolina, and let's review.
Each one I think will have like
coming down to the flag.
Possibly a video with them, but I haven't got that far. Some of them may
has already anticipated the start there,
under the
and that gets
sound
everybody over
alerts.
on the left-hand side there, really going at it. As you can see right here.
I got a phone call.
Bill Elliott started to go. He realized that the race hadn't started yet. He put on brakes, and everybody else started stacking up behind him. Jeremy Mayfield in 37 got in the back of Hut Strickland. Strickland got into the 28, and that was the whole part there.
Back to green. Working the fourth lap. Sorting them out, going down into turn number 1. And there you see the number 90 of Dick Trickle up on the outside of Jeff Gordon. Moving for the lead. Down into the corner. Here comes Bobby Labonte in Joe Gibbs' number 18 making a run.
Everybody has said, keep your eye on the Pontiac here. They have good downforce. The racetrack is slick. You can see already Bobby Labonte has made his presence known.
Bobby Labonte scoots out in front. Pole sitter a year ago out in front as we work through the 5th lap, now into the 6th lap. Drawing away just a bit. Mark Martin deployed third as they go down the backstretch.
You know, a car that's really moved back in the pack is Jeff Gordon. He has really dropped back. He started out right up front, and he's moved all the way back, I guess, into about 10th position. You see Jimmy Spencer going by. Big Trickle just in front of him there.
Down on the inside, you see Jeff Purvis in the 12. That's that white red numeral car. And Jeff Purvis had a great qualifying run in his 3rd start of the year for the Tennessee veteran. He qualified in 8th position. Great run for Purvis. See if it's going to hang in there and stand up. Bobby Labonte, the surprise at the start as he begins to roll it out. Meanwhile, here's Mark Martin down to the inside on Jeff Bodine for 2nd spot.
If you want to see a race car really work in the corner, you watch the 6th car of Martin as he goes through there. Right on the bottom of the racetrack, you're looking back at Jeff Bodine as they go off the corner. Mark Martin also just behind this group is Dale Jarrett. He's just behind him. That's the car you see sticking his nose out on the right-hand side there. All 3 of these cars. Look at them right on the white line through 3 and 4.
Jarrett back back and forth in the number 88. Runs this track so well. Won in a Grand National race at the end of the 80s, and that was really his inauguration in the big super speedway racing, and he's looking great this year, fighting for the Winston Cup title. The number 88, Dale Jarrett, tucked right in there and making the go of it at the present time, holding on to 4th spot. And closing, taking it outside, as he rides so well here.
You know, Ken, we talked about this yesterday. Jimmy Spencer won the Busch Grand National race by running the high line. He set his car up to run up high, but right now it looks like Dale Jarrett can run either high or low.
Bodine really likes to hug that inside, as does Mark Martin. In the number 6, currently in second, and Bobby Labonte in that Pontiac. He scored his first career win here at Charlotte a couple of years back. Is flying.
Okie dokie, I'm back.
He won here 2 years ago, 7 the pole
Had to
last year,
return a message.
and the Joe Gibbs Racing team now has an advantage.
Look at us.
7/10 seconds.
That sounds like a lot, but one little wiggle on the racetrack and everybody's caught up.
10 laps are completed, 334.
Running P3 after 10 laps. We started on the pole. I don't think they had to start the race on their qualifying setup. I think the rules were very different then, because you saw them on Happy Hour slinging shocks and springs at them. So I think they could do what they want as long as they were in the show. Nowadays, I think you make them kind of changes, you got to go to the rear. I think, unless correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what it was like before.
Bodine was way at the tail end with Mayfield. They're 41st and 42nd on the field.
There's not much innovation goes on with the cars nowadays. I think it's open the kit, put the box together, build your erector set car, and go run it. I think they even issue your shocks and springs, or the coilovers, whatever the hell. See, I was part of the innovation that got us to here, to these massive, beautiful beasts.
Really after him, yeah, but you don't want to get suckered into chasing the rabbit this early, do you? Oh, yeah. Listen, anymore, every lap is a well, he's certainly building on it. It's over 2 seconds between Bobby Labonte and Mark Martin up in front. Battle for third.
Called that progress.
Down the inside. Geoff Bodine up high. Jarrett taking the inside move, and he's got it covered. Alan Bestwick can tell us more about that number 24 that seems to be sliding back.
No, he's coming forward now. He's all the way back up.
Ken, Geoff just didn't get a good restart when we went back racing. He lost a spot to Dale Jarrett right on the drop of the green flag. He lost another position trying to get his momentum built up, but as Buddy said a minute ago, he's starting to pick his way back toward the front. Nothing wrong with the car at all, and he'll get back up there.
In addition to going to coffee with Dad, sometimes we do this.
Now with that move around the 22, that'll put him up to 5th as he comes to the stripe. And the Durashine aerial platform looking at Gordon.
I like to do little videos when I'm with him, when he's showing me stuff.
Geoff Bodine seems happy to hold on to the 88, try to draft his way back up and collect those 2 leaders. As they run now, it's 2 and 2/10 seconds between Bobby Labonte in front and Mark Martin in second. Then 4 seconds.
I have some playlists that are of Dad.
Running with Bodine.
Ken, there's a guy on the move just behind this group right here, and you know who he is, Mr. Excitement. Jimmy Spencer's moved right up here. He's just behind.
And right below my header would be this playlist. And that's a radio show, and some of the things that might be going on in like our history. Like one of these guys goes to coffee with us, did this feature at Seekonk, and Steve Birdie. When I tell you I go to coffee with the racers, this is what I mean.
That's how he's moved up and how fast he's got it.
We're all old modified drivers and people from the industry. Some of these are gone, like this is Dad, and this is actually Billy Harmon, a modified driver from the 60s. Dave Lind. There's just a lot of people in racing that come to this. And this is what we do. We all sit around and shoot the breeze about racing stuff. So there's usually a bunch of us. These guys run, this guy, his kid runs IMSA in Wisconsin. Like these are all familiar faces of racers. So when I say I'm going to the coffee with the racers, this is what they do every Monday.
I get it.
So yeah, that's a little sneak preview of coffee time with Dad.
We are showing 22 laps.
We all bring our pictures and stories of what we watched on TV racing that week. This week we talked about Megan Fuller winning Stafford in the SK Lights, which was great because, you know, legacy family and family friend. And then we also had talked about the dirt modifieds and Friesen's accident and man and all that. We talked about some of the Larson stuff, you know, just shooting the breeze like everybody does about racing.
Here's that Gordon, number 24, and here's the Bodine.
Talked about Elkhart Lake, Road America, where the IMSA guy, his kid was running. You know, we just sit around and shoot the breeze, and we could talk forever about all the stories and who we know or knew, how everyone's doing.
Second places in a row. Knocking on the door. Confidence level really up this morning as you walk through the garage.
Another guy that was there this week.
Looked like the cat that swallowed the
He is a crew member from 3 different teams. He ran with Kenny Wallace and Steve Bird. Whenever Steve Bird was with him, he worked with Steve Bird's crew. His name was Billy Ellis. So he ran the same circuit, you know, we did. Dad knew him, and he lives in Daytona. They try to keep the tradition going and meet at least once a week. Right now, snowbirds have gone north. It's really hot in Florida. They'll be coming back soon. Another month or so.
We'll just watch people that are racing each other because Bobby Lamonti's taking care of business out front, and these guys are still having a war back here for position. As you see, Dale Jarrett there really putting the heat on Bodine, still trying to get by. Made a pass a while ago, slipped a little bit. Bodine got back by him and has not been able to take that spot back.
They meet in the town of Edgewater, Florida.
Look at the grill.
If any of your press guys down there or anything, it's nice to drop in and say hey.
To get to the radiator, so hopefully that won't give him a problem. I'm sure he's watching the gauges, and the spotter's probably already spotted it on the front of the car and said, okay, keep your eye on the water temperature. If it goes way up, we'll have to do something about it. As long as it runs cool, that's not a problem. It's actually the way you block off the car to qualify. You put stuff over the front so it makes it quicker. But boy, that's a lot of area there covered up. And he picked that up, didn't he? I guarantee you he picked it up. And
that doesn't look too good.
Put that on there to start the race.
The number 5 car out here trying to make an impression.
Have to watch the temperatures.
There it is. Terry Labonte.
Now this Charlotte race is a long one.
Can tell us more.
I tell you, we talked about how this team has worked this weekend and how they've struggled really in the last 10 races. They've all got smiles on right now. He is
going green though, pretty good.
Has worked on notes. They've made phone conversations with Terry last night. These guys are coming around. I told you not to count them out. And I'll tell you what, he's really putting the wood to them right now. Coming up rather nicely.
Sure is. Up into 20th as he rolls around to Sterling Marlin, number 4. Bobby Labonte in front. There may be a trace, just a trace, a telltale of smoke, or maybe some leakage coming out, according to scanner reports on Bobby Labonte, that lead car. Meanwhile, you're watching Terry back here as he drifts up through the field. That continues to be the 4th place battle. Bodine and Jarrett seem willing to lock onto each other and see if they can climb up in here. Make any impression on that Pontiac that continues to blow him off, and he's
got a Ford in second, and you've got the Chevy of Jeff Gordon in third. Dale going up to the outside. A few more arching hands up there. Whistle down through this main straightaway.
I also want to add two sounds, and I can't remember. I think I remember how to get in.
Right now, the guys are really evaluating what the cars are doing out there and talking with the crew chiefs about things that they want to
take notes like I used to for work. How to get in and do these
when they make their
things.
first pit stop, cars that are back in the field right now, all of a sudden, with the right improvements on it, will be flying around here. But look at Bobby Labonte go.
But I feel really good. I solved that one problem we have.
There is a story developing. Steve Burns has it.
Well, Ken, just to back up what Buddy Baker just said, one of the reasons Bobby Labonte will be a favorite today is tires. Now, there are two kinds of tires, stickers, which are brand new, and scuffs, which have a few laps on them. A Goodyear tire engineer told me this morning that Bobby Labonte is an absolute
That camera view right there
working on tires.
is really similar to what you see when you're scoring in the booth. It's about that level. You can't actually read the numbers because, of course, you're up higher. You can see them on the backstretch, kind of, but not the numbers. You just look for your pattern.
Well, he learned from the master because no one was better in tire tests for years than his brother Terry Labonte.
Texaco car you would sometimes confuse, or a car like that would be kind of confusing to the QVC. But all in all, it was really pretty easy to score the QVC car visually.
34 laps, 51 miles have been completed in the UAW GM.
Lake's car was a little harder because they had the Family Channel car and the Lowe's car. All three of them had that same blue and yellow pattern. So I had to really keep an eye on where those three were so I knew where Lake was, so I wouldn't accidentally score the wrong car.
In your race summary, 2 lead changes thus far. Cole and then this guy. This guy who now has a clean
I'm going to throw on my cover over my camera. And I'm going to take a little break.
The air induction system on that Pontiac, it's gone away. But the problem may not have gone away. Let's go down to Steve Burns. Steve, what did you learn down there from that pit crew about how that thing is running?
Again, I just spoke with Mark Cronquist, who's the assistant engine builder on the 18 of Bobby Labonte, and he said the water temperatures are okay. The oil temperature has gone up about 20 degrees. He said should not be a problem, but they are a little bit concerned.
There you have the latest on Bobby Labonte. Everyone's concerned he might have been building up some heat. Now take a look right here. Here's the 99, Jeff Burton, and he is on a run. He's under Earnhardt, setting Earnhardt back again. And after starting 29th, he is up to 8th in this shuffle. Jeff Burton now into the 8th position as he slices underneath Earnhardt and continues a roll toward the front from 29th, starting Burton. And there are the moves thus far.
Burton start off just a little bit slow as the race goes. He gets tougher and tougher as he goes. And Buddy Parrott is a master of setting that car up to get good side bite in the corners. Look to him. If we have a caution, he gets back up there, and he'll make them all earn their money today.
Morgan Shepherd up on the high side in the 1. Dick Trickle right there in the 90. As they close in a little on number 3. And here comes Dick Trickle down on the bottom. Involved in a hard crash yesterday down in turn 1 in the Grand National race. They cut a tire down and he really slammed the wall. There's Derek Cope getting into it. Derek off with a new team next year, and Steve Levitt, who helped turn that Allison team around briefly a year ago, is going with him. A very good fabricator, builds very good equipment. They could be formidable a year from now. Looking pretty good right now, as Derek says. Both being shown in the 11th position. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, right here. Ricky Rudd moving along nicely. He's up in that 12th position, the number 10. I want to welcome you to Charlotte, North Carolina. Hope we have a lot of new viewers enjoying today's race. Yesterday's race was simply sensational. Jimmy Spencer and Mark Martin gave lessons 101 in running side by side, wide open. And there's Jimmy Spencer now, closing in on the number 7. That would be a battle for 5th. Bodine is there, and Spencer trying to take it away.
Spencer right now is just working him over right now. You can see his car is still able to run on the bottom of the racetrack. I was watching several of the cars laps back. They're beginning to rim ride. That means the cars are probably very, very loose, or they have a handling problem that won't let them go to the bottom like Jimmy Spencer is able to do in that 23 there.
Window, buddy, on this one. You should be seeing that they stay green. And we had that one caution. If you just joined us, just at the start, on the start, we had 3 cars bouncing off each other. Mike Hogwood on that 46 car.
Wally Dallenbach on pit road. They've got the hood up on the car. There is some problem with the engine. They feel it's in the carburetor. Wally says it is just not running. They are putting the pins in the hood, and they look like they're going to send them back out, but it is not running under full song right now.
That doesn't sound good for Wally Dallenbach Jr. So here you have Bodine, pole sitter, chased by Spencer, winner a day ago. 5th, the issue here. Jeff Burton is just behind them in 7th. And you have Earnhardt 8th. Morgan Shepherd is in 9th. Derek Cope currently 10th. And Rudd has moved up into 11th. Johnny Benson has come to 12th. Steve Grissom 13th and trickled back to 14th. He slipped a little.
Here goes Spencer. He said, hey, I am not catching Bodine. I'm going to go up there and see what the racetrack's better up on the high side. He took Bodine's line and moved right in on the quarter panel there.
Right back down to the bottom. That Travis Carter car seems to work any place he wants to put it, buddy.
Well, you have to have a lot of discipline. When the racetrack gets real slick like this, driving it off in the corner too hard, gaining 5 or 6 car lengths getting in the corner can only create a problem. You can't get back in the throttle in the middle of the corner.
That psycho sound has its place in racing sometimes, doesn't it?
Well, Ernie Irvin has
I think.
all weekend. Yesterday in practice, the 28 Haviland Ford in the final happy hour practice caught fire. They tried to put it out, damaged a lot of the electrical components. They tried to roll a backup car off. NASCAR said it wasn't worthy of that, so they had to fix the car that they have, and they've got it back out on the racetrack today. Unfortunately, he is struggling badly. He is already a lap down, just a mere 50 laps into this race. I talked to his co-crew chiefs. They said there really isn't a whole lot they can do with it. They'll try and work on it, but Ernie Irvin is struggling here today.
Back in 31st position, and you can see the aerodynamics. They've been busted up there. The whole rear deck was torn up. That video you saw was from happy hour yesterday. A chagrined Robert Yates, not very happy with that NASCAR call that said they could not bring the second car out. That fire was not serious enough in the ignition system, and to roll the car in which they qualified today. 31st at the present time. And again, that car was bunted, drop kick on the start. One of 4 involved in that altercation just as they came to the line to take green. 50 laps are now complete. 75 miles are down. 334 the distance in the UAW GM 500. Bobby Labonte making mincemeat.
Come on! Dude, why not?
Well, there you see Eric Stadium here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Site Monday night of that game with San Francisco for the Charlotte organization. Tonight, NFL on TNT, NFC Clash. Ditka returns to Chicago, this time with the New Orleans Saints. Up in the Windy City to take on the Bears. Kickoff, 8 o'clock tonight on TNT. Charlotte Motor Speedway, and here he comes. Just rolling them over. Bobby Labonte.
I tell you what, right now, Bobby Labonte, when he guessed on this setup, he hit it directly on what it takes. He's got Rusty Wallace already a lot down.
Why not?
Just more than down. He takes no time passing. You can see Michael Waltrip on the
Little
outside
Pineapple
there.
Express
He'll be 3 car lengths
reference.
ahead of him. Watch them when they go down the straightaway here. Basically the same. They run about the same speed down the straightaway. When they hit the corner, Bobby Labonte's car is a rocket ship. Watch this right here. You talk about putting distance on people.
That's knocking off the 25th position car. Only one caution just at the start, and since then, We're up to 57 laps completed, showing 85.5 miles. Next 10 laps, we may see some guys ducking onto pit road. Rusty got a lap down early here in May, and he stormed back, and he finished in second place in that event. In fact, we're beginning to see some cars in now. Vic Trickle just coming onto pit road.
As a general rule, when you go a lap down, you'll come in and adjust on the car, get fresh tires, and try to make some of the deficit up on a car like this. You see Bobby Labonte going down here. That's Kyle Petty just in front of him. He was the quickest in practice yesterday.
Alan Bestwick.
Vic Trickle's car was out of gas when he came in 58 laps into the event. It stalled for a minute. As soon as they began dumping fuel into it, he fired back up. 4 tires down and away for the Heilig-Myers team.
87 miles and out of fuel, and Wally Dallenbach out of luck. He's back behind the wall. He'll be a retiree at first. Wally Dallenbach back to just to the left of victory lane, working on the car, and I think he may have shut it down for the day. Here's Kyle Petty's number 44, buddy. He's right up in that 22nd position.
Yesterday, he was the quickest guy by computer on the racetrack, and you can see Bobby Labonte is just mowing him down as they head down into turn 1. He passes down through the dog legs. Well, watch when they get in the corner. This is where that car is awesome. Look at him just pull. 2, 3 car lengths in 1 corner.
My dad's team's making a pit stop.
Nemechek has also pitted, as well as Brett Bodine.
I see my dad in front of the pit box. Behind the wall.
Bobby Labonte is certainly having it his way early in the going. I don't know what game Joe Gibbs is watching today, but I'll bet he's got a monitor and he's looking at this
Newt
thing.
Moore was the crew chief, NEWT. And Dad was hired to assist with the chassis stuff and use his old notes and everything.
Still out there. You come in, get fresh tires, you get 2 or 3 laps advantage back, and it really helps.
So far, nary a caution. Here's Allen.
Rusty Wallace said his car was just all over the racetrack. Both ends of the car skating all over the place. That's why he got a lap down a little while ago. 4 tires for the Miller Lite Ford. Rusty Wallace is down and away.
We've got a crash, not a crash, but a spin down here on pit road. Bobby Hamilton going all the way.
What he done, he come in, he's got the first pit there. He come in too hard and overshot the pit, locked the brakes up, and spun right in front. As Jeff Gordon comes down pit road.
Hamilton finally gets righted and comes to a halt as Gordon comes in. Bradbury also pitting now. See who else is in here.
You asked me what the fuel window was a while ago. It looked like around 62 to 65, yes.
Alan Bestwick.
Jeff Gordon is in. The Rainbow Warriors going to work. Right side tires already done. So far, a very smooth stop. Topping off the gasoline tank now. Left side tires going on Gordon's Chevrolet. Everybody down and away. No problems at all. Gordon's headed back onto the racetrack. 63 laps now into the race.
20.1 seconds. And there is a 15-second penalty on Bobby Hamilton. After that wild melee when he stopped up here at the very top of pit road. He is the 43rd space. The number 1 space going into turn 1 is Geoff Bodine.
Bill Elliott comes into pits. Everybody's beginning to leak into the pits here. You can see the 22 of Warburton. I wouldn't know right now. It looks like Bobby Labonte is running so effortless, but I'm sure he's getting within 4 or 5 laps of stopping.
Randy Pepper.
Well, Terry Labonte came in, took on 4 tires, no adjustments, likes the race car. He's back out.
Earnhardt on pit road. Elliott back out here, trying to retrieve some distance. Jeff Gordon. We may get a penalty here. Too fast on the exit. Hey, let's get back on pit road and see what that's all about. Alan Bestwick.
The NASCAR official is standing in Jeff Gordon's pit. The signboard is out. He is going to have to come back down pit road, which he is doing right now. He will have to stop completely in his pit, go back on the racetrack. Tremendously costly for Jeff Gordon. Here he comes, the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship leader rolling to a stop right now. Keeps the engine revved up, gets the signal to go. And the penalty is assessed to Jeff Gordon. He heads back onto the racetrack.
Meanwhile, the 18, that Pontiac gets it load. And onto pit road comes your leader. Here's Steve Burns.
Hey, Ken, and actually Joe Gibbs is down here in the pits watching Jimmy Makar's crew come to the attention of Bobby Labonte. They are not making any chassis adjustments. That shouldn't be surprised the way this car is running. Mark Martin is also due here momentarily. tires, no chassis adjustment. Bobby Labonte is gone. 19.1 seconds.
At lap 66, leader is in. Mark Martin now pitting. He had been second, briefly held the lead. As we saw that 19-second pit stop, and Steve Burns awaits Mark Martin. Steve?
I talked to Jimmy Fennick just moments ago, Mark Martin's crew chief. He said they weren't going to make a slight adjustment to try and tighten the car up. Mark's been complaining that the car was loose a little bit. Right side tires on, and the jackman comes around for Jimmy Fennick's team. And again, we're going to try and tighten the car up. It might take some tape off the front of the grill. 18.1 seconds.
Nice stop. Nice work by Jimmy Fennick and that team for Mark Martin to get him back out here. Bodine's number 7, yet to pit.
Well, he's stretching it out there, and you never know, it may pay off later on to do that.
Here's the 12 car of Geoff Purvis that qualified in 8th. Great run for him. Geoff Purvis had briefly inherited first place. Ernie Irvin in and out again.
You know, a lot of people always, you know, they say, how do they know when they're speeding on pit lane? There's white lines down the whole pit lane here. They're spaced just exactly the same all the way from where you come in the pit road to where you go out. They can time you in between white lines, and if you get there too quick, they know you're speeding. So that's how they catch you. You see the white lines there? That's how they do it.
Randy Pemberton can tell us more about that.
Well, one other thing they do, guys, is during the pace laps, they will break the field up into 2 divisions. Top 25 guys say, and then the rest of the field. And as they're running around out there, they will keep the pace car at a certain speed, the same speed that would be pit road. And the guys that are driving these cars will look at their tachometers. For instance, Terry Labonte read his tach before the race, 4,200 RPMs in second gear. He knows that when he comes down pit road, that's the RPM that he needs to turn, therefore he won't be speeding.
And the driver every once in a while will say, I believe I can get by if I turn 4,800 down through there, and that's the problem.
No problems for Bobby Labonte in that 18. He's in and out and still leading by 6 2/10 seconds over Mark Martin in second. And then you have Dale Jarrett running third. 99. That's Jeff Burton in fourth. Jimmy Spencer fifth. Jeff Bodine sixth. Earnhardt is seventh. Terry Labonte is up to 8th from 43rd, followed by Schrader and Rudd. NASCAR Winston Cup Series comes to the Charlotte Motor Speedway on TBS. Jeff Gordon a lap and 3 seconds behind the leader, Bobby Labonte, after a stop-and-go penalty here. Here's the man that's out in front. Bobby Labonte has a 5 9/10 second advantage. Hey, let's take an STP pit roundup. Collect what happened in this first series of green flag stops along pit road.
Obviously, the big story on the first stop was the penalty to Jeff Gordon. The stop-and-go penalty has put him a lap behind race leader Bobby Labonte, plus another 4 seconds back in 24th position. So Gordon needs to get by Labonte, hope for a caution comes out so he can come back around and get the thick of it again for the win. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
Dale Earnhardt had a good pit stop, but he was complaining about handling, complaining that the car was too tight on the racetrack. Well, they loosened it up, and Dale has just told his crew that it is too loose. He can barely hang on. They're going to wait till the next round of pit stops and hope that this racetrack can come to him, because he does believe this is his day. Steve Burns?
Mike, Bobby Labonte just radioed crew chief Jimmy Maycar and said they're a little bit loose in the middle of the turns like they were in happy hour practice yesterday. Now, it's very warm today. It seems to be looking at track temperatures. This is a thermometer. Right now, the track temperature is 116 degrees, and we'll follow that during the day. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Well, as we reported earlier, Terry Labonte's progress in this race has been stupendous. He is up to 7th. He radios the crew and tells them the car is absolutely beautiful right now. The other guys down this end of pit road have struggled. Ernie Irvin, Kyle Petty, Jeremy Mayfield, all a lap down and struggle on the racetrack. Back upstairs.
Gordon has gone from 24th up to 20th after that stop, that penalty. taking a look at where they were and where they are.
Boy, that's an interesting thing. Come in first, went out first. Martin come in second, went out second. I know Martin right now is clapping his hands. He's saying, hey, you want to talk about gaining some points. Gordon's a lap down right now. I'm running second. Car looks very good. Mark Martin is gaining on Jeff Gordon as we speak.
Yes, he is. Down to 5.9 now. It was well over 7 seconds between first and second spot. First stop for fuel and tires. Green flag condition here. If you're just joining us on the very start of the race. We had 4 cars in the jam session right at the start-finish line. Since then, they have been flying at a record blistering 156.9 miles an hour, buddy.
Well, you're looking back at the Bobby Labonte's car, and you see Kyle Petty there just a little while ago before he made a few corrections on that chassis before that first pit stop. Kyle Petty could not even run in the same corner with Labonte. Now he's got his car dialed in. He's one of the quicker cars out there. You see him running with Bobby Labonte and looking very, very good.
Leads pop back up to 6 and 5/10 seconds now.
Yeah,
down to 5.7. I guess in traffic he found the hole.
You'll get weary looking at that because Bobby Labonte has such a lead right now. He's being very cautious when he passes cars to lap them. You see him going by Wally Dallenbach on the bottom there, the 46 car. He's putting these guys away. It looks like some of them are just, you know, waiting on him to get there.
And Dallenbach has come back from the garage area. He went all the way in. He did some work on the car, and he's back out, still running in 43rd position, as you saw him there. The leaders, Labonte, Mark Martin, Dale Jarrett, Jeff Burton, the front 4. Jimmy Spencer 5th, Earnhardt to 6th, and Terry Labonte lies in 7th spot.
I just noticed Robert Presley takes the 77 car to the garage area. He must have a problem they don't feel that they can fix because he's headed to the garage area.
Average speed at 157 miles an hour as Bobby Labonte continues to clip this field. Only 13 cars are now left on the lead lap. That's a big advantage that Bobby Labonte has put down.
Yeah, you can see him there. That's Todd Bodine for you guys that hadn't got a chance to see the new car that he's going to race next year. He's right behind Bobby Labonte there in the Tabasco car.
4 lead changes.
I'm looking at that book a little bit sideways, seeing if I can find where he references.
The beginning. 77 laps. The only other leader in the event. That number 7 car that sat on the pole, Geoff Bodine. And there he is.
Look at Bobby Labonte right under the pole setter there. Bodine goes a lap down. He just went by Wallace there. That's Kenny Wallace. This car is incredible. Right now.
13th place car just going a lap down. The pole sitter, Geoff Bodine.
What a shot. You can see every bit of you look at the spring movement as he starts in the corner. The right side is almost dragging the pavement. Pontiac has the most rear spoiler and most front spoiler of any car on the racetrack. And right now, downforce is really paying off for the Pontiac.
Well, we said he was out again. Now he's in again. Now he's out again. Wally Dallenbach back to the garage area another time. And we're watching number 7, the pole sitter. Bodine is also coming on pit road.
You know what, this little bit sideways
have been paid by
says 98.
Valvoline, Square D, Wick.
That was with...
And you can be a Winston Cup team owner and compete for over $70,000 in cash and prizes by playing Fantasy Cup Auto Racing. Call 1-800-877-RACE for your rule book or play online at www.fantasycup.com.
Bobby Labonte is having the kind of day you dream
I'll have
about.
to review that. It's going to take a little research.
He is
I screenshotted a couple of the pages that were important
and now he is up
to Dad that he had bookmarked.
Kyle Petty, and he just is decimating this field. Let's go down to that pit area, Bobby Labonte, and talk to the proud owner.
That's why it says 98, because I know this was all about 97 season. Because Dad was with them with feet wet in 98.
We're extremely pleased. Obviously, we're just real early in the race. We're just trying to stay smooth, tell Bobby to stay smooth, just find his line and keep working. We got a long ways to go here, so we're going to just hopefully we'll be around at the end here.
Joe Gibbs looking on. Understand now that when he does his football show, he has a monitor so he can watch his car if it's running that day.
Boy, he's got race cars everywhere, drag racers. And his new addition, we got to watch Tony Stewart yesterday in the 300 here at Charlotte. Believe you me, boys, it's not going to be long for that guy's marquee.
He's for real. Third place in just a whale of a race. Well, right now, Bobby Labonte is exerting the kind of pressure. The 95 600 winner here is, well, he's up to take out, let's see, rolled by Grissom. He's after Ricky Rudd right now. Mike Hogwood has a report to file.
Geoff Bodine has gone a lap down. He has also come on pit road. They've tried several adjustments to try to get that 7 car to handle. Nothing seems to work. Now Geoff radios his crew. He thinks he has a right front shock that's gone bad. It's been a tough day so far for the number 17 with Geoff Bodine.
Average speed at 159 miles an hour. That's way over the record. Here at 159.6 at the present time, with Bobby Labonte setting this torrid pace here today. Records being broken every 10 laps by the Joe Gibbs team and Bobby Labonte in his 153rd start. Looks like he's just cruising toward a 5th win. But you know how those things go, buddy.
Let me tell you, we've watched enough racing, you and I, Ken, over the years. Just a big lead means absolutely nothing, but the car is so good. But look at Kenny Slater right here and Ricky Rudd as they go at it. There's racing going on the racetrack. Bobby Labonte just has his car a little bit better than everybody right now, and it makes all you have to have is just that little bit. Talking about the 7 car and the shock going bad, what that is, it's like riding a pogo stick. When that shock lets that spring just jump up and down, the front of the car just is almost uncontrollable.
Ricky Rudd, the 9th place car, coming by, having no problem. Alan Bestwick can give us an update on the number 2 car out there this afternoon, Rusty Wallace.
Well, Ken, at our happy hour show yesterday afternoon from here in Charlotte, Rusty Wallace told us he had a great race car. He thought he was going to be very much a factor to win. Then in the opening run of this race, before the first pit stop, his car was skating all over the racetrack. He couldn't keep up. He fell a lap down to the race leader early. Obviously now a lot of people are a lap down. On this set of tires, Rusty says he's much better. He is in 21st position now, 1 lap behind the race leader. Remember also from happy hour yesterday, they had a little pinhole leak in the engine, had to put a new motor in this morning. Rusty says this engine is just as good, and that part of the race car is fine.
It's shocking how well Bobby Labonte's Pontiac is putting it on him. The last time you saw a Pontiac in victory lane, you go back a whole year to Phoenix, Arizona with Bobby Hamilton driving for Richard Petty. Been a while.
Oh, it has that, but Bobby Hamilton on that particular day looked like what we're looking at now, what Bobby Labonte doing to the field. You can see Bobby right now. I mean, he's absolutely mowing them down high up on the racetrack there. Next corner, he'll pass him on the bottom. He does not care. The car is perfect, high or low.
And here he is up on that 9th place car, Ricky Rudd, the number 10. And the green Interstate car is up there for a shot at lapping the 9th place car as we come to the 100th lap. We haven't seen this kind of domination since Crazy Horse decided to pay a call on General Custer.
I tell you what, talking about a crazy horse, that Pontiac is a crazy horse.
Sweeping down to the inside, the 27 moving along. Rick Wilson getting a call here. Doing a good shot today. He was in the Grand National race as well yesterday, but there's the man of the hour.
Hey, race fans, Budweiser asks, who won? October 9th, 1994, Charlotte Motor Speedway. After scoring his first Winston Cup pole, Ward Burton in car number 31 drove away from the competition. Meanwhile, the 18 of Dale Jarrett and Ricky Rudd in car 10 were battling their way through the field. After starting 38th, Dale Earnhardt in car number 3 raced door-to-door with the 24 of Jeff Gordon. And so who won? Check the list of contenders. The answer after the break. Dale Jarrett recorded his third career Winston Cup win at Charlotte. Luck wasn't with the other contenders like pole sitter Ward Burton, who lost a tire and crashed early in the event. Jeff Gordon and Ricky Rudd were involved in late race fireworks.
I wasn't there yet.
The wall and out of the race.
I was still living in Massachusetts in '94.
Lead for the first time with only 4 laps to go and on to victory
No, I was
lane.
living in Florida.
Who Won was brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers. This Bud's for you.
So I would have been watching in '94 on TV.
153 miles into the event. A major crash in turn number 2, and it involved the leader, Bobby Labonte, in for 4 tires now. Take a look at what happened when Kevin LePage and the pole sitter, Geoff Bodine, had the problem initially. There they are up against the wall. That's LePage in the 91 down to the bottom. And now we start collecting cars hard on the binders, and they say that pole 4th turn was all oil, buddy.
Yeah, I think Kevin LePage may have had engine problems. As you can see there, everybody's just doing the best they can. Cars sliding everywhere. That's Bobby Labonte there coming across the racetrack, the race leader. Oh, there
Holy
it is.
crap.
Ricky Rudd got into the back of the 8 of Strickland. That's where the oil come from. That's probably an oil cooler they busted on the front of the 10 car when Bobby got sideways there.
But that 7 and the LePage car had already gotten trouble up in the wall when that one happened. They may have put the oil down right there that collected the rest. Riding with Bodine.
Jesus. Oh, we're done.
End of the day.
Holy crap.
The pole
Yeah, we're
sitter,
done.
18th different pole sitter. This year was Geoff Bodine. He will
this
not
crew
be around
gonna
for the
come out
finish on
pushing?
this one. That one looks bad. Bodine motioning. Wants some help there. He may try to get it back out and go for some points.
Kick the tires and light the fires.
I don't think they can. Hey, thank you for following. Salatar TV. Welcome. My name's Tonja, Miss T.
How lucky can
I
Bobby
go
Labonte
over
be? That was a
old
bad
races
break to
because
stand
I'm
over
writing
there,
a book
but
of
he
this
did
era.
not touch one
And my
thing.
dad
Got
was
sideways.
working.
He's waiting for the
He
pit
was a
road.
chassis
Now,
guy.
Bobby Labonte is coming in the pits as we watch these
He was
guys go
working
around here.
with
Ricky Rudd out of it, and let's find
Kenny
out what
Wallace,
the story is there.
Square D this season.
Ricky Rudd's car
When we
pulled
get to
behind the wall,
98,
obviously absolutely mangled. Ricky, are you okay?
He'll
First of
be
all?
working
Yeah, I'm
with
in good shape. The
Tim
race
Field.
car's not doing too good, but I guess
The
we're lucky.
33
Lucky the damage
Phoenix
wasn't any worse. I mean, the car's pretty well wiped out. They're trying to get it back together right now, but couldn't tell exactly what happened. Somebody blew a motor, hit the oil, was on the racetrack. I had a choice. I basically had 2 choices: land them guys in the outside fence or try to miss Hut. I got in the back of Hut, and hope he's all right, because we hit pretty hard.
Okay, that's Ricky Rudd. Looks like he's out for at least a little while, if not a long while.
That looks like a whole front clip gone on Ricky Rudd's number 10. Steve Burns.
Well, Bobby Labonte just came back down pit road, Ken. He's been so dominant this afternoon. The team was working on the front air dam of the 18 car. The aerodynamics are a little bit hurt by the incident. They changed right side tires, did not change the left side. So let's check in now with Alan Bestwick.
One of the key points of this caution flag coming out of the timing of it, Steve, the
flat
fact
spot.
that Jeff Burton got by Bobby Labonte when he spun,
practically on
came
fire.
around and beat the driver that took over the lead to the
That was
caution
our
flag.
car.
And so Jeff Gordon, I
I'm
should say,
still
not
in the
Jeff Burton,
booth
Jeff
for
Gordon
scoring.
is now back in the lead lap, recovered
Scoring
from the penalty of
nothing
earlier in the race.
right now.
Gordon is back in the
I
thick
have
of
a
things.
pea
You
in
need
my
that kind of luck
box.
when you're trying to win a
Put a little
championship.
pea in
And
the
Bobby
corner when
Labonte
you
is
hit.
pitting another time.
I
He's
can
back
hear
in
on my
third
radio
position. Really flat
if
spotted
they're
those
gonna
tires.
be
Now
back
here
out
he
or
is
if
in
they're
for a
out.
second time.
They'll tell me.
Easing the number 18 down.
But it does no good. I can't cross
Well,
the
you want to
track
know what it looks
or
like
hand
when
in
you
my
lock
car
the
or
brakes
whatever
up
at
and
most
never get off
tracks.
the brake.
Until
run
after
right
the
through
race is
course and
over.
right
They
into
call
the
you by
intersection
laps,
there,
like
blowing the
200
outside tire.
laps.
But you notice you didn't get up in the wall. You held
198.
that
You
car
hand your
straight
card
down,
in.
let it slide till
So,
it stopped.
if we're 50 laps down or 150, lap 150, that's
So
when I
at 107, who's the leader? This man's
how
the
they
leader.
would know
Mark
what order
Martin
you
now
finished
takes
in, as
command.
they'd stack
He'll have
all
Dale
the
Jarrett
cards
in
up.
second, Jeff Burton in third, Earnhardt to fourth,
And the card
Kyle
would
Petty
look
in
like
fifth.
you have
When we
clipboard and it looks
resume.
like bingo card. And it's got 200 lap squares on each page. So some of the bigger races you'd have 2 pages, maybe 2.5.
500 here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Randy Pemberton can pin down exactly.
But that was before
transponders
and all.
in turn 2 began. Randy?
Well, they believe it started with David Green's Caterpillar car. They had the rear end cap came off of the axle, and that spewed a little grease on the racetrack. Several cars involved. Geoff Bodine, you're one of them. Are you okay?
Did you say a little grease? There's a big strip down through there. I saw the oil or grease, whatever it was, and I was up high. The 91 car went underneath me. He didn't see it. He drove in the side of me, put us both into the wall. I guess I was talking when I hit the wall. I think I bit my tongue, but it's a shame. You know, we started out running really good. We accomplished one thing here, Charlotte. We got a pole, and we weren't running all that bad in the first run. When they let the car down off the jack and I left the pits after we changed tires, I felt something break, and the car didn't handle after that. It's a shame. Like I say, we had a good car in the beginning, but something broke when we pitted, and we weren't running very good, and then we get involved in this wreck. But that's racing, right?
Okay, that's it. Geoff Bodine, the pole sitter, out for today. Alan Bestwick.
All right, Ray Evernham has got a smile on his face now. He didn't just a minute ago. He was up out on pit road waving his arms wildly at his driver, Jeff Gordon. They were talking to Jeff.
He actually raced a lot at our home track of Stafford in the mid-70s, early to mid-70s, before he went south. And Ronnie went south in 1981, and that's when Dad moved south. So we came from the modifieds in New England and moved south.
Well, obviously we don't know till we go back green, but
in about 81.
The only thing that really hurt
I didn't come south till 94.
When he got sideways, came off the racetrack, it knocked it up a little bit, but we got it back down pretty close to where we were before. So if anything, it may tend to be a little tighter with it messed up a little bit like that, but we were just a little bit loose there that whole first part of the race, so who knows, maybe it'll fix the little looseness.
Well, if they're a little loose, they're still pretty good now. Ken?
14th position for Labonte. Make that
this being a long race like this,
pit stops taking place.
And I've already been on about 5 hours. I like to stick around 6. I may fast forward some of the non-exciting parts, like now.
Wow, Jeff Gordon still in
Go
the
to
lead,
the green.
Just 97 points back from 135. Mark Martin would be.
You know, when you're racing for $1 or $2 million, it's hard to judge off of somebody that's running a stopwatch by hand. And I'd really like to know how they do that so we could understand it.
Ray Evernham, Jeff Gordon's crew chief. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
I want to hear what he said on that.
Ken?
14th position for Labonte. Make that 13th position. There's a couple more pit stops taking place. Grissom slides back one. Labonte moves up to 13th. And as to Jeff Gordon, he now is 8th. And this altercation has put 15 cars back in the lead lap. Points as of now, buddy.
Wow, Jeff Gordon still in the lead, but just 97 points back from 135. Mark Martin would be if the race was to end now. Dale Jarrett would be 194. Jeff Burton 315.
I wanted to hear what
Dale
Ray
Earnhardt,
Evernham said.
542.
Sounded interesting.
Ray Evernham, the crew chief for Jeff Gordon, the point leader, has climbed down off the pit box. You can see he's communicating with Jeff. What happened?
His radio came unplugged, and we were about to have a heart attack. We were trying to wave him in, and it was just when his water bottle, when he went to get a drink, he actually unplugged his radio, and he came back on and said, hey, what's going on?
You're back on the lead lap now, back in contention. Was that a big relief?
Yeah, it really is. You know, I mean, I don't know. I would love to know exactly. Sometime I think they should take the crew chiefs up and show us how it's done. You know, when you're racing for $1 or $2 million, it's hard to judge off of somebody that's running a stopwatch by hand. And I'd really like
That's
to know
not
how
how
they
we do
that
it.
So we could understand it.
Ray Evernham, Jeff Gordon.
We don't run a stopwatch by hand.
Well, Jimmy Spencer has just come from the infield care center.
It's a ticker timer that's digital,
Jimmy,
and it's out on the wall in the scoring booth.
Really
and a 20-second track like this.
Donnie and the crew fed me a great race car again, and we've had a great race car so many times this year.
Lap 1, you rate 20. Lap 2, you rate 40.
I don't know if it's luck or whatever. We're in the wrong place at the wrong time.
22 and 42.
Took us out of the top 5 finish today, and maybe an opportunity to win. But
the ticker timer just goes seconds, and we just write down seconds. We're not timing any cars with stopwatches
hopefully Gary Selzy, he can
But that might have been a pit road thing that they were talking about, and that's done with an I-beam.
Spencer, the winner of the
or like a ray
300
gun.
Busch Grand National race here yesterday, but he's not going to win one today. Guys,
like a
did not finish for Jimmy Spencer. If he can't get back in this thing, it looks like that's going to be the case. Working on Schrader's number 33, Mark Martin is now the man to beat.
Got a little bit tight, so we went back. You know, it's early right now, but
still not back to green. It's got a greasy track. Let me jump ahead.
Off the corner. Now, Buddy Baker can.
There's a
one thing on the racetrack. Hey, we got a new show here.
David Green is coming back out on the track. Remember, he dumped some fluid out of the transmission and brought out this caution. And we're going back green right now as they enter the 118th lap. 177 miles. When they come around.
This was before they had lucky dogs, so the inside line are down
Derek Cope right there, he's on the
a lap, I think. The 36 is down a lap, I think. And the 81.
Just behind them there, Rusty Wallace in the 2-car, really moving around there. As you can see, he would love to get by Mark Martin. And whoa, Dale Jarrett has jumped out.
We were already out in the 7.
By 5, 6, 7 car lengths, he pulls away.
And we are scoring up in the booth there, so like I said, I'm there for the duration.
By everyone but Jarrett. Rusty Wallace hugging the inside. He's back there in 17th. He had hoped he was going to get a shot to move up through as well.
If it was a scoring booth on the interior of the track, they'd let you hand it in and go if you were actually out. But you'd have to get that call from the crew chief. You couldn't leave your scoring post.
Here's Rusty trying to make amends.
Until he
that
got
number
back.
2 Ford. And in that first 100 laps, it was not running like he wanted. Here he comes trying to get it back into this race. Needs to make up a lap. From the rear, the 18 begins to ramble. Steve Burns has words on that leader, number 88, Dale Jarrett.
Ken, I talked to Todd Parrott, the crew chief on the 88 just moments ago, and he said that they are a little bit tight off the corner. Now, Buddy Baker can explain this. They made a track bar adjustment to compensate for that tightness coming off the turns.
Well, what they do, they go up on the track bar to give it a little different roll center, and it also makes the car a little bit looser, so it'll make it come off the corner a lot straighter and not push the front end as he starts off the corner.
Leader by 12 car lengths. Battle for 5th right here. Terry Labonte. Earnhardt just in front of him. And just behind Terry Labonte comes Jeff Gordon.
You can see Jeff Gordon really running well down the straightaway. He's a little bit quicker than Terry, it seems, on the straightaway. You see him hanging right on the back bumper as they go through the corner.
Meanwhile, the guy that was leading the race, Bobby Labonte, who has come up from 15th spot, he is scrambling to move back up and catch those leaders. There he is under Ricky Craven. He's just passed Michael Waltrip, who's in that lead lap. Bobby Labonte now in 12th as he put 21 a position back. Ricky Craven's running the lap down.
You know, they worked on the front of this car. It kept the front valence back a little bit, but Bobby Labonte's car looks just as strong as before the accident, so he didn't do that much damage to the front of the car. It looks like it has good downforce yet.
Here he comes, streaking down to the bottom of the track, and he is underneath Musgrave. And that's going to bring him up into 11th position. He's coming after Grissom next for 10th position, the number 41, the white green numeraled automobile. Going into turn 1. First time today that Bobby Labonte has had to struggle up through the field, running heavy traffic. Grissom holds him off.
Chief Bobby Kennedy had asked them if they had made any adjustments in the car today. Just a little bit of wedge to take out some looseness for the 44 Hot Wheels car. One thing that Kyle Petty may have an advantage here at Charlotte is the fact that these tires are the same exact tires that they ran at Dover. If you race fans watched the race 2 weeks ago at Dover, Kyle Petty absolutely killed them. When the race pace slows down and the track gets a little bit sloppy, they got to get out of the gas a little bit early. Kyle Petty sets the car in the corner and comes off hard. And I'll tell you what, this racetrack's coming to him. He's going to the front.
Back up the hill and into this fight with Martin first, Jarrett second, Petty third. Jeff Burton in 4th, Earnhardt 5th, Gordon 6th, and then Bobby, who, as we just mentioned, passed his brother Terry. Kyle Petty is the man of the hour, however. That Pontiac he's running is in the 3rd spot. He hasn't won since the spring of '95 at Dover.
Pit stops.
And as Buddy Baker was saying, he's having a whale of a day.
He is that. The king, boy, I tell you what, that apple didn't fall far from the tree. A lot of people wrote him off, but everybody deep in the that know racing like we do knows this boy can drive.
Here's Randy.
Kyle Petty came screaming in the back. Winston had to back up. Tire changers going to work. Travis Block on the front. Craig Lung on the rear. He's going to take a half around to wedge out Kyle down the way. Mike Hogwood.
Mark Martin, the leader, is in the pits. They are going 4 tires and fuel, and they are going to change the setup just a bit, going back to their original setup. Mark says the car is almost perfect.
Here they are on the charge.
Earnhardt comes out 2nd.
Listen to that crowd.
Garrett pulls it off. Earnhardt 2nd, Martin 3rd.
You could hear that in the infield.
Right in there behind them as they wheel back out after the pit road was open. Track position, everything, buddy?
So this brings a new, I guarantee you we'll have something to talk about when they drop the green flag this time.
So Earnhardt very much in the thick of this thing. Never a good qualifier, but when it comes to racing, says it all, 7-time Winston Cup champion. But it's been a while, 54, since he's tasted victory. Commercial break and then back. Ready to resume the UAW GM 500 here in Charlotte.
Spotters.
Promotional fees and considerations have been paid by Remington, Steel, Plasticoat, and by Emaco.
Plasticoat. I need to get some of this.
There you see the top 5. And for Earnhardt fans, happy days are here again.
2nd.
Take a look at how he...
Let's look at this right. Well, that was Daytona. Okay, they were redoing stuff. Let's go
now
here.
Back behind Victory Circle. Across the line. Earnhardt goes out in front, the 7th different leader today. The man in black is definitely back.
Look at the grandstand react there. That's the back straightaway even they're standing up. They didn't see the pass for the lead, but you could tell Earnhardt was in the lead. Just the noise of the crowd here is deafening.
Ernie Urban, Rusty Wallace, Latin Machines trying to get back into it. Here comes Jarrett back another time. Ah, this is a classic.
Now, what this does is let these 2 cars that are trying to get their lap back really close in on them as they run side by side. Give it to Earnhardt by half a car left. Here comes Jarrett back.
And Gordon comes to 3rd. Martin falls to 4th.
Look at Ernie Urban on the inside there, passing Jarrett, making it 3 wide going in the corner.
Ernie Urban tucks it right on the bottom. Climbs up there for a shot at Earnhardt and back into that lead lap. Rusty Wallace just behind Dale Jarrett's number 88. Mark Martin is back 4th overall. Number 9, Lake Speed. They have grazed the wall. He's coming in slowly. In fact, he came down the main straightaway, then cut across the grass. Yellow is out. They're going to put another caution out. I'm telling you, this track is greasy.
They're racing back to the flag. Can Ernie Urban make up his lap as they come off?
Oh, yeah, they race back.
Earnhardt is too much.
Earnhardt's not going to let that happen. Got enough on his hands. Doesn't need Urban.
Nothing's free in racing. Oh, God, don't pull on the track.
Mark Martin in 4th. And you've got Jeff Gordon 5th and Kyle Petty in 6th. Bobby Labonte up to 7th. He's passed Terry Labonte, put him back to 8th. Randy, can you tell us more about what happened to Lake Speed?
No, Lake Speed just came out of turn 4, and the engine was cut off. So just cruised through turn 4, hung a left on the racetrack, went into the infield, and went to his pit.
And there you see him now back behind Victory Circle. Hoods up on the number 9 for Lake Speed. We check this track very carefully. It's turned into a skating rink with all the wonderful Indian summer heat that we're enjoying here. What about Alan Bestwick? Can he tell us more?
Well, Ken, there was a lot of radio traffic going back and forth between the crew chiefs and the drivers just before that start, saying that with as much oil drive put down on the speedway as there was, they wanted their drivers to really be careful and make sure they didn't slip, particularly coming off turn 4. Maybe slip and catch that outside wall with the right side of the car. And the racing we saw with Earnhardt and Jarrett and Irvin, for that matter, didn't look like they were being too careful, and perhaps that's what might have caught up late speed. He might have just slipped up the racetrack there and popped the wall with the right side of that car.
Crowd up and cheering Earnhardt as he comes by as they get ready to go racing in one lap. Enthusiastic folks here. They may have booed him in the past, but they love him today. And as Earnhardt has said, if they're making noise, that's all that matters.
Hey, that's all that counts. The only thing you don't want to hear is nothing.
In silence.
That applies today, too.
They're excited about the potential for this one.
Go Carson.
Turn it all around after 54 losses and some of those heartbreakers like Talladega a year ago, and he got so busted up, and he still refused to be put on a cart to be all the way. He walked with broken sternum, broken shoulder. He was not going to be laid down. He was going to go upright out of that racetrack. Here he is out in front. Dale Jarrett's right there. Gordon's in third. Mark Martin in fourth. Get ready. Pace car coming in. Lap 168 to be completed. They said they want another lap. They want another lap. Kevin LePage is re-entering the fray. Remember, he was involved in that altercation up in turn 2 when he got crossed up with Geoff Bodine after the 96.
Greasy.
David Green dumped transmission oil all over the outside of the 4th turn and collected 6 cars out there.
Wow, look at this car.
I don't think Bodine went back up.
Determination for the sponsor on the back of the car. Going out there, even though the car is torn up as badly as it is, Kevin LePage just trucks right on.
And we got viewers everywhere. Yep. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Casting their vote. Boy, that infield crowd, they have been having a party for 3 days.
Good old days.
Happy 50th anniversary to Ann and Al May. Yes, indeed. Hope you're having a great day. Wow. Well, they've come doubly prepared. All right, let's get back to this racing with 170 complete. They may give them even another lap. But
look under the best station there. Wonder who they're pulling for.
You can tell. For sure. Earnhardt things. Late speed out of the race now. Here's Randy with him.
Well, didn't wreck the race car bad. What was it, Motor Lake? Yeah, I think something inside the engine. It sounded like you dropped the fork down in the garbage disposal when he was going down the back straightaway there. And we got on the clutch and luckily didn't lose the car. But Ford was starting to come on. We got off to a slow start there. Car was so loose, it was unbelievable at the first of the race. Couldn't run it, but the guys made some adjustments. And the car was starting to drive pretty good, and we were passing people and moving up. But end of the day, we'll go get them next week.
Next week is Talladega for the Winston Cup stars. All this crowd moves down to that 2.6-mile track.
Almost ready to go green again.
Enthusiastic, the crowd's just as large as we get down to the final races of the series. 1997, Earnhardt's file. It's been a while since he's won one. 54 in a row. Annapolis, North Carolina's pride. Brings that field down the back straightaway. He'll be ready to go back to Talladega, the track that tried to bite him a year back. Tore him up pretty well. He could walk away. Rockingham comes after that. Then Phoenix, Arizona. It all comes to conclusion November the 16th in Atlanta, Georgia. How many cars still in that lead lap as we get ready to go, buddy? I think we're still at 15.
Oh, yeah. But there are 15 good ones. Take my word for it. A lot of people trying to get back in the lead lap. You must get a good start because there's a lot of people who want your spot.
Behind you. Close to the right.
Get ready to watch him mix it up. It's Earnhardt versus Jarrett. North Carolina struggled between two of their top personalities. And it's Chevrolet versus Ford as they go into turn number 1.
turn it back on, working the 172nd lap. 258 when they come around, miles complete.
Classic Earnhardt start there. Nobody jumps them when you get the green flag. You see him going down into turn 3 there. Dale Jarrett trying to make a move on the outside.
Wheels it right up. Tough part of that turn 4. Jarrett hangs it right in there. A bit of a ripple. Throws a lot of guys into the wall, not these guys.
This is really helping these guys just behind them that's trying to get back in that lead lap. You see them closing right up on Earnhardt's bumper as they head towards the back straightaway.
But here comes Gordon trying to move around Rusty Wallace. Irvin in the 28, Wallace in the 2, trying to get a lap back, and it's even across for the lead another time. Here they come for turn 4. Completing lap 173, still dead even. Earnhardt versus Jarrett. Jarrett on the outside, noses in front in turn 1. Rusty Wallace shoots the gap on the inside to try to move under Ernie Irvin. Get a crack at going after those 2 leaders and get that number 2 Thunderbird back into that lead lap.
Look at Earnhardt look on that inside, trying to get the 88 to push up just a little bit. You see him come right back on the inside there to take the lead.
That's the move that works time and time again. And look at Wallace easing along on the bottom. The 24, Gordon comes down low. Boy, this looks like a half-mile short track right now.
Dale Jarrett fights back again. They're side by side going into turn 3. Look at Rusty Wallace just behind the 3 there of Earnhardt as they head down into 3. Looks like he was pushing him down the back straightaway.
Averaging 174, 175 miles an hour a lap. Cranking it right in there. Able to look over and see the other guy eye to eye, lap after lap. Jarrett on the outside, Earnhardt on the inside. And those 2 lap cars. Ernie Irvin's been able to stave off, riding the outside. The efforts by Rusty Wallace. Can he do it this time? Wallace trying to be hooked up with Earnhardt and drag himself through on the bottom.
This looks like Talladega. They're 3 wide there. You see Ernie Irvin in the center. He kind of stuck the nose in there and thought better of it. But he's going with Jarrett on the outside there.
How long can you do this kind of stuff, Baker?
Oh, these are the best in the world at what they do. They can do it for a long time, and the fans are loving it all the way around the racetrack. The arms are flying up in the air. This is Earnhardt, 15 miles from where he's born, fighting for the lead here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
With Dale Jarrett about, what, 20 miles from where he was born?
You got
fighting
it.
for that lead just as well. And here comes Ernie Irvin to the bottom.
I have chatbot
Meanwhile, Mark
enabled
still
down.
deployed in 4th. Kyle Petty
Error
in
occurred.
5th.
Please
Geoff
try
Gordon
again.
in 6th.
What the?
Jerry Labonte, who led 96 laps at the outset. Everything but those first 7 or 8 laps by Geoff Bodine, the pole sitter. He's right back in this thing. Bunched right up in 7th spot with his brother Terry in 8th.
You see just behind this group, look at Mark Martin. He said, I want my dog in this fight too. He moved right up there. He's charging into 4th spot as we speak.
Mark Martin giving us these
Alert
pictures as he goes for 3rd spot on Gordon. Durashine aerial platform giving you these pictures. Gordon trying to pull up around those lap cars. He's got to do a little defensive stuff here because Mark Martin is really after him. There's Gordon to the high side.
He's handling very well. He gets a good run off the corner, pulls even with Jarrett down the straightaway, and look at Mark Martin coming with him. He's using the gap down the straightaway, 200 miles an hour into turn 1.
Martin stays there with Gordon. 3rd is Gordon. 4th is Martin. Look at Kyle Petty at 44 running 5th. And how about this one? At 99, Jeff Burton. He's looking right back at the guy that led
Rusty, man.
so much of the early going here, Bobby Labonte. Tucked in between them. That's the 90, Dick Trickle. He's a lap or 2 down. And do exactly where Trickle is in all of this. Still out there hustling that car around. Dick Trickle in the 18th position, lap down.
Whoa, look at, I'm telling you, Now, Jeff Gordon made it 3 wide coming off turn 2.
I did a little volunteer work for the little museum that was across the street from Rusty's shop in 1995, and Rusty's birthday party was held in the back warehouse of that museum, so I got to attend one of his birthdays. I didn't really talk to him or anything. I just had a few snacks and then left. But
Wallace still fighting to make up that lap.
Well, the Fords had dominating
it seemed like a pleasant event. I met Tim Flock there too. That was more exciting for me. It was an old school race.
They're running very well.
John Andretti has come back on the track. Kevin LePage came out briefly. Remember, he started 12th, was in that wreck. He's gone back in. And look at this. Here we are, back there again. Gordon and Martin at it. That second spot that's being contended.
Look at that, 3 wide down into turn 3. Gordon fighting the outside. Mark Martin just a little bit better as far as getting a good bite through the corner.
The car of Hut Strickland down on the bottom back out, as you saw in that picture. That made him 3 wide.
You can see Mark Martin takes over second there from Gordon.
Jarrett is backed up to 4th. Kyle Petty stays 5th. Jeff Burton 6th. Bobby Labonte stays in 7th. Whoops, Bobby Labonte comes around the 99. Jeff Burton falls back a spot. Here come the Pontiacs.
I'll tell you what, Bobby Labonte, he gets the Attaboy Award right now. He just made it 3 wide down in the middle of the corner, and he's doing anything he wants to with this car. Kyle Petty just a second ago was a world beater. Look at him go by in there. That's 2 car left in 1 corner.
That's 5th place for Bobby Labonte. Alan Bestwick.
Ken, this week NASCAR has made a rules modification for the Chevrolet Monte Carlo teams, giving them an additional 1/4 inch of rear spoiler. One of the biggest proponents of getting some sort of rules modification was Richard Childress, Dale Earnhardt's team owner, feeling that they needed something to be a little more competitive with the Fords. Jeff Gordon and his team, who have won 10 races this year, Childress said, were winning a lot of races when they didn't have the fastest car. Not that they had a better car than the Fords, but teamwork, the best driver, and the best crew chief were winning them those races. Well, here's a Chevrolet other than Jeff Gordon's out in front this week.
And those laps that are being led by Earnhardt, hey, it's been a while. He's led 19 today, and that's the most since Talladega back in May when he led 76.
You know, the one factor you can never dial in with rear spoilers and downforce and all that, size of driver's heart. Right now, Earnhardt's in front of his hometown fans, and he's driving his heart out. That's an extra 1/4 inch of spoiler right there.
It's a great way to put it, buddy. That's the kind of thing we saw Jimmy Spencer do yesterday when he just out-couraged everybody in the field to win that 300-miler. Look at Mark Martin. He's in 2nd. Rusty Wallace still trying to find a way to make up that lap with the number 2 Ford Thunderbird. A lot of action here at Charlotte and more to come.
Promotional fees and considerations have been paid by STP, ESAB, and by Durashine.
Dale Earnhardt says you pull your belts down, you get your eyes as big as silver dollars, and you go for it. And that's what he's doing today in the UAW GM 500. Earnhardt is going for it. He's leading here at lap 192.
What he's doing right now, though, his eyes are big as a silver dollar, but it's full of that number 6 car closing in on him. Mark Martin is there. He is just behind Earnhardt.
Kevin LePage is number 91. A little disabled down on the bottom of the track. You know, it's wonderful to hear this crowd respond. When you're winning all the time, when you're prolific and you just can't seem to miss, and you win 8 or 9 or 10 races. You got to remember, there aren't 2 teams out here. There are 43 teams, and 42 teams aren't happy if you're dominating. Didn't matter if it was Cale Yarborough, didn't matter if it was Baker, didn't matter if it was Darrell Waltrip, didn't matter if it was Earnhardt. Those others all wanted to see their guy win sooner or later. But when the road gets a little rocky and gets a little tough, and these fans know how good these drivers are, they respond as they are today to Earnhardt. Now they want to see him fight his way back into this thing. And fight he must, because here comes Mark Martin out of Batesville, Arkansas, and he's got a loaded gun.
one-car length separates first and second as they float around this track at about 173 miles an hour right now. Average speed. Earnhardt still first. Martin in second. Gordon to third. Jarrett fourth. Bobby Labonte in fifth, and Kyle Petty in sixth. And look at Kyle Petty, that green car you saw in the back of the frame. He's there. Here's Martin coming to the inside.
You can see him fighting through the dogleg there. Down into turn one, Earnhardt fights back on the outside.
Travis Carter has said that the reason he liked Jimmy Spencer so much is that he's like Earnhardt. He just can't stand to be passed. He will fight harder than anyone to stay there. But here's that Ford down on the inside.
Here comes Earnhardt back on the outside. It looks like the 6th car has an advantage, but here comes Earnhardt back.
Even as they come to the line. And Earnhardt goes back in front.
Dude, seriously? You're freaking me. Don't get too close.
The race yesterday, Jimmy Spencer took the high line. Mark Martin on the bottom cannot muster up enough. Coming off of the corner there, he's not able to swing out to the wall and use momentum to get great straightaway speed. Earnhardt knows that. You can see him holding very tight there. Going in the corner, Mark has to be very careful not to slip. Look at the back of Martin. Just a little bit loose as they come off turn 4.
That's Earnhardt applying the same pressure that Spencer did a day before to try to contain Mark Martin, to pin him down, to make him work that car a little harder going into that first turn and lift a little sooner. So it's Earnhardt back in front.
What a great
just sheer guts.
top 5 right there, 6. Wow.
There, I think he's just biding his time. He knows he has a little bit of a point lead. Now he goes to the outside of Rusty Wallace there. 3rd place car, Jeff Gordon, fighting on the outside.
Looking for Mark Martin back at that number 24. Earnhardt first, Martin second, Gordon.
Take a look
at this crowd coming along. Here's the 18.
There comes Bobby Labonte. That green car led and dominated the first part of this race. You can see in the corner, no contest. Bobby Labonte is much quicker in the middle part of the corner. Pontiac moves into 3rd. Let's see where he's at here. I got to look at the computer.
I think you'll find him.
He's in 4th place at the moment.
There's that battle for first continuing.
That's how you take down a motherfucker. That's
Earnhardt,
right.
Martin, Gordon. You're right. Labonte up to 4th. Jarrett.
Yeah, they are
Look
legends.
at Earnhardt. He looked to the inside there as Mark Martin takes the lead away. As they go down in the corner, here comes Earnhardt again. 2nd place is not something he loves to do.
They were characters, and so people could relate to them, and they would be their superhero, and they would buy all their products and buy a Monte Carlo or buy a Ford, you know, whatever. The fan loyalty was crazy. But they were characters first, and that's what we got coming up. We got some characters again. I'm excited for where NASCAR is going. Not how they're getting there, but excited for the talent and the characters coming in and bringing a little bit of fun back into a really high-pressure sport, for real.
Right now, he swings by there like he's on a quarter-mile racetrack.
Closes up on the leaders. Bobby Labonte coming up on Earnhardt. Ford, Chevy, Pontiac, 1, 2, 3. Working lap 203.
There goes Bobby Labonte. He takes the outside line on Earnhardt there. I don't think he's going to have enough to pull him there, though. Earnhardt is very, very smart when you get behind him. He can get very wide when you try to make the moves on him.
304.5 of 500 miles run. Bobby Labonte closes up on Earnhardt in the 3 car. Mike Hogwood can tell us more about Earnhardt's mount right now.
Early in the race, Ken, Dale Earnhardt talking a lot with his crew. They were even talking about the crew being hungry. So when Dale Earnhardt took the lead, and now that he's battling with the leaders, there have been no words exchanged between crew and driver for the last 15 or 20 minutes. This is the way Dale Earnhardt likes to race. He's out there on his own because he's got the car to do it.
Gets
covered by Bobby Labonte, and now Dale Jarrett fades to the outside to try to make a run on it. First time, Bobby. Hold on that. Coming up, Bobby Labonte making his move, trying to get in here and pull up on Mark Martin for the lead.
See Dale Jarrett moving there on Earnhardt also. It looks to me that Earnhardt might have a little chassis problem. He's not running quite as well through the corners. You see Jeff Gordon moving up on the outside also.
Bobby Labonte hasn't led a lap since lap 102. But he's ready to go for it now. And here comes Dale Jarrett right back into the hunt.
Look at Gordon there. That's one of the best against the kids that everybody, I mean, he said that Earnhardt was his hero when he moved into this sport. That was what he kind of gauged anything that he done.
This race is just so stinking good, I don't even want to fast forward nothing. I mean, it's just all the legends, like you say, Darius. Same thing, man. All the legends.
In sixth spot, the 92-95 winner.
I do have to return a call.
Is Labonte, Mike Hogwood.
But what I will do is text. It is a real good race, Pops. Oh my goodness. I have to return a call and update that, but I'm trying to debate if I should do that now before I come back on screen. I think that's what I'm going to do, is return this call and then keep watching.
The UAW GM Quality 500 on TBS is brought to you by Peerless Faucet. Get more out of your faucet than just water. And by Napa Auto Parts. We keep America running.
Hey, coming up, Michael Jordan and his world champion Bulls take on Europe in the McDonald's Championship. Five-time world champions get at it in Paris. Coming up Friday, October 17th at 8 o'clock on TNT. We don't need any TNT here today. We've got it. This race is dynamite. Look at Mark Martin out in front. His lead is shrinking as Bobby Labonte is closing in. Ford against Pontiac. And then you've got Dale Jarrett right back at it again in third spot. Kyle Petty, who started in 40th position today, now has himself up to 5th. Sandwiched in between Kyle Petty and Jarrett, Jeff Gordon. There you see it, 7 different leaders today. They swapped that lead 16 times to date. 213 laps are now complete, 319 miles. Let's check in with Randy Pembroke.
Crew Chief Bobby Kennedy standing here. You're having a great run, Bobby. Tell us a little bit about it.
Car's been really good. We made a couple adjustments on the first stop and hadn't touched it since. You know, it's fortunate enough to get that caution when we needed, get our lap back, and put us in a pretty good situation right now.
When will you pit next?
We're looking about lap 225. Then we'll have probably a 2-turn stop at the end if it stays green.
Oh, there's a little strategy he's telling you about right now. You know, to the contrary of what Dale Earnhardt has done when he ran his tires hard, Kyle Petty laid back, didn't do any damage to his tires. Now the track once again coming to him.
11 laps away from a pit stop. Kyle Petty looking for that first win since 1995 at Dover. Here's the man he has to beat for the very top of the list today. Mark Martin staying out in front, but his lead is now just a second. It was 1 3/10. Bobby Labonte closing down.
We had a report just a second ago that Earnhardt said there was some debris in turn 1. You don't think he wants new tires, do you?
I'll bet they're hoping, everybody's hoping to find some debris out there except Mark Martin right now. Take a look at this interval between first and second place. Mark Martin's Ford and the Pontiac of Bobby Labonte. And there's Dale Jarrett just in the back of that frame.
You know, as great as Labonte is running in second place there, Mark Martin's holding his own, and he's going through traffic very, very well. You're riding with Bobby Labonte now. As they come out of turn 2, you can see the lead car right up in front of him up there. But Mark is really running a very, very easy race right now, easy on his tires. Bobby Labonte may have used his tires really hard to get up to second place.
Hey, buddy, take us around here with Bobby Labonte as we ride with this Wicks Interstate car. Then we're back with the leader for just a second, looking from the Durashine aerial platform. But we get back in that in-car. Can you give us a little feeling about how it is to get around this track, get down low on it?
Well, we can just look at Mark there coming off turn 2. He starts down the back straightaway. You can see the car. Those lines are about 15 feet apart, but they look like they're solid down that back straightaway. That's how fast they're running. Right back down to the bottom. Mark Martin not letting the car slide. He's not putting any extra heat into the tires. Now off turn 4 and down towards the start-finishing line. Right about here, they start angling to the outside, but you see the shade here. Momentarily, you're blinded going into turn 1 because of the shade off the condos getting into turn 1. Then when you go back into the sunshine, you kind of split and get ready for the back straightaway again.
Kenny Wallace in the Square D car giving you that ride around the racetrack as he was being lapped by Mark Martin in the number 6. Kenny is back in 29th position as you've seen these rundowns. Well, here's Martin still holding his own, and it's back to 1 2/10 of a second. He's picked up a little now. Closes in on David Green, who's back in the race. Had rear end trouble earlier, and that led to a big jam session over in turn 2. Riding with Mark Martin. Here's over to the side. Check on Green.
You can see Mark has a different driving style than most guys. He takes both hands and puts them over on the left side of the steering wheel. Once he gets the car turned where he wants it, very little movement going through the corner there. On the straightaway, you'll see him come back over and readjust his hands. He'll put them in the 10 and 2 position, but in the corners, he always takes his right hand and throws it way over there and starts turning down.
That's what Cale used to do.
You can see right there, he's actually resting his left arm down the straightaway next to the net there on the roll cage.
Time for pit stops, lap 220. Derek Cope is coming onto pit road. Cope running in 24th, comes in. And now we see the 97 car also coming in. Chad Little up in 23rd. Here's Rusty Wallace's number 2 up and away. Martin continuing to dominate at this time.
Well, it won't be long before we'll see the 6 car, and especially Dale Earnhardt. He said he's used up his tires. All these guys will be heading down pit road. You wouldn't believe the difference when you put 4 new tires on a race car on a racetrack that's as slick as this is right now. You feel like you could not make a mistake when you get new tires on.
And you could see how slick it was there as Martin just let that car climb up, gave it free rein to bring it across. Here's the number 3, Earnhardt on pit road. This is lap 222. Actually working lap 223 as Dale Earnhardt comes in. Just in front of him, the 42 is pitted, Joe Nemechek, and he's back underway. Mike Hogwood has that number 3 car as it comes to a halt.
And Dale Earnhardt is going to get 4 fresh tires that he sorely needed. They are not going to do any major chassis adjustments. Dale feels the fresh rubber is the only thing they need. They're taking about a half a round out just to loosen it up just a little bit as they put in a full tank of fuel. They've been discussing the track changing just a bit. Dale does think it's going to come to him. He is down and away, 17.1. High fives here on pit road. They did a great pit stop.
Jeff Gordon is on pit road. The DuPont Chevrolet getting right side tires. They're also going to give up a little track position and take a right front rubber spring out to try and cure a problem where the car is pushing off the corner, meaning it wants to drive straight toward the wall. Gordon down and away with that spring rubber out. Let's go upstairs.
And just in front of him, Dale Jarrett making a pit stop in almost the identical time. The Labonte brothers, Terry and Bobby, are both in on pit road now. Randy?
Terry Labonte has already pitted up a half pound on the left rear. 4 tires. He likes the car on long runs. Kyle Petty now
a tear-off. That's the first time I've seen a tear-off. I don't recall we did them much. That's different.
Heard them talk about making an air pressure adjustment. That'll stiffen up the springs. But Bobby Labonte is gone after 4 tires.
Kyle Petty's number 44 works his way onto pit road. Bill Elliott is in. Elliott currently in 8th with these pit stops. Mark Martin over there.
Mark Martin slowing. Well, no, he looked like he was slowing. He just had the car right down on the white line. I thought he was going to make the stop this time by, but you see him going by at great speed there.
Martin continuing to lead and draw it out. He's up to 226 laps. Ted Musgrave now in second spot. Benson to third. Grissom to fourth. Michael Waltrip to fifth. As Martin stays out there again.
Well, let's talk about this a little bit. This won the race for him in Dover. You can see him slowing. He's getting ready to come down pit road as we speak.
Next to last stop for Mark Martin in this 500-mile race. And for just 18 or 19 seconds, he'll turn over the task of keeping this car up in front for those good men on pit road. Let's see what they do. Steve?
And to the attention of crew chief Jimmy Fennig, and keep in mind, as we said at the top of the show, Mark Martin and Jack Roush have never won a Winston Cup championship. Steve Neal, the team manager, said let's go with sticker tires. Those are brand new tires. The right side went off quickly. Martin just has a drink of Gatorade. The left sides are on, no chassis adjustment. 20.7 seconds for Mark Martin.
Jeremy Mayfield making his pit stop. Martin is back out. So now at the current time, Musgrave Musgrave has just pitted. People have Benson out in front, Grissom in second.
It's going to be very close when the lead
they tear off. I don't recall us prepping the car with them.
Going down the back straightaway, the guys that just stopped.
In the 90s, like 97.
Down into turn 3.
I think we were still washing the windshield with like a squeegee or a rag.
Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Could be wrong.
Johnny Benson. Just behind him, Grissom will be in second. Michael Waltrip in third. And you're showing Bobby Labonte running in fourth among the heavy hitters who have been up front today. Here's Benson on pit road. Watch this pit stop for Johnny Benson. Gives it up. Grissom, now the leader. Michael Waltrip for the Wood brothers into second. 4-tire change.
I remember where that shop was on Rolling Hills Road. It was one of the first 5 built. And it was...
You talk about getting with it.
I think the Tide.
That's a very good stop.
Bahari Racing Team losing Johnny Benson at the end of the season.
Was in there as well.
Number 41.
Stapleton 42 did a series on them.
Had that
on the Bahari shop. And it was Pennzoil too, I think, at one time.
And the 43 Hamilton is
with the same yellow. It's a little vague in my mind. It was about a year ago I watched that episode. But Stapleton 42 does a great job of visiting that old stomping grounds of where we started. And the Roush shop they did with
this swap along pit road, green flag condition. Michael Waltrip has just pitted.
Was across the street from the North Carolina Auto Racing Hall of Fame, and Rambo still works for Roush, I think, did the interview and the tour of the race shop that used to be Moroso. And it hadn't changed as far as the looks inside too much. It was always blue and gray from what I remember. But it's really nice to watch that channel and watch him go into the old race shops that I had been in, you know, in my 30s. I want to say as a kid, but as a kid I was in modified race shops. I was in Old Blue's race shop. I've touched Old Blue before. Back of the car. The coupe.
This at lap 232 of 334.
Yeah. I was pretty lucky. We didn't know what we were seeing when we were seeing it.
Make Car and Company getting it done for Bobby Labonte. And that work on pit road in these green flag conditions makes all the difference. Look at Dale Jarrett down to the inside. He's a streamer right now as he tries to close in on Labonte. Kyle Petty's in 6th. Terry Labonte's in 7th. Jeff Burton's back there in 8th. And Bill Elliott in 9th. Ward Burton is 10th.
Richard and the Cat in the Hat.
The Winston Cup Series in their 28th event of 1997, the UAW GM 500 here on TBS. 140,000 plus making it the 4th largest city for an afternoon. A beautiful afternoon. A great afternoon to go to a race. Hello. My goodness.
I bet he'll never put his finger back in that light socket again. Wow.
Watching right now is Bobby Labonte. Stays out in front. Had 19 different leaders thus far in this race. As we've rolled down through, 239 laps are now complete. Let's check our numbers of actual drivers. They've switched it around 19 times among 9 folks that have had an opportunity to be in front. Bobby Labonte led early for 96 laps if you're just joining us. Had a major altercation over in turn 2, tore up a bunch of race cars. That was a hard lick. Knocked down Geoff Bodine, knocked down Jimmy Spencer, got collected out there. And right now, this guy who just ran away from the field and had everybody lapped up into the top 10, we still have 15 cars in that lead lap. Correction on that. There may be 1 or 2 out of that.
Yeah, and I'm very, very concerned about Kyle Petty. He closes in on the lead cars. Looks like he has the car to beat. He makes the pit stop. I just wonder if he's having bad pit stops, or maybe the car set up for long runs. Surely the guys in the pits could tell us.
How about it, Randy?
Well, actually, he's been fine just about all day long. Steve Burns and I had that conversation with the Goodyear official earlier today. He told us that some guys can just get what they call a bad set of tires, and that just is that the circumference, the spring rate, the compression of that tire, the way it's made just doesn't seem to match up. And that's what the problem is with Kyle Petty right now. He's a little loose. The tires they thought were absolutely identical to the ones they had on before, but they're just not conducive to going fast right now. Steve Burns?
Coming back
exactly.
okay,
We just heard Bobby Labonte radio Jimmy Makar and said this
I'm
set
so
of
proud
tires,
I got my sounds
this set
back.
is very loose. Now, as we said earlier, Bobby Labonte is a master at feeling how the tires are sticking or not to the racetrack. So the next set of tires will probably be better. Ken?
So it's not the pit stops. It's getting back up to speed. It's making a difference for Kyle Petty. Getting those tires to work on this 1.5 mile Charlotte Motor Speedway. Time beginning to run out with Labonte still in front. Jarrett second, Martin third, Gordon fourth, Earnhardt fifth, and Kyle 11.5 seconds back in the 6th position. Difference between first and second lies at 1 4/10. Derek Cope unscheduled stop right now on pit road.
You see Earnhardt and 3 there closing in on Jeff Gordon. Now, he ran out of tires a while ago, making a big charge to the lead and taking the lead. I think he may be a little more conservative as he runs along there with Gordon. And I'm sure that Larry McReynolds is saying, hey, save something for a little later in the run. Don't use them up right now.
We run the AC in here.
Here is Bobby Labonte. That's the 18 car out in front. Earlier, he escaped a scalping. Take a look at this. Here's the wreck from his point of view that was up there in turn 2 when Kevin LePage and Jeff Bodine got in trouble.
You see, it's a little bit you can see the flaps on the hood going up to keep the car down, pressed to the racetrack. He slides in turn 2 over there. Very, very lucky he wasn't hit by cars going by. You can see him going by the front of the car there as he sits very still.
Going by on either end, missing him by inches. Flat spot of the tires, fell back to 15th. Now, once again, he's in the lead. Jeff Gordon came into this race today with a 135-point lead over Mark Martin. Right now, Martin's 1 position in front of him, in third, to Gordon's 4th.
You can see Bobby Hamilton go right by Labonte right now. Bobby Labonte is fighting a loose condition. We heard that just a second ago. Bobby Hamilton went by him. That's about the only car that's passed Bobby Labonte all day long. But the Pontiac seem to be working very, very well on long runs.
Be a big day for that mark. Been a while, as we mentioned earlier, since they've tasted victory.
Puppy dog.
Meanwhile, Earnhardt
still snoring.
Flying just off the rear bumper of Jeff Gordon in the 24. There you see him. That's 4th and 5th. And Kyle trying to close up behind.
What a picture right there.
Earnhardt's number 3.
Earnhardt's just a little over 4 seconds back behind.
It stinks we lost him just when everybody started liking
Kenny
him.
Trader's had a good day in the 33 for Andy
really
Beekeeper. He stays 13th.
It's really hard to go.
Number 98 coming in, unscheduled stop there.
We worked.
That car got tasted a little earlier. John Andretti.
Oh, I know why. I was already divorced and remarried, and my new husband worked in Concord
Again, 4 races to go on the Winston
doing
schedule when they conclude.
satellite music, kind of like Muzak, but their competitor. And my son worked there as well, and we would travel past
a lot more conducive to fan and racer alike down
DEI.
Then it's off to Rockingham, North Carolina on the 26th.
In 2001
Arizona,
was the time we were traveling back and forth from Mooresville past DEI to Concord to go to work. I worked there as the secretary, helping with accounts payable and stuff like that. My son worked there as an installer, and my husband worked there as an installer as well. And it had got bought and sold and stuff since then, but we would have to travel past DEI right after it happened, and oh my God, all the flowers for weeks. It was the cars lined up and down the road. It was like Elvis for weeks.
So they're hoping for a caution.
It was really melancholy. It was bittersweet, I swear to God.
The fuel tank didn't get quite full on that last green flag stop, Ken.
But I always say it's part of it. He had enough warnings.
Kyle falls to 7. Jeff Burton getting some very good.
If you were watching my last broadcast, it would have been 4 weeks prior to this at Darlington. He had some sort of a spacey episode where he was seeing double vision and slurring his speech and having an episode, something.
Well, here's your leader.
But I'm sure they followed up on it and all, but, he had some warnings.
But he's just gone to 1 7/10 of a second between first and second.
But at this point, all he wanted to do still was win Daytona 500. This was 1997, but he still had not won the Daytona 500. He won everything else at Daytona, but not the 500. So 98 is going to be really cool to watch the Daytona 500. That's going to be next season.
On Bobby Labonte's number 18.
I was not there. My ex was. I saw them all shaking hands, the 7 crew,
Race fans
when
do make the
he
call.
wins,
LCI
and they all
residential long-distance
shake
customers
his
receive
hand,
30
on
minutes of free domestic
pit lane,
calling and the World
on the way to
calling
victory
card
lane.
featuring participating NASCAR.
An outside chance to stay in the 99, Jeff Burton. Kyle Petty in 7th. Terry Labonte in 8th. You can never discount Terry Labonte if he's in the lead lap.
How would you like to try to catch Jeff Gordon in a point
just
race
never
when you
know.
look in the mirror and he's 2 car lengths back there, just riding right
The
behind
sprints and the dirt stuff now has got to get a little bit slowed down. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Spot in number 94.
They're getting like too many are getting hurt.
Johnny Benson having
Too much.
a very good day.
So something's up.
Currently in 11th.
Something's up.
Can't believe that Bobby Labonte has run that car as hard as he has all day, and that car has stood up.
Add weight, reinforcement,
This race.
encapsulate.
Like it on the racetrack. That was the biggest advantage I think we've seen in Winston Cup racing.
Time to do something
He
before
just
we have a
decimated the rest of the
fatality.
field.
Well, he says he's loose right now, but he ain't real shabby, I'll tell you that. He's got a pretty
We've
good
had
race
enough
car, but
warnings.
what they're talking about when they say loose,
We
they're
had the
talking
same
about
happen in
when you're trying to
modifieds
pass
through the
front.
70s and
When you start
80s.
off
I
in
don't know
front,
if you
the
remember.
rear wheels are not hooking up to the racetrack.
For a while there, we lost one after another,
I'll tell you, it's a very
and they had to
uncomfortable
do
field when
some
they turn
slowing
sideways
down
in
of
the
that.
corner.
Into the last 100
Big block
miles,
motor.
what does it feel like in these corners? When you've got a day like this, this is very much like we remember those warm
And they are
Memorial
still
days
probably
before we
the
went to a
most
night
dangerous
race.
car.
When
I
you
think
get down to that last 100
that
miles, what
is
this
modified.
track like?
Ken, you won't
But
believe
lately, dirt has been crazy. We were talking about that at coffee with Dad and his friends there at race. And we all kind of were saying the same thing. It's like there were so many wrecks this season that drivers are hurt. Whether it be sprint or even while UMP, we never would have thought that.
and you have to do that all yourself. Look at the 21 up on the high side. Michael Waltrip in those grand old Wood Brothers colors. At number 21,
for the venues,
Michael Waltrip had a great day.
It's time to
15 out of the 43 starters. And isn't it wonderful?
You know, I'm all for innovation and safety. That's the biggest thing they should focus on as far as
I want to comment on that again.
In my opinion.
The difference in a great race car driver and a good race car driver is the amount of concentration that he can put into a race. That is the difference. A lot of people have a great ability. They don't have the ability to reproduce that perfect lap every lap.
That's what makes this sport so unique, and it's part of the subtlety that is so often overlooked. Can't overlook that number 21 right now. Doesn't that bring back memories, buddy?
You know, I'm glad to see the nose of that car and realize it's white. I looked at the back of that thing, but I really never got that shot. David Pearson in 1973 drove that car. Drove very, very great. And I mean, I think he was 14-time pole winner here at Charlotte. I mean, anytime David Pearson crawled through the window of that Mercury, he was a winner, man. I tell you, the Wood Brothers, they were great in the pit. That was a complete race team.
Yeah, take a look at some of that video from the past of some of those great champions. Cale Yarborough, remember the great victory he had with this team of the Wood Brothers when he took the checkers in '68 at Daytona 500. A.J. Foyt, 72 at Daytona, and then again at Atlanta, and then David Pearson, as you mentioned, with so many great victories, and that last shot, one of the best, no doubt. They were all involved in that maroon, white, and gold. I still think we ought to start a petition or something, write to Glenn and Leonard and the whole gang and say, hey, those are their colors. Keep those Wood Brothers colors up there.
Well, right now,
the sponsor probably has a lot to say about that.
You can see Bobby Labonte going by him there. But Dale Jarrett has closed it down to less than a car length as they head into turn 3.
Here's who's out of the race. Bodine, that crash. He's set on the pole. Lake speed's gone. Engine went away on his car. They've torn up some equipment. Jimmy Spencer's out of this thing. Difference between first and second?
There is no difference. Right there is the leader in the green car, the blue one right
Winn
behind
Dixie
him.
store brand is what I said.
Right now, one slip and you have a 2-car length lead.
It's called No in Love.
Old-time Winston Cup racing. I mean, it's back to 1 car late. That's a big difference. Most of these races, well, almost 2.
Let me tell you what can happen right now. If Dale Jarrett has been radioed and said that Bobby Labonte has a loose condition, the thing to do is run very, very close on the back of the car and make it get looser yet. So Dale Jarrett, you can see Bobby go up the racetrack. Dale's on the bottom trying to take the lead.
But I don't think he wants to play out there too long with Mark Martin still lying back there. 4 seconds away from the leader. And Jeff Gordon right there with him in 4th. I would think he wanted to dispatch that car if he couldn't get on with the getting on.
Oh boy, here we go. He had to back off at the lap car on the inside there. You can see Dale Jarrett had to hold up just for a second. Got a great run off turn 4 though.
It is local water. Except for hills.
Handling condition on the 18, negative. The 88 trying to get around. And closing ever closer, Mark Martin. It was 4.5 seconds. Now it's 4.1 back to 3rd. Situation 275 with 334 laps complete. Brings your mileage factor to 412.5 down.
You can see Jarrett taking a look on the outside. What he's doing now is just worrying him. I think he may have made the move going into turn 3 there.
Got him covered. Into first place. Once again goes Dale Jarrett. And back comes Bobby Labonte. Trying it outside as Joe Gibbs looks on. Watches his driver settle back into 2nd spot. Dale Jarrett is your new leader. Lives right up the road here in Hickory, North Carolina. 3rd in the Winston Cup points. And closing down.
Look at this, the mirror image. You see the 6th car there. 2nd place in the point standings right now. Jeff Gordon, the leader in the national point standings. making a move on Martin as they start off the corner.
Goes to the bottom. Chevy down low, Ford up high, and it's going to be Gordon this time. Gordon up to third. What a great scramble if you're just joining us early. We had 15-20 laps that were just magnificent between this pair.
Kenny Wallace is running 20.
Dale Jarrett, the 1994 winner of this race, and the 96 600 winner, is back in command. Bobby Labonte finds himself in second. There is
that would be who Dad would be working
remaining
with this weekend.
Among these leaders, there are 10, 11 cars now in the lead lap as we get ready to decide this 500.
The UAW GM Quality 500 on TBS is brought to you by Pennzoil Motor Oil. Stop your Pennzoil, and by Coca-Cola Classic.
Approximately 75 miles left to run in this one. Dale Jarrett, who comes into this race 222
75 miles. That'd be like driving from here to
right now commanding the 38th annual UAW GM 500.
Jacksonville.
Here's Dale closing up behind Kenny Wallace in the 81 and the number 22. Now that's one of those Burton boys. And
that's about an hour and 15 minutes
shown in 6. Now
with
the reason
traffic.
He's up. The 99 has pitted just a moment ago. Geoff,
it's not going to take them that long. What would they run in?
Those are happening a little earlier than we might have anticipated. Ricky Craven's on
for a lap
time. Joe Nemechek, Hutch Strickland coming back out as well.
I can't remember.
Hutch involved in that action early. 35.
Is it 25 or 20?
Bobby Labonte or Terry Labonte just makes the pit stop.
Terry Labonte up on pit road.
I think it was 20
up toward the entry. He is being shown in 9th spot as he makes his stop. And they can go home from here. 285 of 334 laps have been completed.
Yeah, see, they using the rag on the windshield. They didn't have a tear off. That might have been something Petty's come up with. Little innovation.
After his 14th career win, trying to get a notch up here. Here comes Earnhardt on the pit road. 5th place in the race as he brings number 3 Chevrolet down at 55 miles an hour, ready to make that stop. Mike Hogwood there.
The crew has had 2 great pit stops of 18 seconds or better, but they've been frustrated because it hasn't gained them any position on the track. Richard Childress just gave the team a pep talk and said, make this the best one of the day. You give it everything you've got. This is where we can win the race. They are gone with 4 tires and an adjustment. Their shadows on the track. They're down and away. 18.5. A good stop for Earnhardt. Steve Burns.
And Mike, as you said, this is it, the final stop for these teams. It's up to the pit crews now as Mark Martin slams it into his stall. They're going to go to the right side. They are also going to make a chassis adjustment. The wedge wrenches in. Come around to the left side, a 4-tire change. So far, so good. Now let's go to Alan Bestwick.
Jeff Gordon is in the 3rd place driver. The stop down and away, fairly good, except the rear tire changer fell coming around the back of the car. Cost him about a second in time.
And Dale Jarrett, current leader on pit road. Final pit stop. Randy?
Going to be a 4-tire stop. Jack Lewis with the front tires. Brad Parrott with the rears. They whip around. The Jack is underneath the car. Mike Ford with that one. Tires going on. Great pit stop. Now let's go to the 18 car.
Randy, Bobby Labonte's in. Bobby said go with the same air pressure in the tires as we started the race with, and they also made a minor track bar adjustment, so the final changes have been made, and now let's see how they play out on the racetrack.
Lap 288 complete. We're showing Jarrett back in front, Labonte the 2nd, Benson in 3rd, yet to pit, followed by Earnhardt, then Gordon, and then Mark Martin, the number 6 in 6th spot, followed by Steve Grissom, who has yet to come on in. Dale Jarrett. Conscientious job by that Quality Care Thunderbird team out here today. Robert Yates and company with Todd Parrott as crew chief. They may have thought this one out just right. Here's Kyle Petty. Let's go a lap down, buddy.
He's just about to go a lap down, and that's what happens. He had that one bad set of tires, or whatever's wrong right now. He's not not able to hold him off at all. You see Dale Jarrett going to the outside there, threading the needle in between the lap car there.
Driving standards. Allow lapping cars to pass.
Dale Jarrett, he's just building experience, was looking forward to a big day yesterday. He was going to be in the 300, the Grand National race, with his son, Ned's grandson, Jason. But Jason didn't make it through that hooligan race, that consolation round. Picked up some experience, however. But don't think with Dale Jarrett you come to the end of the string. More to come from this great racing family in years to come. Dale Jarrett started the day in 5th. He's fallen back at one time.
Look at this lineup of the top 5.
Fought his way back in. He has 12 top 10 finishes, including 3 wins.
Top 6
in just the last 15 races. So he's really
70.
the press.
They're all legends. I mean, Schrader's still driving in the dirt.
Talladega next week, and Rockingham, then Phoenix and Atlanta.
Burton's involved with the Cars Tour.
Jared had a great stop there.
His sons and
just
nephews.
about 4 car lengths ahead of Bobby Labonte when he stopped, but when he got back on the racetrack, he had about a 15 car length lead. So they had a great
they all
stop there.
own some of that.
When he won this race in 94, remember, buddy, came from way back in that 22nd
Cars
position
Tour.
to pull this one off.
What a great series, guys. That Cars Tour.
At the outset, as if that
The
96
talent
is going to have everybody covered. Now Labonte is in second, and he's being shown
in that class with the age, and they're doing it right.
Man,
so
Earnhart is third. 3
hey,
and 1
that's out the back window of the car my dad.
Followed by Gordon in 4th, Martin in 5th, and
maybe
Geoff
if they go in the
in
pit,
6th.
we see.
That's where it will be decided. Those are the cars in the lead lap as we come to lap 294. Here's your race summary with 9 leaders, 20 lead changes today, 4 cautions. Off to a great start, record-breaking pace. With 40 laps to go right now, that record will not be touched that Ernie Irvin set of over 150 miles an hour in 93. Average speed at 141. We'll take a break and then be back as we zero in on the finale. Can Jarrett stay in front, or will that Pontiac come roaring back as it did in the early going? It's time quickly for the Auto Weekend Racing. The Auto Weekend Racing features the Charlotte Motor Speedway, where they were really tearing it up. Greg Sachs in the 300-mile race yesterday. Into the wall. Dick Trickle cuts a tire. He slams the wall.
He was leading when he cut the tire, I
Mark
think.
Martin and Jimmy Spencer. They fought for 20 laps side by side before it was decided in favor of Jimmy Spencer taking the checkers. Call 1-800-232-1522 now for a 52-week subscription to Auto Week, $24.95. That's 1-800-232-1522.
Brought to you by Gladiator and Universal Luxury Vans, the official vans of tracks, teams, and drivers throughout the NASCAR world. Call 1-800-445-2825 for a dealer near you.
That's old school.
301 of 334 laps complete. Last chance to let it all hang out, and the guy that's doing that is
331 of 331.
172, while leader Jarrett was at 168.
I don't think I heard that right.
Earnhardt turned the wick up, and Earnhardt made the move to get around here. Take a look at this one.
You see Bobby Labonte there coming off the corner. Earnhardt down on the bottom. You can see there he's got a great run down the back straightaway. Very even going into turn 3. Now watch Earnhardt right here getting in the corner. He eases off where he can get back in the throttle. That's the move you have to do. If you override the car there, he would have pushed up into Bobby Labonte and had to get out of the throttle.
Second place awarded to Earnhardt and closing. And apparently somebody's been on the payphone to Jarrett and said, you better put the spurs to that horse. He's back to 171.8. 171.8 is the time being turned by Dale Earnhardt as well. Separation is 2 2/10 seconds between first and second. Labonte finds himself in third. Gordon has come to fourth. Martin fifth. followed by Jeff Burton 6th, Ward Burton 7th, Bill Elliott 8th, Kyle Petty in 9th. And we point out that that Elliott car is a lap down to the leaders, as is Ward Burton's number 22. Here's Earnhardt. You think he's burning that rubber off or not?
Yeah, he's getting with it pretty good right now. But let me tell you, Earnhardt's got that carrot out in front of him up there. He's turned it up. He's not worried about tires right now. He has to feel great that the car is running this well.
For young Todd Parrott, you heard from his dad a little earlier out here. His father handling that car that won at Martinsville a week ago, Jeff Burton. And Todd Burton is having a great run with his driver, Dale Jarrett. Here's the 24. Here's the 24 coming across. And remember, Gordon is in 4th with more information about how he's running. Here's Alan Bestwick.
Well, Ken Gordon has got about a car length or 2 on Mark Martin running right behind him. They were side by side for about 3 laps around a little while ago. Gordon has managed to hold off Martin for that spot. What does that mean? Well, if the race finishes the way it is right now, they will come to a draw in points at the end of the day, because Martin has led a lap and gets 5 bonus points. Gordon has not. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Well, Todd Parrott up on top of the toolbox will pull him down. Todd, he's gaining on you a little bit. Can you hold him off?
I sure hope so. You know, been a long time since Earnhardt won a race, and I know he's hungry for one. Been running really strong the last couple of weeks. Just hope he's got a little something saved up out there in that Ford Quality Care car.
Okay, everybody's hearts are with Earnhardt, but Todd would certainly like to see his driver go to victory lane. Mike Hogwood.
We're here with Larry McReynolds. Larry, has Dale got anything for him? Can he catch him?
I don't know. Dale's awfully strong in the 88 car, and I think a lot's going to depend in these last 25 laps where he catches lap traffic and where we catch it. Cars is pretty strung out right now, and of course a caution could throw all that out of the equation, and we have a new race. But we just have to see what happens. But man, I got to thank Bob Riley, you know, who worked hard on his car, and the guys back at the shop. And we just keep getting better every week.
Well, they're better today, and now this crew can only hope that their driver can somehow catch that 88.
Can Earnhardt do it, or will it be his 3rd straight second place?
I think he's about to lap Wallace.
When he will win that race again at number 55 at Talladega, Alabama. Here's the 88. That's Dale Jarrett, your first place car. And here's Earnhardt chugging away in 2nd spot, 1 6/10 of a second back.
You can see Earnhardt's hands there coming out of turn 4, really going that steering wheel, trying to get it to stick well. Just behind him, Bobby Labonte. You see Rusty move out of the way there. He's out of contention. He moved over for his friend Earnhardt. But look at the green car of Bobby Labonte. He's moving in also again.
309 of 334 laps have now been completed. That gets us down to just 25 laps to go. And that's usually Earnhardt time. Here's what he has to say about those final moments if you're in 2nd place.
Well, I pity the guys in front of me the last lap if I can get close to him.
The old smile is back. And he's there.
Well, I tell you, he's been out in the winner's circle for quite a while, something Dale Earnhardt is certainly not used to. And he would drive it down in the corner so hard that, you know, he wants to win right now. But
I didn't look at the stats on this.
But he would put a slide job on him if he had to.
And I also, because I score the race, I don't see what's going on in the race. And this is like the first time watching it, to be honest. Because when I left racing, I didn't watch races for a little bit. I would go to a couple. I went to Nazareth. Dad won there with Fedor. Forget if that was 98 or 99.
For this race.
It's probably 98.
9 laps, the next 96 laps. It was this car, the number 18. Like
my new husband was a fireman from
just about everybody
Pennsylvania,
left.
so
then,
Nazareth was
number 2
up there.
Tore up a bunch of cars, and Bobby Labonte was the luckiest man here as he went sideways, sliding through it. Check that interval. That's back to Bobby Labonte. Here's Earnhardt. now shown as 1 5/10. He's picked up another 10th on Jarrett.
You see Jarrett there, he's trying to get under Ted Musgrave going into turn 3. Musgrave gives him plenty of room, goes way up. Jarrett right on the white line. That's a familiar sight. That car really works well on the bottom part of the racetrack. There's Earnhardt, the black car you see leading that group right there, going down into the corner. He's giving it everything he has. If he don't run out of time and tires, he's going to be tough.
Dale Jarrett 12th at Martinsville last Monday, having just a fantastic run after qualifying 5th today. Moments ago, that number 3 car. Whoa!
He got into Marlin there. That's Sterling Marlin. As they come off the corner, they made contact there.
Not much question about that. Still not ready to give it up. Still chasing that number 88, but here comes Bobby Labonte back in to make that Pontiac another factor in the race as we get down to the conclusion.
Well, Ken, that's what happened. He ran it very hard as he could, and you can see right now that Bobby Labonte has called Earnhardt. And the reason
the 88 and 28 are on the same team, I believe.
Trying to close in. He's used his tires up quite a bit. Now, if he cool them back down and start running a good line around here to protect those tires, he could be good.
Mike Hogwood can tell us more about that 3 car.
Well, you just saw when he hit Sterling Marlin. Dale Earnhardt is upset about lap traffic not getting out of his way. He's asked the spotter to tell him when he comes up on a lap car to tell him to move out of the way. When he hit Sterling Marlin, now he has reported that there is a slight vibration in the car. It is not running as well as it was a couple laps ago.
No, indeed. Back to 2 seconds between first and second, and a challenger for Earnhardt in second spot, Bobby Labonte. We'll take a quick commercial break and then stay with it to the finish unless there is a caution. 88, Dale Jarrett storming around the 1.5 mile Charlotte Motor Speedway. Headed for that hollow territory, perhaps.
2 seconds back.
NASCAR and TBS go back to
I never
Japan
saw
for the
this
second
either. This
straight
is
year.
at the end of the
See
season.
some of the best of Winston.
I never
battled
raced
out
past
in the Suzuka Special 100 live on TBS
Phoenix.
Saturday, November the 23rd at 10 p.m. Watch Rusty Wallace.
I think I went to Atlanta for the weekend when Dad was
win
there in his
at
motor coach.
Suzuka
I think I
on TBS
went there.
in November, Saturday, November 23rd.
So she can.
When he was with the 81, but I didn't go in the track.
Dale Jarrett's running a very, very good line around the racetrack there. You can see right now Earnhardt is really battling with Bobby Labonte down the front straightaway.
And I think he has worn out those tires. It's now 2 8/10 seconds as Jarrett continues to stay there in front and draw a bead on that checkered flag. Bobby Labonte climbing up on the back of Earnhardt. Martin has moved around. Jeff Gordon taken over in 4th. Gordon has fallen to 5th. Jeff Burton is in 6th.
Had to run that ad quick because it didn't have me any more pauses.
With Kyle Petty now showing
and
9th.
I didn't want it to hit on the
10
checkered.
laps remaining for Dale Jarrett. Alan Bestwick on that Jeff Gordon car.
Well, Ken, a minute ago we did an update on the championship picture when Jeff was holding off Mark Martin for the 4th position. Mark has since gone by Jeff and left him. Ray Evernham, I talked to him and said, what's wrong with Jeff's car? He threw his hands up and said, we just haven't been able to get it the way we wanted, and now it's kind of coming back to haunt us. At the end of the race, if it finishes like it is now, with Mark having led and Jeff not having led, that pass by Mark on Jeff for the 4th position will be worth 10 points instead of 5.
And they're really counting those points as we watch this battle for second place here. There you see Earnhardt trying to fight off Bobby Labonte another time.
Just a lap back, Bobby Labonte got all the way up to the door on Earnhardt coming out turn 4. He seems to be getting through 3 and 4 just as well as Earnhardt has good drive off the corner. You can see him trying to close in. Earnhardt, when they start off, it closes in just a little bit right in this part of the racetrack.
And Dale Jarrett out in front seems to have him covered. Look at Bobby Labonte going to the outside as we check the points as of now. Around the outside. Bobby Labonte for 2nd spot. Earnhardt back on the bottom.
Boy, that's hero material when you pass Dale Earnhardt on the outside going in the corner.
straightaway. Headed for 3. Bobby Labonte hangs it high. Here comes Waltrip right back on the inside.
Earnhardt is fighting very, very hard here. The two of them look like they're glued together. Earnhardt's not giving up at all here.
Tires may be gone, but the heart isn't. Still even across. Jarrett stays in front, builds on his lead. He has said momentum is a big factor in this Winston Cup Series. We've got to take it and use it to our advantage. The question is this the momentum he needs as they go into those last 4 races to make Jarrett a contender for that national championship this year? Meanwhile, we follow this battle for second place. Earnhardt hanging on, falling to 3rd. Here's the 3-car crew just looking on. Nothing they can do now but offer their prayers and cross their fingers.
You can see Earnhardt there. He's trying everything he can, but he went down in the corner. The car slipped out in the center part of the corner. You can see Bobby Labonte put about 4 car lengths on him in that one corner there.
3:30 complete this time by. Final 4 laps coming up for Dale Jarrett. And you always talk about all the sounds you hear, all the worries you have. But I got to tell you, for Dale Jarrett, Todd Parrott, Robert Yates, and that whole crowd, it all becomes reality now. They've got the lead. They're continuing to build on it by over 4 seconds.
See Mark Martin there in the 6th car. He's running very, very well. He's ahead of Jeff Gordon. That's the one thing he wanted to do.
4 to go, man.
Try to close that gap on
Close
Jeff
but
Gordon.
no cigar for Earnhardt.
You see the Ward Burton car there?
But anything can happen.
Down the lap with Bill Elliott. 4th place is Mark Martin, the 94 winner of this 500. He gave it a great shot today. Gave us a great race.
All comes down to man, machine, and track.
It's been a tremendous weekend.
It'll only
here.
go
The
as
Saturday race,
fast
just
as it'll go.
spectacular. And today, it's been a surprise about every 100 miles. We thought we had it covered with the effort of Bobby Labonte in that Pontiac, and all of a sudden, this car, number 88.
I liked it when the fastest car won.
With 3 laps to go, I know that there's one person, this man's dad. I guarantee you has to be the proudest guy in the world, Ned Jarrett, one of the best. He's watched his son start out on short tracks at Hickory, move in, win major races. Dale Jarrett is a complete race car driver now. Good patience. He understands how to work on the car. He has a crew chief he thinks so much of. What a team.
Saw him give a wave to Jeff Green as Green gave ground and let him through. Labonte and Earnhardt 2nd and 3rd. Martin is in 4th. Gordon is in 5th as we get down to the end of this one. And we've seen him go right to here, and then something goes poof, and the whole thing goes away. That's not what Dale Jarrett wants right now. That's exactly what Bobby Labonte in the 18 is looking for, and Earnhardt in the 3. Hasn't Earnhardt given a great accounting for himself today, buddy?
He certainly has. He has the heart.
It's a good confidence boosting race for teams that were in a slump.
Dale Jarrett
to finish 3rd.
Final lap around the 1.5 miles of the Charlotte Motor Speedway in the UAW GM 500. Down he comes off turn 4. Dale Jarrett's 6th win of the year, 14th of his career, is decided this afternoon. He led 5 times.
Do they have some interviews?
85 laps.
No, not too many.
Including that final 58 in a row. Dale Jarrett pulls it off. Yes, indeed, he did it. Spotters up on the roof, crowd up on their feet to congratulate a local driver from just up the
I
road.
think Kenny Wallace did pretty
Dale
good.
Jarrett of Hickory, North Carolina, has won the 38th annual UAW GM 500. Randy's down there with the crew chief right now.
Guys, you have to be elated. Todd Parrott, congratulations. Dale Jarrett's 6th win of the season.
What can I say? You know, just a great job by this whole race team. They've done a super job all weekend. We never give up, and you know, we've got a race car driver like Dale Jarrett, and I guess the good Lord was with us today. You know, we had a good race car. You know, it was off just a little bit, and with 2 pit stops left, the dropped the jack and the left front spring rubber was laying on pit road, and from there on the car was perfect. So just one of those days.
Sometimes you got to be good. Sometimes you got to be good and lucky. They were both today.
Plastic Coat, the official spray paint of NASCAR, proud to sponsor the Winning Finish Award, presented to Todd Parrott. Plastic Coat presents $3,000 to the crew chief of the highest finishing Winston Cup team participating in Plastic Coat's award program. At the end of the year, the crew chief with the best average finish will be receiving $50,000. Congratulations today to Todd Parrott and that great crew. Take a look at the top 10 as we go to break, and then we'll meet the winner, Jarrett, in victory lane at Charlotte Motor Speedway, defeating Bobby Labonte, Dale Earnhardt, Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon, Burton, Elliott, Ward Burton, Kyle Petty, and Johnny Benson. Back with you live at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and let's head for the Purolator winner's circle with Steve Burns and your winner, Dale Jarrett.
And Dale Jarrett's 6th win of 1997, the second time he's won the October race.
Next time, I think I'm going to backtrack and go back to Richmond
We
Cup.
made some changes this morning. Todd Parrott and I sat last night in my motorhome for quite a while.
Leave the bush for a little bit because we've got both Charlotte. We got the Bush Charlotte, we got this Charlotte, and we got to make up a few races because the Cup race a little more often.
Not doing too well. Jim, hope you get better soon. We're thinking about you, bud. Thank God for a safe race. Just thank God for the talents that he's given these guys that I work with week in and week out. And I want to say hello to Kelly and Daiquiri and Natalie and Carson. Natalie and Carson won a gymnastics meet today. Hope y'all did as well as I did.
Dale, you grew up right up the road. How special is it to win at Charlotte? These races are all so big. How about here at Charlotte?
Yeah, all of them are big, but here at Charlotte's really special. You know, I grew up around here. Got a lot of fans here, a lot of family here. This is just a class place to come race, and I think that makes it even more special. And it's a difficult racetrack to get around. These guys give me cars like this, it makes it easier.
Congratulations, a great team effort. Let's go to Alan Bestwick.
All right, we're with the runner-up in the race, Bobby Labonte. Bobby came back from a spin earlier in the race and an amazing recovery to second spot. First, tell me about the spin. What happened?
Well, I knew there was a wreck there, but I didn't realize there was a lot of oil down there. And a couple guys got wrecked in the oil, really, in front of me. And I was trying to keep cars behind me a lap down and just wanted to make sure I had a race. I really wasn't even looking and saw the oil and the guys wrecked in front of me, so I had to lock it up and just turn right and held my breath and put my head down and just hope for the best. And it stopped and took off, had a couple flat tires, and really didn't hurt the car at all. Just it was kind of one of those deals.
Did it take you too long to get back through the traffic to have a shot at winning?
No, I mean, we just took our time, and, you know, the car was really pretty good all day, and we just, you know, ended up right there at the end. You know, the only time we showed loose all day was the last set of tires, and, you know, the time before that we always showed a little bit of buildup on the right front, and, you know, that's just a gamble you got to take.
All right, Bobby, great run back up through the pack for second spot. Let's go back upstairs.
Second win, 500. Happy father there, Ned Jarrett. Been such an influence on this man, and his mother, Martha. They've got to be pleased with the performance of their son today. Robert Yates has won 3 of the last 8 500 events. 3 different drivers. Great Davey Allison in 1990, Ernie Irvin in 1993. And Jarrett does it in 97 today. And we'll wrap things up when we return.
At this point, I would have already turned in my scorecard and be walked across it. I'd already walk across the track and stuff with the paperwork and hand it in and go home.
The UAW GM Quality 500 on TBS has been brought to you by Miller Lite, who reminds you that anything can happen at Miller
Time. I'm going to give the final
by
rundown.
Oil that provides maximum
Dale,
protection. Castrol GTX, drive hard. By Econo Lodge, spend a night, not a fortune, at Econo Lodge. By Goodyear, need tires? Call 1-800-GOODYEAR. And by Team Monte Carlo, Chevy, the cars more champions trust.
Just have them hold it. Back with you live as we take a final look at the standings today as Dale Jarrett wins here at an average speed of 144.3
dead last, but I think that my
miles an
dad's
hour.
car finished pretty good.
20 lead changes today.
With Newt Moore being the crew chief,
4 cautions for
the
33 laps.
81, not in the
Jarrett
top
wins
20.
his 6th of the season as we
But he was
review the
still
field
running
out here after this
around
tremendous
near
race. We'd like
Urban.
to
He
say
might have
a
had
special hello to a member of our World Sports Group from its
28.
inception. Not
He was
with
a
us
couple
today,
laps
but
down.
is missed, and hope he's feeling better. John Leonard out in California. Well, there you see them. Greatest racing stars you can see anywhere. They're off to Talladega next week.
And then they conclude their season with runs at Rockingham and Phoenix, Arizona, and Atlanta, Georgia. Great racing every time that the Winston Cup gets together to put on the best of competition to be found. Take a look at the points, buddy.
You see Jeff Gordon there holding on to the lead. Mark Martin only 125 points back. Dale Jarrett only 197 points back. He's not out of it yet.
Tie right there, Burton and Jarrett, as they try to close ground, and Jarrett made a big move. Phoenix, November 1st, Goodwrench Delco Battery 300. Join us Saturday, November 1 for the Battle in the Desert as the Craftsman Truck Series heads to Phoenix for the Goodwrench Delco Battery 300. Live at 3:35 p.m. That's right here on TBS.
Okay.
And coming up next on TBS, it's the WCW Pro Wrestling taking on the New World Order.
Alrighty, I'm gonna pause that. I'm gonna raid out, but I want to show you a little bit of stuff we did this spring with Dad. And here we go. I'll see you next time, guys. Thanks. This is...
That's compression.
Compression. It's a shock dyno my dad built.
Yeah.
And this is rebound.
Yeah.
That's 100 also. So
yeah,
this is a
like a 50-50.
50-50 shock.
Yeah.
And the little valves, you can see the little hole that you were turning with the little Allen wrench.
Yeah. And then this one here was the other adjustment.
And that's the adjustment for the fluid in the compression.
Compression side, yeah.
And that one was the this was the rebound adjustment.
See, now I'm going to slow this down. You can see it. See, like, if you're just driving around the track and you're not up to speed or anything, this is about what the driver feels. The driver feels this and he feels that. See, that's got less rebound now.
Yeah.
That I slowed it down.
I see that.
So when they're driving along and they steer it back and forth and letting the scrubbing their tires to warm them up.
Yeah.
This is what you would normally see if you had some way of gauging it.
Gauging the shock. How come that one dropped at a slower pace?
Right there.
Because it's not pushing it through as fast.
Correct.
Okay.
I think this has gone green the whole way, which is pretty nice.